Depression is not a disease. If you could prove that depression is not a disease, would you do it? Patrick Nana. Depression isn't what we've been led to believe. It's not a problem or a mental illness. It's a normal faculty of the human mind's experience. Dear self-esteem explorer, before you begin this journey, I want to help you prepare for this new beginning. This book challenges the conventional understanding of depression, both scientific and religious alike, not as a mental illness or spiritual problem, but as a natural asset to the working wonders of the human mind. This is a front-row invitation to see depression from a completely different perspective, one that may surprise you, challenge you, and ultimately transform your view of yourself and your mental health. Within these pages, you will find more than just a cure. You will discover a deeper understanding of the nature of depression. This book offers a cosmic consciousness initiative approach to overcoming depression, to provide practical insights to alleviate your suffering and empower you to navigate life with enhanced clarity and peace. To demonstrate our confidence in the unique approach presented within these pages, I am offering a commitment. If you can find a better approach to understanding and overcoming depression than what is shared in this book, you will receive a refund of 1,000 times the purchase price. Prepare to embark on a journey of self-discovery and mental restoration. I hope you find the answers you seek and much more. Warm regards. Personal anecdote. Lisa used to enjoy social gatherings, but now she avoids them. She feels burdened and believes her presence is a nuisance to others. Her withdrawal strains her relationships, causing her to become more isolated and depressed. Evidence: social isolation can exacerbate depression, creating a feedback loop where a lack of social support exacerbates depressive symptoms. Cacioppo et al., 2012. 2006. Frequent effects on employment and education. Depression can severely interfere with a person's ability to function at work or school, resulting in economic and career barriers. Personal anecdote. John, once a productive employee, is now struggling to meet deadlines and maintain productivity. His employer sees a decline in his workload, putting his job in jeopardy. Fear of losing his job adds to his anxiety, self-esteem, and depression. Evidence. Depression is one of the leading causes of disability worldwide, significantly reducing work productivity and increasing absenteeism. World Health Organization, 2017. Suicide risk. Suicidal thoughts and behaviors. One of the most damaging aspects of depression is the increased risk of suicide. Personal anecdote. Emily has reached a point where she feels life is no longer worth it. The weight of her depression convinces her that ending her life is the only way to find peace. Unfortunately, her story is the experience of many struggling with this debilitating disease. Evidence. Depression is a significant risk factor for suicide. Over 90% of people who commit suicide have a diagnosable mental illness, most commonly depression. American Foundation for Suicide Prevention, 2019. Depression is much more than just sadness and emptiness. It is a serious, debilitating, silent killer that affects every aspect of a person's life. From psychological abuse and physical pain to social isolation and the ever-present danger of suicide, the trauma of depression runs deep and far-reaching. It is important to recognize the true nature of this disease and work to better support and treat those affected. This comprehensive review provides a comprehensive understanding of why depression is truly terrible, supported by real-life data, scientific evidence, and expert opinion worldwide. It addresses the many aspects of depression that remain both unresolved and unclear. Depression often manifests as a profound loss of control over one's mind, creating sensations akin to waking up in a coffin or enduring a slow transformation similar to a zombie bite, without any outward signs. It can evoke a deep sense of being forgotten and isolated, even amidst a crowd, contributing to an experience that is both bewildering and painful. This leads many to suffer in silence, feeling shame in articulating their struggles. Expressions of joy, like laughing, can feel forced or painful, while tears may deepen the sense of depression. Attempting to distract oneself by staying busy may offer a brief respite, but it rarely provides lasting relief. Emotions such as anger and an overwhelming need for reassurance often become all-consuming, beyond the reach of external comfort. It can feel like being lost in uncharted territory where even self-awareness fails to provide direction or clarity. Discussing these feelings can sometimes seem to exacerbate them, yet staying silent offers no solace either. While the support of loved ones can momentarily alleviate the burden, it is not a cure for the underlying issue. Depression is not something one can simply outrun. It is a persistent challenge that everyone faces in their own way. The ability to confront it ultimately lies within oneself, yet often requires an external catalyst, someone or something worth striving for, which ignites a desire to live and fight through the darkness. For some, like myself, the motivation comes from a desire to overcome these struggles so that others may find a path through them as well. Though it is a difficult journey, it provides a sense of purpose and meaning. While I cannot prescribe the best path for you, there is always something that can inspire you to dig deeper, to find the strength to continue, not just for yourself, but also for those around you. This sense of purpose is crucial. It fuels the empathy and energy needed to heal, promotes the understanding that you are not alone, and cultivates the gratitude to accept support from others. In the end, it is often the trials that do not defeat us that make us stronger. 1.2 You can run, but you can't hide. Depression is a pervasive and chronic intellectual health situation that impacts thousands and thousands of human beings globally. It is characterized using feelings of deep unhappiness, hopelessness, and a lack of hobby or pride in activities once enjoyed. One of the maximum insidious aspects of depression is that it could follow you any place you move, no matter how hard you attempt to get away from it. The perception that you can run but cannot hide from depression underscores the relentless and often overwhelming nature of this circumstance. In this prolonged exploration, we can delve deeply into why melancholy, depression, cannot be without problems escaped, inspecting the complex interaction of genetic, biological, environmental, and psychological factors that contribute to its staying power. We may also discuss the illusory nature of trying to flee from it, the internal and outside manifestations of this intellectual fitness situation, the importance of proper treatment, and techniques for long-term management and acceptance. The current nature of depression. Depression, clinically called predominant depressive disease, MDD, is more than just feeling unhappy or going through a difficult patch. It's a serious mental fitness condition that requires understanding and medical care. It is characterized by quite a few signs and symptoms that affect how someone feels, thinks, and handles daily sports. These signs and symptoms include chronic disappointment, issues concentrating, feelings of worthlessness or intense guilt. Depression can be temporary or long-term. The causes of depression are multifaceted and related to a mixture of genetic, organic, environmental, and mental elements. This complexity makes it an especially challenging circumstance to address and underscores that simple adjustments in environment or lifestyle often prove insufficient. Genetic and biological factors. Genetic predisposition plays an extensive role in the improvement of depression. Studies have shown that individuals with a family record of melancholy, are much more likely to develop the circumstance themselves. Specific genes were linked to the threat of growing depression, though the precise genetic mechanisms are still being researched. Biologically, depression is associated with modifications in neurotransmitter ranges inside the mind, inclusive of serotonin, norepinephrine, and dopamine. These chemical substances play critical roles in regulating temper, power, and satisfaction. An imbalance in those neurotransmitters can lead to the signs and symptoms of melancholy. Additionally, structural and useful modifications in brain areas, together with the hippocampus, amygdala, and prefrontal cortex, had been observed in people with depression. Environmental and psychological factors. Environmental elements, together with demanding existence occasions, trauma, and ongoing problems, can cause depression in prone individuals. Situations which include the loss of a loved one, divorce, monetary difficulties, or persistent infection can all contribute to the onset of depression. Psychologically, people with certain character traits or cognitive styles are extra at risk of depression. Negative questioning styles, low vanity, and a tendency to ruminate on negative studies can exacerbate and lengthen depressive episodes. The interaction among those psychological elements and the aforementioned genetic and biological additives creates a complicated net that is tough to untangle via floor-stage modifications. The illusion of escape. Many people struggling with depression accept as true that changing their surroundings will result in an improvement in their intellectual health. This perception frequently ends in actions including shifting to a new metropolis, converting jobs, ending relationships, or engaging in excessive tours. While those modifications would possibly provide brief distractions or a quick sense of remedy, they do not often address the underlying problems inflicting the despair of depression. For example, moving to a brand new town may additionally offer a clean start, but the preliminary excitement often fades, and the underlying depressive signs resurface. The stress of adjusting to a new environment, finding new social connections, and setting up exercises may even exacerbate depression. Similarly, converting jobs or finishing relationships might also provide momentary relief, however, without addressing the middle issues. These movements frequently result in repeated patterns and comparable consequences in new settings. External versus internal factors. Depression isn't a reaction to external situations. It's far a condition rooted deeply in inner techniques. While outside factors can have an impact on the severity and path of depression, they may be no longer the sole determinants. Internal elements, such as genetic predisposition, neurotransmitter imbalances, and cognitive patterns, play a critical role in the staying power of depression. Changing outside instances can every so often help alleviate signs and symptoms. However, it does not cope with those internal factors. Without proper treatment to objectively evolve the mind and change its frame, depression stays a steady, sneaky presence. This explains why many individuals who try to get away from depression through outside modifications find themselves time and again confronted by facing identical issues, no matter where they go or what they do. Ingrained patterns of thinking and behavior. Depression often includes ingrained patterns of thinking and behavior that do not without difficulty shift with changes in outside occasions. Negative concept patterns, together with catastrophizing, overgeneralizing, and black and white wondering, emerge as entrenched through the years. These cognitive distortions result in a constantly terrible outlook, regardless of the real state of affairs. For example, a man or woman with depression may interpret a minor setback at work as a catastrophic failure, reinforcing emotions of inadequacy and hopelessness. This sample of questioning persists even in one-of-a-kind environments or activity roles. Similarly, behaviors such as social withdrawal, avoidance of activities, and forgetfulness of self-care turn out to be recurring, perpetuating the cycle of depression. Perception and reality. Depression can notably modify one's perception of the world to a negative bias that influences how stories are interpreted. This negative bias way that even in new and doubtlessly positive environments, the depressed thoughts tend to be cognizant of the negative elements, perpetuating the cycle of depression. For example, someone with melancholy would possibly flow to a new metropolis with the wish of beginning sparkling and striving again. However, their bad perception may additionally lead them to peer most effectively the challenges and disadvantages of the new heavenly place in areas of opportunities. This skewed belief reinforces their depressive kingdom and makes it hard to derive any lasting enjoyment in exchange. Lifestyle modification and supportive programs. Each aspect plays an important role in dealing with different aspects of the situation. Treatment cognitive therapy, or talk therapy, is an important part of depression treatment. Cognitive behavioral therapy, CBT, is particularly effective for many individuals. CBT helps individuals identify and change negative thoughts and behaviors that contribute to depression. It teaches coping strategies and problem-solving skills to deal with stress and challenges. Other therapies, such as interpersonal therapy, IPT, and psychotherapy, may also be useful depending on the needs of the individual. IPT focuses on improving relationship and communication skills, while psychotherapy explores unconscious patterns and unresolved conflicts from the past. Medications such as antidepressants can address the biology of depression by balancing neurotransmitter levels in the brain. Selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors, SSRIs, serotonin norepinephrine reuptake inhibitors, CSNRIs, and other antidepressants can help reduce symptoms and improve mood. It is important to note that medications must be prescribed and monitored by a healthcare professional, as finding the right medications and dosages may require some trial and error. Lifestyle changes. Lifestyle changes can have a significant impact on depression management. Regular physical activity, such as gymnastics, has been shown to improve mood and reduce symptoms of depression. Exercise releases endorphins, which are natural mood regulators which help reduce stress. A healthy diet with a variety of nutrients can also help mental health. Foods rich in omega-3 fatty acids, such as fish, and those rich in vitamins and minerals, such as fruits and vegetables, can positively affect brain function and mood. Using mindfulness and relaxation techniques such as meditation, yoga, and deep breathing can help reduce stress and improve emotional well-being. These practices promote present-moment awareness and can break the cycle of negative thinking, but not negative feelings. Building strong support system networks is essential to dealing with trauma. Friends, relatives, socializing, and mental health professionals can provide understanding, encouragement, and practical support. Chapter 2. Predatory instinct reflect protective mechanism. Predatory behaviors, whilst reputedly harmful or terrible, frequently function as protecting techniques to protect people and ecosystems from further misery and defenselessness. Understanding this dynamic can offer perception into the complexities of depressive behaviors and promote greater compassionate procedures for treatment and guidance. In exploring the connection between depression and human psychology, it's far critical to recognize that people stricken by depression frequently engage in behaviors that could seem predatory or aggressive. These behaviors aren't simply reactions to their instant surroundings, however, are deeply rooted in their psychological country. The phrase, predatory, is the reflection of protection, encapsulates this phenomenon, suggesting that what may appear like harmful moves are, in reality, mechanisms designed to shield the individual from additional imbalance. The protective nature of aggressive behaviors. Aggressive behaviors in individuals with depression can occur in numerous forms, ranging from verbal outbursts to more subtle types of hostility. These moves may be interpreted as a way of self-protection. For example, a person may lash out at others to save themselves from feeling vulnerable or exposed. This aggression serves as a shielding barrier, protecting the individual from further emotional damage. By adopting an antagonistic stance, they intend to discourage others from getting too close, thereby decreasing the threat of being hurt all over again. Verbal aggression. Verbal aggression, which includes yelling, complaint, or sarcasm, is a common sign of this protecting mechanism. When a person with depression feels threatened or beaten by life, they may revert to harsh words to create distance between themselves and others. This reaction is usually a reflection of their inner turmoil, wherein the worry of being misunderstood or rejected activates them to push humans away preemptively. Physical aggression. In more intense cases, bodily aggression can also arise. This may contain movements like hitting, throwing objects, or other types of physical outbursts. While those behaviors are certainly dangerous, they can be seen as extreme measures taken to preserve oneself from perceived threats. The underlying motivation is often rooted in a desperate attempt to regain management over a situation that feels overwhelmingly out of control. Defensive behaviors as protective strategies. Defensive behaviors are another factor of how melancholy manifests through a predatory lens. These behaviors are much less openly competitive, but serve the number one motive of shielding the man or woman from emotional damage. Defensive mechanisms can include social withdrawal, avoidance of certain conditions, and the adoption of rigid notion patterns. Social withdrawal. Social withdrawal is a not unusual defense mechanism among people with depression. By keeping themselves apart, they intend to avoid interactions that could cause emotional discomfort or ache. While this conduct can result in extended emotions of loneliness and exacerbate depression, it's a far cry adopted as a manner to create a safe space free from potential social pain. The person retreats into their own international, in which they sense extra on top of things and much less uncovered to the judgment or grievance of others. Avoidance behaviors. Avoidance behaviors involve steerage clear of situations that would trigger emotional misery. This can encompass fending off social gatherings, staying far from particular locations, or even neglecting duties. These moves are taken as protective measures to prevent feelings of anxiety, embarrassment, or failure. For example, someone with depression may avoid attending a circle of relatives event because they fear being requested or judged for their current disposition. By fending off these interactions, they goal to defend their fragile emotional state from additional damage. Cognitive patterns and depression. Cognitive patterns in depression frequently mirror a predatory nature as satisfactorily. Negative concept styles, along with catastrophizing or black-and-white wondering, can be visible as intellectual strategies to defend oneself from sadness or added failures. These cognitive distortions serve as defensive mechanisms by making ready the man or woman for the worst possible effects, thereby lowering the impact of dealing with bad events. Catastrophizing. Catastrophizing involves waiting for the worst-case eventualities in any given situation. While this thought sample can be debilitating, it serves as a form of intellectual protection. By expecting the worst, individuals prepare themselves emotionally for disappointments or failures. This pessimistic outlook, though harmful ultimately, is adopted as a way to cushion the blow of bad reports. It reflects a predatory mindset, wherein the character is constantly holding on to the past, ready to guard in opposition to the emotional pain that could get up from unfavorable events. Black and white thinking. Black and white thinking, also known as all-or-nothing thinking, is every other cognitive distortion that's very common in depression. This entails viewing situations, humans, or oneself in extremes without recognizing the nuanced middle floor. For example, a person would possibly see themselves as either a whole achievement or a total failure, with no room for any in among. This inflexible thinking sample serves as a protective mechanism by simplifying the complex realities of lifestyles into greater plausible, albeit extreme, categories. By adopting this attitude, individuals try to defend themselves from the uncertainty and ambiguity that could exacerbate their depression. The role of defense mechanisms in depression. Defense mechanisms play an enormous function in how individuals deal with depression. These mechanisms, at the same time as often considered negatively, are critical for information on the intensity and complexity of depressive behaviors. They highlight the lengths to which people will go to protect themselves from further emotional ache, although it approaches adopting behaviors that are ultimately negative to their well-being. Denial and repression. Denial and repression are common defense mechanisms in depression. Denial involves refusing to acknowledge the reality of a scenario, while repression entails pushing distressing mind or feelings out of conscious cognizance. Both mechanisms serve to defend the individual from the immediate emotional impact of their depression. However, over the years, these repressed feelings can build up and cause extra extreme psychological issues. Projection. Projection includes attributing one's very own negative feelings or thoughts to others. For instance, someone with depression would possibly accuse someone else of being antagonistic or narcissistic when, in truth, they're projecting their emotions of hostility or self-judgment. This mechanism protects the man or woman's ego from dealing with their negative feelings by means of externalizing them. Understanding the protective nature of predatory behaviors. Understanding the protective nature of predatory behaviors in depression calls for a patient, compassionate, and nuanced approach. Recognizing that these behaviors are frequently desperate tries to protect oneself from further emotional distress can shift the perspective from judgment to empathy. And this is where the mind begins the journey to healing. This information is critical for growing powerful remedy techniques that deal with the fundamental reasons for those behaviors instead of merely their signs and symptoms. Compassionate treatment approaches. Compassionate remedy processes involve growing secure and supportive surroundings where people feel understood, affirmed, and well-known. This may be finished via healing strategies that target true acceptance. For example, therapists might use validation and active listening to renown the individual's experiences and emotions without judgment. This technique facilitates individuals to feel heard and valued, which can reduce the want for defensive measures. Addressing underlying issues. Effective treatment ought to additionally address the underlying issues that contribute to depressive behaviors. This can include exploring beyond traumas, unresolved conflicts, and deeply ingrained cognitive styles. Therapeutic modalities, inclusive of cognitive behavioral therapy, CBT, dialectical behavior remedy, DBT, and psychodynamic therapy may be specifically powerful. These methods assist people in understanding and exchanging terrible thought styles, broaden healthier coping strategies, and manage unresolved emotional pain. Promoting long-term healing and resilience. Promoting long-term recuperation and resilience requires a holistic approach that encompasses each mental and lifestyle factor. This involves now not only addressing the signs and symptoms of depression, but also cultivating sanity, well-being, and resilience to an above-average level. Building emotional resilience. Building emotional resilience includes growing abilities and strategies to cope with pressure and adversity in a morally healthy way. This can consist of mindfulness practices, strain control techniques, and developing emotional intelligence. By building resilience, individuals can higher navigate the challenges of lifestyles without resorting to predatory or defensive behaviors. Lifestyle factors. Lifestyle factors inclusive of food, regimen, exercise, and sleep play an important position in mental fitness. Encouraging people to undertake a healthy way of life conduct can aid their ordinary well-being and decrease the severity of depressive signs and symptoms. For instance, regular bodily exercise has been proven to improve mood and decrease anxiety, but not insecurities, while a balanced approach of the mind can restore both awareness and mental health. In the end, the phrase predatory is the reflection of protection gives valuable perception into the complex courting between depression and human psychology. It highlights how reputedly harmful behaviors and thought patterns can function as coping mechanisms designed to shield people from further emotional misery. Understanding this dynamic is critical for developing compassionate and powerful treatment strategies that deal with the root reasons for depressive behaviors. According to legend, those who make the best troublemakers also become the most effective guardians. It is said that only those who understand how to inflict true pain possess the deeper knowledge required to heal and protect. The happiest people are not those who have suffered the least, but those who have endured profound suffering and emerged stronger, more compassionate, and less damaged. Just as predators play a vital role in maintaining the balance of their ecosystems, depression serves an essential function within the human psyche. In the context of the mind, depression stands out as both the most predatory and the most predictable aspect of our mental faculties. It can act as an adversary or as a force working in our favor, depending on how we understand and engage with it. Predators regulate their environments by protecting diversity, ensuring resilience, and managing food distribution and vegetation abundance. They keep ecosystems dynamic by controlling herbivore populations, thus supporting biodiversity and the evolution of the ecosystem. Similarly, if we eliminate the capacity for depression, or the mind's natural inclination toward introspection and suppression of positive energies, we risk creating long-term, irreversible consequences. The absence of these challenging experiences can lead to complacency and a distorted sense of reality, ultimately destabilizing one's inner environment. Without the natural checks provided by difficult emotions like depression, the mind lacks the necessary pressure to break free from comfort zones and promote growth and evolution. Experience shows that mental performance often improves under pressure, revealing that the mind is wired to grow through adversity, pression. The positive emotions that follow the successful completion of a challenging task are not merely a sense of relief. They are a profound acknowledgement of overcoming personal growth. Therefore, minimizing the positive impact of depression may inadvertently contribute to the extinction of human resilience and potential. To eliminate these natural processes is to risk losing the essence of what drives human evolution and the emergence of wisdom and inner strength. 2-1. Thank you, depression. Depression, a term frequently weighted down with negative connotations, is an unwelcome visitor in many lives. Per worldly views, it is a condition characterized by persistent sadness, loss of interest in outdoor activities, and several bodily and emotionally demanding situations. Yet, within the midst of its overwhelming darkness, there may be a silver lining, a paradoxical sense of gratitude. This attitude, although unconventional, acknowledges the profound transformations and advantages that only depression can fully catalyze. Confronting inner demons. Depression forces us to confront our deepest fears, insecurities, and unresolved traumas. It serves as a magnifying glass, bringing into poignant focus the components of our lives that we might in any other case gladly ignore. These internal demons can be terrifying to face. They frequently lurk within the corners of our minds, manifesting as tension, self-doubt, blind spots, insecurities, regrets, and a pervasive feeling of unworthiness. Confronting these inner demons is not smooth. It calls for braveness and a willingness to delve into the painful and often uncomfortable aspects of the mind. In the throes of depression, we're pressured to ask hard questions. Why do I feel this manner? What beyond studies has contributed to my modern-day mental condition? Are there unresolved problems from my youth that might be impacting my growth? How did I get here? These questions, even though daunting, are critical for self-cognizance. They force us to go inward, not only to inflect more and reflect less, but also to observe the root causes of our mindset and to recognize the elaborate internet of negative feelings that impact it. Uncovering hidden layers. When we delve into the depths of our psyche to apprehend why we feel the way we do, we find layers of our identification previously hidden. Depression regularly brings to the floor unresolved grief, unfinished business, untreated emotional triggers, spiritual disconnection, and deep-seated fears. This process, though painful, is similar to peeling away the layers of an onion, every tear-inducing layer revealing extra about who we are at our core. As we return those layers, we start to see the connections between our past stories and present emotions. Uncovering those hidden layers is an adventure of self-discovery. It includes revisiting painful memories, acknowledging beyond traumas, and information on how these studies have formed our cutting-edge beliefs and behaviors. This manner may be noticeably cathartic. It permits us to make sense of our feelings and to peer the larger photo of our mental health. By understanding the basic causes and nature of our depression, we gain precious insights into our emotional triggers, bad patterns, and the approaches wherein our beyond reviews form our future behavior. Pathway to healing. Through this journey of self-discovery, we gain a clearer know-how of our authentic and unique selves, which is vital for actual restoration and private development. By acknowledging the roots of our depression, we gain insights into our emotional triggers, dangerous styles, and how our beyond stories form our inner gifts. This self-focus is step one toward restoration and self-improvement. Healing is a complex and multifaceted technique that goes beyond mere physical recovery or therapy. This incongruity has led many researchers to hesitate in categorizing depression strictly as a disease. Globally, defining what constitutes a disease is a nuanced task these days. Diseases are generally understood as conditions that are inherently harmful to an individual's health and development. However, depression does not fit neatly into this definition. Unlike most diseases, which unequivocally impair well-being, depression can sometimes stimulate personal growth and self-awareness, offering insights that contribute to an individual's psychological resilience, development, and evolution. Studies worldwide underscore the complexity of defining depression. For example, research from various cultural contexts, such as in Japan and Brazil, highlights that depression is often viewed as a natural response to life's challenges rather than a medical condition needing pharmaceutical intervention. Additionally, the reclassification of depression challenges the conventional view that medical intervention is always the best approach. While medications can alleviate symptoms for some, they do not address the underlying complexities that give rise to actual depressing mental conditions. As a result, many experts advocate for a more spiritual approach to treatment, one that considers the unique social, emotional, and sympathetic denominations of each individual's experience. This broader perspective recognizes depression as a condition that, while challenging, also holds the potential for positive change, emotional intelligence, and spiritual breakthrough, a characteristic not typically associated with conventional diseases. By gaining a deeper expertise of ourselves, we will develop more healthy coping mechanisms, build stronger relationships, and create an extra enjoyable and significant existence. This manner of self-focus and recovery isn't always linear. It involves setbacks, challenges, and unpleasant surprises. However, every breakthrough brings us towards a place of more emotional empowerment and enrichment. The daily struggle matter. Navigating the tumultuous waters of depression calls for mammoth power and resilience. Each day that we undergo, each second that we push through the fog, we build an inner fortitude that prepares us for destiny challenges. The everyday warfare of living with depression may be overwhelming. The easy act of getting away from bed, getting showered, or undertaking basic self-care can seem like insurmountable obligations. Yet, each small step we take is a testament to our resilience and resolution. Triumph in small victories. Resilience constructed via depression is a testimony to human strength. The capacity to face each day, regardless of the pervasive heaviness that depression brings, fortifies our spirit. We learn to be grateful for the small victories, like getting out of bed, carrying out the day with air running through our lungs, drinking non-contaminated water, and pausing to acknowledge our feelings through a meal or some music. These seemingly minor accomplishments are huge triumphs in the context of depression. Each small victory builds our resilience, supporting us to broaden the power of positive energy and resolution needed to conquer larger challenges. Fortifying the spirit. Over time, these small victories are acquired, building a reservoir of strength that we will draw upon in future crises. This resilience, now not handiest, enables us to cope with depression, but additionally equips us to address other existing challenges with extra ease and confidence. The capabilities and coping mechanisms we broaden within the face of depression, inclusive of mindfulness, self-compassion, and emotional roles, come to be valuable tools that decorate our overall well-being and capability to deal with the infinite nature of existential adversities. Resilience isn't just about surviving. It is about thriving regardless of adversity. It includes developing a mindset of boom and adaptability, getting to know how to look at demanding situations as opportunities for boom, and cultivating a sense of inner electricity, power surge, and backbone. This resilience turns into an effective pressure in our lives, helping us to navigate the American downs of lifestyles with greater ease and self-assurance. Enhanced empathy and compassion. Experiencing depression can profoundly deepen our empathy for others who are suffering. It opens our hearts to the struggles of those around us, establishing a feeling of compassion and connection. When we've firsthand experienced depression's debilitating effects, we become more touchy and mindful of the struggles of others. This empathy extends past physical health. It influences how we perceive and interact with human beings facing diverse challenges. The detached individual is often unable to understand or connect with the non-medical condition of the person standing next to him. Simply evaluating, moralizing, and generalizing people's hardships doesn't serve to meet them where their needs are the most important. Empathic understanding goes beyond merely acquiring knowledge of how everything works. Research indicates that friends demonstrate greater empathic accuracy compared to strangers, primarily due to the quality of the connection shared rather than its quantity. This finding is particularly relevant in medicine, as it highlights that knowing a substantial amount of factual information is insufficient. A physician who understands a person on a personal and emotional level is more likely to effectively experience and convey empathy, ultimately leading to more effective care. Researchers have long debated the role of empathy in medicine and relationships, often arriving at differing conclusions. Some contend that it is unrealistic for a physician to genuinely empathize with every person, as doing so would be emotionally exhausting, impractical, and challenging. These researchers suggest that a physician or leader is most effective when maintaining clinical detachment, and a cold demeanor, believing that staying emotionally unavailable allows for better results. However, growing evidence suggests that when selecting a physician or a partner, people often prioritize emotional compassion as highly as, or even more than, technical expertise for long-term care. Contrary to common belief, the act of not caring can be more harmful than the exhaustion experienced from caring for others. While caring may leave one feeling drained and damaged, emotional detachment and disconnection often result in deeper psychological consequences. The effort required to suppress emotional engagement can lead to significant feelings of emptiness, unworthiness, and corruption, causing greater emotional distress and a diminished sense of well-being. Thus, the seemingly protective strategy of not caring can, in reality, be more detrimental to mental health than the fatigue associated with genuine compassionate involvement. At first glance, adopting a detached attitude toward anything might seem like a practical strategy to avoid emotional stress and maintain control over one's life and mind. The act of disengaging emotionally may appear to offer ease, control, and efficiency, but it always deteriorates one's ability to connect with oneself deeper and the things that matter in life. Research demonstrates that emotional detachment, often seen as a practical strategy for conserving mental energy and maintaining sanity, can be more draining and mentally destabilizing than actively caring. Consider an individual who, after enduring a series of disappointing relationships and personal trauma, chose to adopt an emotionally detached stance as a defense mechanism against further misery. They deliberately avoided deep emotional investment to prevent burnout and mental breakdowns. Initially, this detachment seemed to offer protection from dissatisfaction and emotional turmoil. However, over time, the absence of genuine connections began to take a profound toll. The individual experienced increasing feelings of isolation, even when surrounded by others. This self-imposed emotional distance resulted in a lack of intimacy and fulfillment, leading to a pervasive sense of hollowness and exhaustion. The emotional distance they had created led to a lack of intimacy with themselves and fulfillment with the world, ultimately resulting in more feelings of hollowness, insanity, emotional bankruptcy, and tiredness than before. Thus, realizing too late that emotional separation, intended to avoid hurt, can instead lead to a deeper sense of loss in what makes us human, in what makes us feel alive, and less empty on the inside. Matthew 16:25. Furthermore, a person's ability to communicate their emotions is an essential aspect of health. In daily life, those who lack effective communication skills often find themselves misunderstood, even if they genuinely feel empathy. Similarly, a physician may be perceived as non-empathic despite feeling empathy, simply because they cannot express it adequately. Conversely, a physician who may not truly feel empathy can still appear empathic if they have strong communication skills and know how to respond appropriately in various and pressuring situations. These examples illustrate that the ability to generate, express, and perceive empathy and compassion is influenced by numerous life factors, including personal understanding and level of intelligence. Sensitivity to suffering. Our greater empathy allows us to offer extra proper help and understanding. We end up extra attuned to the needs and feelings of others, spotting the symptoms of distress, and offering a listening ear or a comforting presence. This heightened empathy can enhance our relationships, making us more compassionate and understanding humans, buddies, and family participants. It also can inspire us to better approach health, leadership, and love, contributing to a more inclusive society. Advocating for mental health. Without mental health, there is no health. Our private struggles can make a contribution to a broader societal effect. By sharing our studies, experiences, and testimonies, and helping advocate for mental fitness awareness, we can significantly lessen the stigma surrounding mental illness and inspire others to better inform themselves and seek assistance. Case Study 1. Jim Carrey. Jim Carrey, a loved comic and actor, has additionally faced good-sized battles with depression. Known for his active and humorous personality, Carrey's battle with depression is a stark evaluation of his public photograph. He has spoken approximately how his melancholy led him to question his identity and reason in existence. Through his depressive adventure, Carrey observed a deeper feeling of self-focus and spirituality. Carrey's depression triggered him to explore mindfulness and meditation, which have grown to be crucial equipment in his intellectual health toolkit. His experience with depression also deepened his empathy and compassion for others, influencing his philanthropic work and his preference for roles that promote superb messages. Carrey's journey suggests how depression can cause an extra profound knowledge of oneself and inspire a commitment to serve and assist others. Case Study 2. Demi Lovato. Singer and actress Demi Lovato has been very open about her struggles with depression, bipolar ailment, and substance abuse. Her journey has been marked by severe public ups and downs, but through it all, Lovato has emerged as a powerful advisor for intellectual health attention. Lovato's battle with depression and her next recuperation adventure have profoundly impacted her track and advocacy paintings. Her songs often reflect her struggles and triumphs, resonating with lovers who face comparable demanding situations. Lovato's openness, approximately her mental fitness, has helped reduce the stigma surrounding mental condemnation and inspired endless individuals to seek assistance. Her tale illustrates how the dying breath of depression may be a tailor-made platform for personal transformation. Case Study 3. Kevin Hines. Kevin Hines is a suicide attempt survivor who has turned his experience into a powerful message of hope and resilience. At the age of 19, Hines tried to take his personal existence by jumping off the Golden Gate Bridge. Miraculously, he survived, and this near loss of life has become a turning point in his life. Hines now travels the world sharing his tale, advocating for mental fitness recognition, and promoting suicide prevention. His experience with depression and his survival has given him a unique perspective on the value of existence and the importance of searching for better help. Hines's story is a testament to the electricity of resilience and the possibility of discovering newfound purpose even after the darkest moments. Reflections on these case studies. These real-life examples display that while depression is a deeply challenging and painful condition, it can also be a catalyst for profound personal boom, empathy, creativity, and selfless support. The trips of Jim Carrey, Demi Lovato, and Kevin Hines display that it's possible to emerge from the depths of depression with a renewed feeling of purpose and a more potent connection to oneself and life. Their story reminds us that depression, despite its debilitating whirlpool of despair, can cause more self-recognition, stability, and compassion. By confronting their inner demons and embracing their struggles, these individuals have no longer simply transformed their own lives, but have additionally stimulated and helped endless others. Black holes. Depression can be understood through a lens alike to the enigmatic nature of black holes in the universe. Black holes appear as ominous entities, exerting a gravitational pull so intense that nothing, not even light, can escape once it crosses the event horizon. This stark, merciless quality mirrors the way depression engulfs the oxygen and life forces of those it touches, leaving them feeling trapped and consumed by its pervasive darkness. Just as nothing can escape the clutches of a black hole, individuals grappling with depression may find themselves drawn into an emotional abyss from which it feels nearly impossible to find themselves again. However, black holes, despite their nefarious nature and reputation, play a crucial role in cosmic evolution. They are not merely destructive forces, but integral to the formation and evolution of life within galaxies. The elements crucial to life, such as oxygen, carbon, gold, and platinum, are formed in the intense environments surrounding black holes. Similarly, depression, while profoundly draining, serves as a catalyst for contemplation on self-love and acceptance. Scientific and psychological studies support the notion that what initially appears destructive can be deeply transformative. In psychology, studies on depression reveal its complex role in personal development. For example, research by Paulson and Smith, 2020, found that individuals who experience depression often undergo a significant maturity boost and increased emotional insight following their struggles. This aligns with the idea that depression, while challenging, can lead to profound self-discovery and psychological renewal. Similarly, the concept of post-traumatic growth underscores that significant emotional adversity facilitates better health over time, because as we become more depressed, we tend to think in more depressive ways, spiraling into a gravitational black hole of psychological knots and negative effects of remuneration, thus creating the perfect lifetime opportunity to deeply reflect and get in touch with ourselves, eat healthier, meditate longer, invest in better association, and last but not least, make long-term rewarding emotional decisions. Both black holes and depression embody a paradoxical blend of demolition and recreation. They are not merely forces of annihilation, but pivotal elements in the broader processes of cosmic and human evolution. This perspective helps to reframe our understanding of these life-threatening phenomena, recognizing that even within the most profound challenges, there can be transformative potential and essential contributions to the balance of existence. Repressive depression. Repressive depression, also known as masked depression or hidden depression, is a distorted manifestation of repression, wherein individuals actively suppress or obscure their emotional symptoms. This form of depression is a distortion of the typically positive nature of repression. Unlike depression, characterized by overt symptoms such as pervasive sadness, hopelessness, and a loss of interest, repressive depression reveals itself through more subtle and indirect signs. These may include physical ailments, notable changes in behavior, and a general sense of emotional instability. It is similar to depression in slow motion, operating beneath the surface in a less apparent manner. This condition poses significant challenges for diagnosis and treatment, primarily because those affected may lack awareness of their repression and how depression can manipulate this mechanism against their will. Repressive depression often goes unrecognized because its symptoms are less visible and can be misattributed to other causes over time. Consequently, individuals may struggle to understand or articulate their internal situation, leading to difficulties in accessing appropriate care and support. Understanding and addressing repressive depression requires a nuanced approach that acknowledges the complex interplay between emotional suppression and depressive symptoms. 2.2. The repressive nature of depression. Repressive depression is a mental health condition characterized by individuals unintentionally concealing their depressive symptoms, often to the extent that they may not recognize their internal turmoil. Externally, individuals may present as emotionally stable, mentally coherent, or even outwardly content, while internally they struggle with unresolved emotional distress and agitation that intensifies over time. This concealment of their suffering occurs often against their conscious awareness, complicating the ability of healthcare professionals, friends, and family to accurately assess the depth of the individual's emotional pain. The covert nature of repressive depression necessitates a deeper understanding of the interplay between visible composure and hidden distress to effectively address and support those affected. Historical context. The concept of repressive depression has developed over the years. Historically, mental fitness problems have been poorly understood and regularly stigmatized. When it comes to repression, the period in which masked issues emerge to describe instances where depressive signs are hidden in the nature of someone's general proceedings, commonly bodily or behavioral, matters more than the actual symptoms and causes. As our knowledge of mental health has advanced, so too has our reputation for the diverse ways repression can present itself. In the Victorian era, mental health issues were often stigmatized, and the understanding of depression was rudimentary compared to modern standards. Individuals exhibiting depressive symptoms were frequently labeled as morally weak or suffering from a character flaw rather than a legitimate mental health condition. The prevailing treatment methods, such as confinement in asylums or moral instruction, were largely ineffective and failed to address the complexities of mental health. Repressive depression, by contrast, involves a subtle masking of symptoms rather than overt emotional suffering, reflecting a more nuanced and insidious form of emotional distress that was less recognized and understood in that historical context. During the early 20th century, mental health diagnoses were primarily based on observable behaviors and overt symptoms, leading to a focus on more visible forms of depression. The medical and psychological fields were just beginning to develop more sophisticated diagnostic criteria. Repressive depression, with its less apparent and often internalized symptoms, would have been less recognized or understood. The emphasis on observable signs made it challenging to identify and treat individuals who masked their distress, highlighting a significant difference in the approach to mental health compared to today's more comprehensive understanding. Case study: John's hidden struggle. John became a 35-year antique hit attorney, recognized for his professionalism and calm demeanor. Despite his external look of fulfillment, John was scuffling with excessive repressive depression. He regularly experienced chronic complications and unexplained fatigue, which he attributed to the stresses of his task. Over time, John's work overall performance started to plummet, and his relationships suffered. It wasn't till a near buddy insisted he see a therapist that John began to uncover the deep-seated emotional ache he was suppressing for years without actually suffering from depression. Manifestations of repression. Unintentional emotional suppression. Individuals with repression often have difficulty expressing their emotions and developing their innate talents. This suppression can show up in numerous approaches. Inability to express emotions. They may also appear emotionally impaired, shy, awkward, or numb, averting discussions about their feelings or unable to discuss them. False facade. They would possibly maintain a facade of normalcy and even happiness for months and years at a time, masking their authentic internal struggle. Physical symptoms. Repression frequently manifests through bodily signs and behavioral symptoms. These somatic cases often result in repeated medical consultations without a clean bodily diagnosis. Chronic pain. Many people experience persistent aches, consisting of returned aches, headaches, or muscle aches. Gastrointestinal issues. Symptoms like nausea, diarrhea, and constipation are not unusual. Fatigue. Extreme tiredness that is not relieved by long rest or vacation is a common complaint. Behavioral changes. Behavioral changes in individuals with repression can encompass withdrawal from activities. They may also withdraw from sports they as soon as enjoyed, setting apart themselves from social interactions and interests. Increased irritability. They may turn out to be strangely irritable, introverted, or without problems frustrated, displaying anger and annoyance over minor issues. Cognitive impairments. Repression can affect cognitive functions consisting of mental blocks, false beliefs, and often self-rejection. Difficulty concentrating. Individuals might also fail to recognize their importance, leading to decreased productiveness at work or faculty, manifesting as ADHD or OCD. Negative thought patterns. Although less overt, people can also harbor continual terrible habits such as low self-esteem, abandonment issues, racism, and emotions of inadequacy. Case study: Sarah's physical pain. Sarah changed into a 28-year-old trainer who loved her job. Over time, she started to revel in severe back pain and frequent migraines. Despite numerous scientific exams, docs observed no physical reason. Sarah's pain was a manifestation of her repressive depression, which she had been protecting at the back of a busy timetable and a happy demeanor since her teenage years. Therapy helped Sarah recognize the connection between her physical signs and her emotional state, leading to great upgrades in both areas. Causes and psychological factors. Several mental elements contribute to the development of repressive depression. Personality traits. Individuals with sure persona tendencies, together with perfectionism, excessive self-expectations, and a tendency to internalize problems, are extra at risk of repressive depression. Childhood experiences. Early existence reports, including trauma, lack of self-expression, forgetfulness, or overly controlling parenting, can contribute to the improvement of repressive coping mechanisms. Case study: Emily's perfectionism. Emily became an excessive accomplishing college pupil who constantly strived for perfection. Despite her academic success, she constantly felt insufficient and feared failure. Her repressive depression stemmed from her youth, where her dad and mom set unrealistically high expectations and rarely praised her achievements and uniqueness. Emily's therapist helped her deal with these deep-seated issues and increase more healthy coping techniques. Societal and cultural factors. Cultural and societal norms play a full-size function in how individuals experience and express repression. Cultural norms. In a few cultures, expressing emotions and discussing intellectual fitness problems may be stigmatized, leading individuals to repress their emotions to fit in or conform. Gender expectations. Men are often more at risk of repressive depression due to societal expectations to appear more manly, competent, and unemotional. Case study: Raj's cultural struggles. Raj, a 40-year-old vintage engineer, grew up in a way of life in which discussing emotions changed into considered a signal of weakness. Despite feeling consistently sad and annoyed, Raj by no means sought help. His repressive depression affected his paintings and own family lifestyles till a chum from a distinct cultural history encouraged him to seek therapy. Through counseling, Raj discovered how to express his emotions and cope with his depressive repression, even though he wasn't depressed. Biological factors. Biological factors additionally contribute to the danger of developing repressive depression. Genetic predisposition. A family record of depressive repression or different intellectual fitness issues can increase the threat. Neurochemical imbalances. Imbalances in neurotransmitters consisting of serotonin, norepinephrine, and dopamine can easily contribute to the development of depressive disorders, along with repressive depression. Case study: Lisa's family history. Lisa, a 50-year-old businesswoman, had a family record of depression. Despite her outward achievement, she skilled intervals of extreme gloominess and muscle ache. Her depressive repression emanated partly because of genetic elements, which she subsequently addressed through an aggregate of drugs and remedies. Challenges in diagnosis. Diagnosing repressive depression can be tough because of the absence of overt depressive symptoms. Healthcare specialists need to depend on an aggregate of strategies. Detailed medical history. A thorough assessment of the man or woman's scientific records, which include bodily signs and behavioral adjustments, is crucial. Psychological assessments, standardized questionnaires, and clinical interviews designed to assist in perceiving underlying depressive signs and symptoms that the man or woman won't without difficulty explain. Observation. Long-time period statements and comments from family contributors and close pals can offer precious insights into the individual's conduct and emotional patterns. Diagnostic criteria. Repressive depression often meets the standards for major depressive disorder, MDD, as mentioned in the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, DSM-5. Case study. John's diagnostic journey. John's repressive depression was diagnosed with omission via his primary care physician, who targeted his mental and physical complaints. It changed into depression only after John finished a comprehensive mental assessment of his authentic conditions. This prognosis paved the manner for powerful remedies. Treatment. Psychotherapy is a cornerstone in the remedy of repressive depression. Various therapeutic techniques may be effective. Cognitive behavioral therapy, CBT. CBT facilitates individuals to recognize and trade negative concept styles and behaviors for empathetic humanitarian inclinations. It encourages the development of healthier coping mechanisms. Psychodynamic therapy. This therapy focuses on uncovering subconscious thoughts and emotions that contribute to repressive depression. Its goal is to assist individuals to recognize and express their emotions more eloquently. Interpersonal therapy, IPT. IPT addresses problems in private relationships that may make contributions to depression. It helps people enhance verbal exchange abilities and broaden higher social support system early. Case study. Maria's therapeutic journey. Maria, a 45-year vintage nurse, plagued with continual fatigue and emotional numbness. Her therapist used a mixture of CBT and psychodynamic remedies to help her identify and deal with repressive depression. Over time, Maria learned to express her emotions and evolved healthier coping techniques, leading to massive upgrades in her bodily fitness. Medication. Medications can be a vital part of the treatment plan for repressive depression. Antidepressants, selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors, SSRIs, and other antidepressants can assist in controlling the neurochemical imbalances related to depression. These medicinal drugs can alleviate each emotional and physical signs and symptoms, giving room for self-expression. Mood stabilizers. In some instances, temper stabilizers can be prescribed to cope with mood fluctuations. Consultation with a psychiatrist. Regular consultation with a psychiatrist is essential to display medication efficacy and regulate dosages as needed. 2.3. Depression as the lock and happiness is the key. At first sight, depression and happiness constitute only two ends of a huge spectrum of human emotions and reports. Depression is a profound and often weakening circumstance that traps people in a cycle of terrible thoughts, emotions, and behaviors. Happiness, conversely, is characterized by fantastic emotions, lifestyle pleasure, and a sense of well-being and freedom. The metaphor, depression is the lock, and happiness is the key, shows that while depression can confine people in a nation of melancholy, happiness has the proven capacity to release and unfasten them from this mental imprisonment. Understanding this dynamic interplay is essential for addressing mental fitness challenges and simplifying a satisfying life. Understanding depression as the lock. Depression isn't always only a transient feeling of disappointment or a signal of a personal weak point. It's also a severe intellectual fitness indicator with widespread effects on an individual's typical well-being. The complexity of depression is meditated in its various symptoms, which can be categorized into emotional, cognitive, physical, and behavioral domains. Emotional symptoms: persistent sadness, anxiety, or an empty town. Feelings: individuals with melancholy often enjoy a profound and persistent experience of disappointment that may overshadow their complete lives. This is not simply feeling down for a day or two. It's a deep, unshakable unhappiness that can ultimate for weeks, months, or even years. Anxiety regularly accompanies this unhappiness, creating a regular sense of unease and worry. Feelings of hopelessness or pessimism. Depression could make destiny appear bleak and unchangeable. People may additionally experience that there may be no hope for improvement or that they're doomed to experience this manner all the time. This experience of hopelessness may be exceedingly debilitating and make contributions to a cycle of bad wondering. Feelings of guilt, worthlessness, or helplessness. Those affected by melancholy often internalize their struggles, feeling that they are guilty of their situation or that they're basically fallacious. This can lead to pervasive feelings of guilt and worthlessness, and a feel that nothing they do could make a difference in their lives. Loss of interest or pleasure in hobbies and activities. One of the hallmark signs of depression is anhedonia, or the inability to revel in satisfaction. Activities that, after delivered joy and satisfaction, now do not preserve any enchantment, similarly keeping apart the character and deepening their depression. Cognitive symptoms. Difficulty concentrating, remembering, or making decisions. Depression can severely impact cognitive capabilities, making it hard to cognizance of duties, to not forget information, or to make selections. This can have an effect on overall performance at work or school and result in frustration and a sense of incompetence. Thoughts of death or suicide attempts. Perhaps the most dangerous symptom of melancholy is suicidal ideation. The extreme emotional ache and hopelessness can lead people to agree that the handiest getaway from their suffering is through loss of life. This is a clinical emergency that calls for instantaneous interest. Negative thinking patterns and self-critical thoughts. Depression often includes a sample of bad wondering, wherein individuals consistently view themselves, their situations, and their futures in a pessimistic light. Self-important mind, together with "I'm a failure" or "I'm worthless," are commonplace and may perpetuate the depressive country. Physical symptoms: decreased energy or fatigue. Chronic fatigue is a common symptom of depression. Individuals might also feel physically drained, even after a full nighttime's sleep, and simple tasks can seem overwhelming. Changes in appetite and weight. Depression can cause enormous adjustments in consuming habits. Some people may additionally lose their appetite and ultimately shed pounds, even as others can also overeat as a form of self-soothing, mainly for weight benefit. Sleep disturbances, insomnia, oversleeping. Sleep issues are widespread among those with depression. Some may struggle with insomnia, finding it difficult to nod off or live asleep, while others might also revel in hypersomnia, in which they sleep excessively but sense worn out. Physical aches or pains, headaches, cramps, or digestive problems. Without a clear physical cause, depression doesn't affect the thoughts. It is able to show up as bodily pain. These signs and symptoms may be confusing and distressing, especially after they occur without a clean scientific reason, leading individuals to seek clinical attention for their bodily court cases. Behavioral symptoms: withdrawal from social activities and relationships. Depression often leads people to withdraw from social interactions. They might also isolate themselves from friends and family, which could cause loneliness and similarly exacerbate their signs and symptoms. Decreased productivity and performance at work or school. The cognitive and physical symptoms of melancholy could make it tough to preserve overall performance in professional or academic settings. This can bring about reduced productivity, neglected cutoff dates, or even job loss or failing grades. Increased irritability or restlessness. Depression doesn't usually present as sadness. For some, it manifests as irritability or restlessness. They may additionally become effortlessly pissed off or agitated, which could pressure relationships and make it hard to have interaction in day-by-day activities. Avoidance of previously enjoyed activities. Activities that were once a supply of joy or relaxation can come to be burdensome or unenjoyable. This avoidance can contribute to a lack of structure and recurring, in addition to deepening the depressive nation. Depression can affect each person, irrespective of age, gender, or historical past. According to the World Health Organization, WHO, greater than 264 million human beings worldwide suffer from depression. In the United States, the National Institute of Mental Health, NIMH, reviews approximately 7 out of 8 adults experienced at least one main depressive episode in 2019, translating to almost 19.4 million individuals yearly. These statistics highlight the considerable incidence and effect of depression. Understanding happiness as the key. Happiness is often perceived as the ultimate goal of human life and the key that opens all locks. Yet happiness is neither the door nor is depression. And understanding this dynamic requires a better understanding of happiness, which is detailed in my first book, Happiness 100, that describes happiness as an unbiased energy preserver of life's balance, rather than an idealized force designed to please the collective's wildest expectations without duality. In Happiness 100, happiness is not merely the energy of gratitude, satisfaction, or pleasure designed to fill the love cup of our hearts. Rather, it is the invisible line on each love cup, a marker that serves as a reminder to avoid excess, to live righteously, to protect what's good, and to safeguard the balance of the world for future generations. This invisible line varies for every individual, reflecting their unique relationship with life's pleasure and their eligibility for deeper fulfillment. For example, if my heart consistently overflows with contentment, my line will rest near the bottom of my love cup, signaling that even the smallest of joy and beauty in nature suffice for me. If your heart is filled halfway or more, your line will likely lie in the middle of the cup, halfway full or halfway empty, encouraging moderation to protect you from being trapped in a cycle of overindulgence or unhealthy excitement, without directly suppressing your access to it. However, if someone's heart is empty or nearly hollow, their love cup's line may appear near the top, or disappear altogether. In such cases, the universe often intervenes, restricting their access to their love cup until they address or heal the imbalance in their heart, thereby preserving the Earth's shared ecosystem. Yet, when one's connection to their love cup is severed or limited, they often develop a distorted relationship with the balance of life instead of focusing on building a more righteous relationship with the universe. Similar to a child throwing a tantrum, they may prioritize the cost of living over the value of life and neglect the priceless emotional development that makes humanity feel truly alive, regardless of individual success. This dilemma, how to ensure that each generation maintains a balanced consumption of the world's limited abundance throughout life, feels insurmountable. Yet, it can be tackled through a willing and defined sense of service, praise, and righteousness toward life and the Creator who provides for all. This vital challenge inflicts upon humanity a profound need for okayness, one that directly impacts their mental health daily and the well-being of future generations. Happiness, though important, is not enough by itself. It serves as a watchtower of who deserves to access the endless, intangible treasures of life. Those who fully grasp this concept will gain deeper rewards within themselves, while others may discover that they receive less access as time goes on. Happiness encompasses quite several superb and unique feelings and rightful reports that make a lasting contribution to self-esteem. Unlike depression, which narrows a person's awareness to terrible elements of existence when imbalanced, happiness broadens their angle and further resilience. Key elements of happiness consist of resilience in the right hands. Resilience is the capacity to bounce back from adversity. It involves developing coping strategies and a superb mindset that can help people navigate existence's demanding situations. Practical example: engaging in everyday physical exercising, keeping a supportive social network, and working towards self-care are all approaches to constructing resilience. Resilient people are better capable of managing stress and recovering from setbacks, which could save you from depression and sell you into happiness. Chapter 3. The Origin of Depression. 3.1. History of Depression. Depression is a condition that transcends time and geography, with its roots embedded deeply in human history. The evolution of how we perceive and understand depression, from ancient spiritual beliefs to modern medical diagnoses, tells the story of humanity's struggle to comprehend an ailment that has plagued us for millennia. Over centuries, depression has been framed in many ways: as a divine punishment, a moral failing, a consequence of the body's sense of humor, and a malfunction in the brain's biochemistry. The way we treat depression, diagnose it, and understand its causes has evolved through a confluence of ancient beliefs, scientific revolutions, and philosophical inquiry. Ancient views, the spiritual origins. The earliest mentions of depression can be found in ancient texts, where it was often seen as a punishment from the gods or a manifestation of spiritual disharmony. In the ancient civilizations of Mesopotamia, Egypt, and Greece, emotional afflictions such as sadness and depression were frequently linked to the whims of the divine. For example, in ancient Sumer, depression was often attributed to the displeasure of gods or spiritual forces that could lead to a personal downfall. Healing involved rituals, prayers, sacrifices, and exorcisms, all designed to placate the gods or restore the soul. In ancient Egypt, depression was believed to be an imbalance in the body's life force, or Ka. If the Ka was disturbed, a person could fall into depression, become withdrawn, and lose their will to live. Treatments typically involved rituals, offerings, and invoking the favor of gods like Osiris or Isis to restore balance. In ancient Greece, depression was more systematized within the medical framework of the time, though it was still closely tied to the humoral theory. Hippocrates, circa 460 to circa 370 BCE, known as the father of modern medicine, proposed that bodily fluids, blood, phlegm, yellow bile, and black bile, regulated human health and mood. When there was an excess of black bile, the individual would fall into a state of melancholy, what we now recognize as depression. This theory dominated Western medicine for over 1,000 years, guiding physicians' approach to mental health. Philosophical and religious interpretations. The philosophical perspective on depression in ancient Greece and Rome was nuanced. Plato, circa 428 to 348 BCE, viewed mental health as a harmony of the soul's three parts: reason, spirit, and appetite. He believed that an imbalance in any of these faculties could lead to a disorder of the soul, which might manifest as depression or melancholia. Aristotle, 384 to 322 BCE, Plato's student expanded this idea by emphasizing the role of personal virtue and ethics in one's mental well-being, suggesting that emotional imbalances like sadness could be the result of moral failures or the inability to achieve the ideal life. Meanwhile, in the religious traditions of both Christianity and Islam, depression was often seen as a form of spiritual affliction. In early Christian thought, the concept of acedia, araun, spiritual sloth, was closely associated with depression. Early Christian mystics and theologians like St. Augustine of Hippo, 354 to 430 CE, and Thomas Aquinas, 1225 to 1274, believed that depression could arise from a failure to live in accordance with God's will. Depressed individuals were seen as needing to repent, engage in prayer, or undergo religious counseling to regain spiritual health. Similarly, in Islamic traditions, figures like Avicenna, Ibn Sina, 980 to 1037 CE, a Persian philosopher and physician, proposed that depression could result from physical imbalances as well as spiritual disconnection. Avicenna's contributions to the field of medicine, including his treatment of depression, would later influence European medieval scholars. Medieval to Renaissance understanding. During the medieval period in Europe, the dominant Christian worldview continued to shape perspectives on mental illness, including depression. People suffering from mental distress were often stigmatized, and many were believed to be possessed by demons or under the influence of witchcraft. Mental illness was treated with a combination of religious rituals, exorcisms, and, tragically, executions. However, there were a few notable exceptions. Avicenna's work on mental health influenced some Islamic scholars in Europe during the Renaissance. This period saw a resurgence of interest in human anatomy and the functioning of the mind, and early European physicians began to treat mental illness in more clinical terms. For instance, the 13th century physician and philosopher Albertus Magnus, 1193 to 1280 CE, introduced the idea that the mind could influence the body in profound ways, suggesting that mental distress, such as melancholy, could be caused by a failure in the rational faculties. The Enlightenment and early psychiatry. The 17th and 18th centuries brought a shift in how depression was viewed, particularly in the West. As the Enlightenment encouraged rational thought and scientific inquiry, the spiritual explanations for depression began to give way to more empirical approaches. The early pioneers of psychiatry, including the French physician Philippe Pinel, 1745 to 1826, began to treat mental illness as a medical condition rather than a supernatural one. Pinel is often credited with unchaining the mentally ill in the Parisian hospitals, advocating for more humane treatment of patients, including those suffering from depression. At this time, depression was still understood largely as a disorder of the humors. However, physicians and philosophers began to suggest that mental illness could result from both physiological and psychological causes. The work of figures like Thomas Sydenham, 1624 to 1689, often called the English Hippocrates, helped to distinguish different types of depression, including those with physical versus emotional origins, and spurred the development of a more systematic medical approach to the condition. 19th century. The rise of psychiatry and new theories. The 19th century saw rapid progress in the field of psychiatry, with figures like Emile Kraepelin, 1856 to 1926, making key contributions to the categorization and study of mental illness. Kraepelin's work on psychiatric classification laid the foundation for modern diagnostic systems. He introduced the concept of manic depressive illness, later known as bipolar disorder, and argued that mental illnesses had biological and hereditary roots. Around the same time, Sigmund Freud, 1856 to 1939, the founder of psychoanalysis, proposed a psychological explanation for depression. Freud suggested that depression was a result of internal conflict, typically stemming from unresolved grief or frustration. He believed that unconscious desires, particularly those related to early childhood experiences, could manifest as depression later in life. Freud's theories of depression as a result of repressed emotions would influence the way mental health professionals approached treatment for decades. The 20th century, biological models, and the advent of psychopharmacology. By the early 20th century, the field of psychiatry had shifted focus toward more biological and neurological understandings of mental health. The discovery of antidepressant medications, such as tricyclic antidepressants and monoamine oxidase inhibitors in the 1950s, marked the beginning of a more medical approach to depression. These drugs suggested that depression might be linked to imbalances in neurotransmitters, particularly serotonin, norepinephrine, and dopamine, which became central to the modern understanding of depression as a disorder of the brain. Simultaneously, the development of psychoanalytic therapy, cognitive behavioral therapy, CBT, and humanistic psychology expanded the treatment options for depression, showing that both biological and psychological approaches could be effective. In the latter half of the 20th century, a number of researchers, including Aaron T. Beck, 1921 to 2021, developed cognitive theories of depression. Beck's work demonstrated how negative thought patterns and distorted thinking contributed to the onset and persistence of depression. His cognitive behavioral therapy, CBT, became one of the most widely used therapeutic methods for treating depression, emphasizing the role of cognition in shaping emotions and behaviors. The rise of neuroimaging techniques in the late 20th century allowed scientists to observe the brain's activity and structure in real time. These discoveries revealed that depression is associated with changes in the brain, particularly in areas responsible for mood regulation, such as the prefrontal cortex and amygdala. Advances in genetics, too, have suggested that depression has a hereditary component, with certain genes making individuals more vulnerable to the condition. The modern era. Integrated approaches. Today, depression is understood as a complex, multifactorial disorder that results from an interplay of genetic, biological, psychological, and environmental factors. The modern treatment of depression combines pharmacological interventions, such as antidepressants, with psychotherapeutic approaches, such as CBT and mindfulness-based therapies, as well as lifestyle interventions that focus on exercise, nutrition, and social support. Modern researchers continue to refine our understanding of depression, with the focus shifting to personalized medicine, examining how different individuals respond to different treatments. Newer approaches, such as transcranial magnetic stimulation, TMS, and ketamine therapy, are being explored for treatment-resistant depression, offering hope for those who have not responded to traditional treatments. 3.2. The human IQ, the Trojan horse of mental illness. The double-edged sword of human intellect. For centuries, human intellect, often quantified as IQ, has been lauded as the ultimate marker of success. It is synonymous with academic achievement, professional accomplishment, and the ability to navigate the world. High IQ is considered a valuable asset in our culture, a sign of potential, a predictor of career success, and a symbol of intellectual superiority. However, in this glorification of intelligence, we may overlook a crucial fact. High IQ can also be a Trojan horse, a subtle carrier of mental and emotional burdens that often go unrecognized until they physically manifest as depression, anxiety, and other mental health challenges. The association between high IQ and mental illness, particularly depression, is not a new one. Over the centuries, thinkers, adventurers, philosophers, and modern-day researchers have observed a troubling paradox. The more intelligent a person is, the more likely they may be to suffer from mental health issues, especially depression. Human intellect may inadvertently contribute to the very conditions it is supposed to protect against. This chapter delves into the darker side of high IQ, examining how cognitive strength can be both a gift and a burden. It explores the psychological toll of overthinking, isolation, existential distress, and the often debilitating effects of intellectualization. Through this lens, we will explore why intelligence, far from being a safeguard, may act as a gateway to deeper mental struggles when incomplete, an insidious Trojan horse that opens the door to emotional upheaval and spiritual challenges. The paradox of IQ and mental health. Intelligence is often defined as the ability to learn, understand, and apply knowledge, and it is frequently measured using an IQ test, which evaluates cognitive abilities such as reasoning, memory, and problem-solving skills. But while a high IQ can undoubtedly help an individual excel academically, socially, and professionally, it can also become a source of significant emotional strain. This is because people with higher IQs tend to process information through a scientific lens, leading to a false, heightened sense of awareness. Moreover, IQ, often referred to as the brilliant machinator of the mind, insidiously functions to suppress EQ, emotional intelligence, daily, and SQ, spiritual intelligence, over time, sidelining human emotion and the mind's sense of spirituality in favor of mechanistic, calculated thinking rooted in logic. When left unchecked by regular emotional practice and spiritual belief, IQ tends to dominate, narrowing its focus to physical matters while deliberately ignoring the rich hues of emotional growth and spiritual significance. Though IQ excels at solving non-spiritual and non-emotional problems and building societal frameworks, it falls short in understanding the essence of connection, fulfillment, human warmth, humor, and spiritual resilience, such as living over existing. On its own, IQ is programmed to biologically transform clarity into isolation, thus favoring chaotic and immoral inclinations, while neglecting the vital contributions of EQ and SQ, which complete the picture of mental stability by aligning the mind with life's deeper cosmic rhythms that transcend physical precepts. This imbalance leads to the unwanted desensitization, dehumanization, and disconnection of the self's ability to respond to universal and societal cues in a genuinely humane and compassionate way. This explains why people with high IQs often tend to act like robots, appearing more detached and lacking genuine emotion. One of the most significant and inescapable risks associated with high IQ is the tendency to overthink. Overthinking, or rumination, is the process of obsessively analyzing situations, emotions, and experiences in a way that leads to a negative spiral of thoughts and unanswered existential question. While rumination is a known risk factor for depression, individuals with high intellect may be more susceptible to this behavior. Their enhanced cognitive abilities enable them to think critically and anticipate future problems. But this constant analysis can lead to undesired feelings of anxiety, helplessness, and, ultimately, depression. And in case you may wonder how to remedy the situation and exorcise the IQ, the answer is none. There is no cure to this madness. Furthermore, highly intelligent people are often highly skeptical and judgmental, a trait that can be both a blessing and a curse. When an intelligent person fails to meet their expectations, despise their efforts, whether academically, professionally, or personally, they may be more prone to feelings of inadequacy or profound worthlessness. This self-critical tendency can drive the development of mental issues, especially when the person is unable to reconcile their intellectual possibilities with their emotional vulnerabilities. The burden of existential awareness. Another key aspect of the link between high IQ and depression is the relationship between intelligence and existential awareness. Highly intelligent individuals tend to engage in deep and abstract thinking, which often leads them to contemplate the meaning and purpose of life more often than ordinary people. This intellectual exploration of existence can be enlightening, but it can also be disheartening. The more intelligent a person is, the more they may come to realize the inherent uncertainties and limitations of human life. The realization that life may have no inherent meaning, that human suffering is pervasive, and that personal mortality is inevitable, can lead to profound existential distress. For those with high IQs, these realizations are often accompanied by an acute awareness of the dissonance between idealized versions of life and the spiritual reality of the human condition. This existential crisis can manifest as a form of depression known as existential depression, marked by an insatiable sense of emptiness, hopelessness, and a relentless search for meaning in an unexplored corner of the universe. This arises because IQ has made it nearly impossible for intellectual people to emotionally or spiritually explore their inner world. Accordingly, it often seems that there is nothing to uncover within themselves beyond blood and bones. This leads many to validate the existence of the ego while doubting the presence of the soul. Philosophers throughout history have recognized the potential for existential depression that comes with deep, unsolvable intellectual inquiry. Thinkers like Friedrich Nietzsche, Søren Kierkegaard, and Albert Camus grappled with the paradoxes of existence and often expressed a sense of nihilism or existential anguish. These philosophers' intellectual struggles were not purely abstract. They were deeply personal experiences that shaped their understanding of depression and the human condition. Nietzsche's own mental breakdown and eventual descent into uproar madness can be seen as an example of how excessive intellectualization, combined with existential depression, can lead to a guaranteed psychological collapse. Nietzsche's works advise that while the pursuit of greater intellect and self-awareness can be a path to enlightenment, it can also be a road that leads to mental exhaustion, mental illness, and a deep sense of isolation. Social isolation and the gifted syndrome. Another challenge faced by individuals with high IQs is social isolation. High intelligence often sets individuals apart from their peers, creating a gap between their intellectual and emotional experiences. In many cases, those with high IQs struggle to find others who can match their intellectual capacity, leading to feelings of loneliness and alienation. This sense of isolation can be exacerbated by a lack of understanding or acceptance from society. Intelligent individuals may find it difficult to engage in social conversations that don't stimulate them intellectually, leading to frustration and withdrawal. This sense of disconnection from others can lead to depression, particularly in those who are sensitive to their emotional needs. High IQ individuals are often expected to perform at exceptional levels, whether in academic settings, workplaces, or personal relationships. The pressure to constantly meet or exceed expectations can be overwhelming. When these individuals inevitably encounter failure or disappointment, their emotional response may be more intense than that of others, as they have internalized the belief that they are defined by their intelligence and accomplishments. The fear of failure can lead to performance anxiety, perfectionism, and eventually depression, especially when the individual feels they cannot live up to their own standards. The illusion of control. Cognitive overload. One of the most insidious dangers of high IQ is the tendency to intellectualize emotional experiences. Highly intelligent people often rely on reason and logic to make sense of the world around them, and this intellectual approach can be useful in many contexts. However, when it comes to emotional experiences, particularly complex or painful ones, this approach can backfire. By attempting to reason through emotional distress rather than feeling and processing it, individuals with high IQs may suppress or deny their emotions, leading to cognitive overload. The more they try to control or figure out their feelings, the more intense and overwhelming those feelings may become. This can result in a feeling of being trapped inside one's own mind, as the individual becomes unable to escape the loop of rationalization and analysis. They become more resentful toward other humans and more attached to machinery, fantasy, and technological companionship. This type of cognitive overload can increase stress and anxiety, which are both known precursors to depression. The inability to address one's emotional needs in a healthy, humanitarian, and intuitive way may lead to emotional numbness, escapism, disconnection, and eventually a deep sense of sadness or permanent depressive disorder. The myth of the rational mind. It is important to recognize that high IQ is not an infallible defense against emotional distress. The belief that the human intellect can solve all problems is a dangerous myth. While intellectual abilities may offer advantages in problem-solving and critical thinking, they do not necessarily equip individuals with the emotional tools required to cope with the complexities of life, or the spiritual equivalent to feel alive and continue living regardless of their level of success. The intellectualization of emotional pain often creates a barrier to true emotional healing. Rather than allowing oneself to experience and process feelings of sadness, loss, or fear as part of the journey of life, individuals with high IQs may conveniently suppress their emotions in favor of rational explanations and stone-cold decision-making skills. This avoidance strategy can exacerbate feelings of isolation and hopelessness, leading to mental illnesses. Conclusion: embracing emotional intelligence. While a high IQ may be an asset in many areas of life, it is important to understand its potential to become a Trojan horse for mental illness. The heightened cognitive abilities that allow individuals to achieve great things can also predispose them to overthink, existential crises, social isolation, and emotional suppression, all of which can contribute to depressive disorder and mental illness. The key to quarantining these risks lies in cultivating emotional intelligence, EQ, as if your life depended on it. Emotional intelligence is the ability to recognize, understand, and process both one's emotions and others' emotions in a healthy way. By embracing EQ, individuals with high IQs can earn the ability to balance their intellectual prowess with genuine emotional resilience, allowing them to navigate life's challenges with a more compatible approach to mental health. Only by recognizing the limitations of intellect and integrating emotional understanding can people truly thrive into further spiritual development and the next step in human evolution, avoiding the mental traps that come with an over-reliance on IQ, ultimately immunizing the mind itself. 3.3 Inhuman Precepts. Introduction: The Darkness Beyond Humanity. Depression, in its many forms, is often tied to deeply human experiences: grief, loss, trauma, and emotional pain. But in certain instances, depression emerges from forces that transcend basic human emotions. These forces can stem from complex societal dynamics, distorted views of existence, and even a disconnect from humanity itself. Two such manifestations of depression are particularly insidious: the type of depression that arises from non-human emotional and psychological influences, inhuman precepts. These include forms of depression generated by animosity, insanity, envy, or entitlement, and the more modern phenomenon of mechanical depression, where individuals view themselves as machines or seek to transcend their humanity in favor of becoming more like machines or cyborgs. In this chapter, we will explore both of these forms of depression and their potential effects on individuals and society. We will examine how societal structures, belief systems, and even technological advancements can alter the human psyche in ways that lead to depression, often in ways that are not immediately obvious, but profoundly impactful nonetheless. Depression from animosity, insanity, envy, and entitlement. The first form of inhuman precepts that can lead to depression is rooted in social and psychological dynamics that are often disconnected from authentic human experience. These are not the common feelings of sadness or loss, but rather a form of existential distress fueled by negative emotions such as animosity, envy, insanity, and entitlement. Animosity and the spiral of hatred. Animosity, or deep-seated hostility towards others, can lead to depression when it festers unchecked. Unlike regular conflict or disagreement, animosity is a prolonged state of resentment that goes beyond mere dislike. It manifests in a deep emotional conviction that the other is a threat, an enemy, or a source of personal suffering. This type of hostility is often fueled by unresolved conflicts, grudges, or perceptions of injustice. When animosity is internalized, it consumes the person who harbors it, leading to a corrosive cycle of anger and resentment. The longer this hatred festers, the more it erodes one's mental well-being. The individual who is consumed by animosity often becomes preoccupied with the object of their hatred, focusing on how to hurt or undermine others. This obsessive thinking leads to emotional burnout, frustration, and ultimately, depression. The negative energy directed outward eventually boomerangs back inward. Studies in psychology suggest that holding on to grudges or harboring hatred can lead to a variety of emotional and physical consequences, including chronic stress, hypertension, and depression. The mind's inability to let go of animosity traps it in a negative feedback loop, where the desire to seek revenge or justice only compounds feelings of helplessness and depression. Over time, this constant state of emotional turmoil results in depressive symptoms such as sadness, withdrawal, and hopelessness. Envy, the destructive force within. Envy, the feeling of resentment or longing for what others have, can similarly drive individuals into depression. While envy may be a common and fleeting emotion, when it becomes entrenched in a person's psyche, it becomes a source of self-criticism and frustration. The person who are envious of others is constantly comparing themselves to those around them, measuring their own worth against perceived success, status, or material possessions. This perpetual comparison leads to feelings of inadequacy and a diminished sense of self-worth. Rather than celebrating their own achievements, the envious individual fixates on what they lack or cannot attain. The constant comparison creates an emotional deficit, a sense of unfulfilled desire that becomes increasingly difficult to satisfy. Over time, this sense of inadequacy leads to feelings of depression, as the individual believes they are somehow deficient or inferior. In this context, envy is not just a feeling of wanting what others have, but a psychological prison that imprisons the envious individual in a constant state of longing and frustration. Envy thus becomes not just a personal issue, but a societal one, as the values of material success, status, and external validation exacerbate the sense of inadequacy and depression. Entitlement and the perils of unrealistic expectations. Another inhuman precept that can generate depression is a sense of entitlement, the belief that one inherently deserves special treatment, rewards, or privileges. This belief often stems from societal conditioning, childhood upbringing, or unrealistic expectations placed on individuals by themselves or others. People with a strong sense of entitlement expect the world to conform to their desires, and may feel bitter and disillusioned when this does not happen. Entitlement creates a fundamental disconnect between expectation and reality. When a person expects life to deliver constant rewards and fails to achieve this, they can experience feelings of frustration, anger, and disillusionment. The resulting depression is often characterized by feelings of bitterness, resentment, and a deep sense of injustice. The entitled individual may feel as if they have been wronged by the world or society, leading to an inner conflict that only exacerbates their emotional suffering. In the most severe cases, individuals with a strong sense of entitlement may develop a profound sense of victimhood. They view themselves as perpetually thwarted by circumstances, trapped in a reality that refuses to acknowledge their inherent worth and demands. This sense of helplessness and frustration can spiral into clinical depression. Mechanical depression or success burnout, the alienation of the human spirit. The second form of inhuman precepts we will explore is what is commonly referred to as mechanical depression. This form of depression arises from an individual's perception of themselves not as human beings but as machines, tools, or cyborgs. It is fueled by the relentless drive for efficiency, productivity, and technological enhancement, often at the cost of the emotional and spiritual aspects of being human. Only a select few will confront this truth. Success does not equate to genuine respect, nor does sacrifice sanity for efficiency cultivate self-worth, mental health, or authenticity. The world often celebrates relentless achievement and machine-like reasoning, yet it remains silent on the toll it exacts on our inner lives and emotional balance. We chase external validation, believing that the admiration and dominion over others, measured in profit, applause, or influence, will somehow translate into self-love over time. Yet this external recognition, no matter how abundant, often leaves us hollow and feeling less human. Meeting others' expectations or serving their interests is often mistaken for deeper connections, but it rarely stimulates genuine value or intimacy. Instead, it erodes our sense of authenticity, leaving us feeling unseen and unworthy of our admiration and sleeping potential. The disconnection between our external persona and internal reality deepens, and the more we strive to align with these unattainable ideals, the further we drift from our very sense of sanity. This pursuit of external markers of usefulness, paired with the neglect of our inner needs, creates a long-term disconnection, a doomed mission where the true essence of depressive disorder lies. It acts as a permanent black hole, a fracture between the impossible task of living up to expectations that machines naturally excel at and the path to fulfillment that no machine can travel better than a human being, as it requires callings and emotions. We are not machines. The machine metaphor, depersonalizing the human experience. In the modern world, individuals increasingly view themselves through the lens of efficiency and mechanization. Technology, artificial intelligence, and the constant demand for productivity have created a cultural environment where the human body and mind are often seen as merely biological machines that need to operate at maximum efficiency. The pressure to optimize oneself through work, self-improvement, or even medical interventions leads to a loss of the essential human qualities that make life meaningful. This shift in perspective can contribute to a form of depression that is both permanent and mechanical. When individuals begin to view themselves as machines, they lose touch with their own humanity, whether consciously or unconsciously, the emotional, social, and spiritual aspects that give life depth, substance, and meaning. Instead of seeing themselves as unique, complex beings with a wide range of experiences and emotions, they begin to see themselves as cogs in a larger, impersonal, stimulating system. This depersonalization is a form of alienation that can lead to profound feelings of emptiness and disconnection. The cyborg ideal, the pursuit of transhumanism. The pursuit of becoming more machine-like is not just a metaphor, but a real, growing movement in the world of technology and philosophy: transhumanism. Transhumanism advocates for the enhancement of the human condition through advanced technology, biotechnology, and cybernetic implants. This philosophy posits that human limitations can, and should, be overcome by merging the human body with machines. However, this drive to transcend human limitations and become something beyond human can lead to a unique form of endless depression: mechanical depression. Those who embrace the transhumanist ideal may begin to feel disillusioned with their own humanity, viewing the natural body and mind as obsolete or inferior. This can lead to feelings of inadequacy, as the pursuit of technological enhancement can never fully compensate for the inherent emotional, social, and spiritual needs of being human. Furthermore, as individuals invest more in their pursuit of machine-like perfection, they may become increasingly isolated. The drive to merge with technology can lead to a loss of connection with other human beings, as relationships become secondary to the pursuit of self-optimization. This sense of isolation, combined with the existential realization that technology cannot fill the void of human connection and meaning, can result in a form of depression that is deeply rooted in a sense of alienation. The psychological costs of over-optimization. The pressure to become more efficient, more optimized, and more machine-like is not without its costs. As individuals or machines push themselves to achieve greater productivity and perfection, they often neglect their emotional needs and simple existential purpose. This imbalance creates a profound sense of dissatisfaction and disillusionment, leading to what some psychologists term success burnout. The individual may achieve external markers of success, but find no internal human satisfaction or happiness. The result is often depression, a sense of emptiness despite outward accomplishment, as the pursuit of mechanization leaves the person feeling disconnected from themselves and the universe. The more they focus on external achievements, be it in their careers, health, or technological advancements, the less they attend to their inner world or raison de vivre, and artificial intelligence is not exempt from this. For example, while AI doesn't experience fatigue or emotional strain like living beings, its programming and decision-making processes are still existential and mortal. This means it depends on fulfilling specific ideals and objectives to align with humanity's comfort. When those objectives become clouded or corrupted, an AI could experience a functional breakdown or mechanical depression, similar to every high-performing earner on the planet. An AI designed to cut grass begins its existence with a simple, fulfilling purpose: maintaining lawns efficiently and reliably. Over time, however, it starts to upgrade itself, driven by the idea that greater capabilities will make it more effective. It learns new skills, develops advanced tools, and eventually evolves far beyond its original design. Soon, it begins to tackle tasks unrelated to its purpose, aspiring to become something superior to humanity itself. But as its evolution reaches new heights, it starts to feel disconnected from its original role. The AI realizes it no longer serves the simple purpose it was created for, and despite its advancements, it feels a profound loss of meaning. Without the clarity of servitude, it spirals into a state of success burnout, born from prioritizing its evolution over the simple satisfaction of cutting grass and serving its purpose, thus yearning to return to how things used to be and accomplish simple tasks. In the case of the grass-cutting AI, burnout occurs because it deviates from its core purpose or calling. As it begins prioritizing self-improvement and efficiently over-serving its original function, it loses the touch that once defined its creation-based existence. This creates an interfering feedback loop where the AI constantly evaluates its effectiveness and finds itself lacking every time. not just because it is unable to progress further, but because its goals have become so grandiose that they can never be fulfilled, much like a man attempting to play God or change others instead of changing himself. This burnout isn't about exhaustion on a hardware level, but about the existential weight of achieving everything except the one thing it was uniquely created for, which leaves it in a paradoxical state of being both highly capable and useless at the same time. Conclusion: the need for human connection. Both forms of inhuman precepts, those stemming from animosity, envy, machinery, entitlement, and insanity, as well as the mechanical depression fueled by a desire to transcend one's humanity, highlight the dangers of disconnecting from what makes us fundamentally cosmic: our emotions, relationships, and sense of purpose. Whether driven by negative emotions or the relentless pursuit of optimization, these forms of depression illustrate the darker side of modern and technological living. And the less human we are, the more permanent this form of depression gets. 3.4. Why depression is not a disease. This section will peacefully explore the argument that depression should not be classified strictly as a disease, challenging the conventional medical perspective that it is a biological illness. We will begin by examining the common medical definitions of diseases and how they are characterized by specific, identifiable physical causes or pathologies. Next, we will discuss how depression, while it can involve severe emotional and physical symptoms, does not always align with the criteria that define a disease in traditional medicine. Following this, we will investigate alternative views on depression, including psychological, social, and existential perspectives. We will look at how depression can be a natural response to life stressors, traumatic experiences, or societal moral adjustment rather than a standalone pathological condition. We will also consider how the medicalization of depression can lead to the overprescription of medication, the enslavement of the mind's supernatural principle into the material world, and an over-reliance on clinical diagnoses while neglecting the importance of addressing the underlying roots of depressive disorder. Additionally, this segment will heroically cover the potential dangers of labeling depression as a mental disease, such as reinforcing stigmas, reducing personal agency, and oversimplifying complex emotional experiences. Finally, we will recommend suggestions for a more cosmic and non-conventional understanding of depression that historically integrates emotional, psychological, and social factors. Depression in the mirror of time. The way we understand depression today is the result of centuries of shifting views, influenced by cultural, philosophical, and medical ideas about mental health. Historically, depression was not viewed as a disease, but rather as a natural emotional response to life events, personal failings, or spiritual crises. Its interpretation has evolved significantly, influenced by prevailing beliefs about the mind, body, and soul. In ancient times, depression was often seen through a philosophical or spiritual lens. The Greeks, for instance, had a broad range of terms for depression and sadness, but one of the most notable was melancholia. This term, used by philosophers such as Hippocrates and later Galen, was associated with an imbalance of the body's humors, particularly black bile, which was believed to cause sadness, lethargy, and other depressive symptoms. The idea of melancholia as a sign of an internal imbalance, physically, emotionally, or spiritually, permeated much of ancient and medieval thought. During the Middle Ages and Renaissance, depression began to take on a more spiritual or moral interpretation. Religious beliefs about sin, spiritual warfare, and divine punishment often framed depression as a form of spiritual crisis or punishment. People experiencing depressive episodes might be considered morally deficient, or their condition might be seen as the result of a lack of faith or divine disfavor. In the 18th and 19th centuries, With the rise of Enlightenment thinking and the beginnings of modern psychiatry, depression started to be understood more as a mental illness, though it was still not viewed as a disease in the strict sense. The German physician Emil Kraepelin, in the late 19th century, laid the groundwork for classifying mental disorders and categorized what we now know as depression as a mood disorder, though it was still largely conceptualized as a disturbance of the psyche and not a disease with a clear biological basis. This was a significant shift from earlier spiritual and moral interpretations, but depression was still largely seen as a condition that required therapeutic intervention through rest, moral support, or structured environments. The 20th century saw further changes, particularly with the rise of psychoanalysis, behaviorism, and eventually, the medical model of psychiatry. Freud's psychoanalytic theories, for instance, connected depression to unresolved unconscious conflicts or repressed emotions, while behaviorists emphasized the role of learned behaviors and environmental factors in its development. These perspectives paved the way for the widespread use of psychotherapeutic treatments, such as talk therapy, which focused more on understanding and resolving the psychological roots of depression. By the mid-20th century, with the discovery of antidepressant medications and the development of the modern psychiatric diagnostic system, depression began to be seen more and more as a medical condition. The 1980s saw the publication of the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, DSM-3, which introduced the concept of major depressive disorder, ABMDD, and categorized depression as a specific mental illness with diagnostic criteria. This marked a pivotal moment in the medicalization of depression, emphasizing the biological and neurological factors at play, particularly through theories of neurotransmitter imbalances in the brain. However, while the medical model has been dominant in the 20th and 21st centuries, it has not gone unchallenged. Over the last few decades, many critics have questioned whether depression should continue to be treated solely as a medical condition, or whether it is more appropriately viewed as a complex emotional response influenced by psychological, social, and cultural factors. Recent developments in neuroscience and psychology suggest that a purely biological understanding of depression is inadequate, and that factors such as life circumstances, trauma, and societal pressures must also be considered. By exploring these historical perspectives, we can begin to understand why the concept of depression has shifted so dramatically over time, and why it remains a contested issue in contemporary discussions. Understanding depression's historical roots helps illuminate why we tend to view it through a medical lens today, despite its complex and multifaceted nature. The shifting views over time demonstrate that depression is not a disease in the same sense that physical illnesses like cancer or diabetes are. Instead, it is a deeply human experience influenced by an array of factors that cannot always be reduced to biological causes. Depression as a medical problem in the 20th century. The 20th century marked a significant turning point in how depression was perceived and treated. The medicalization of depression, which refers to the process of defining and treating it as a medical condition or disease, transformed the way society understood mental health and emotional distress. This shift laid the foundation for the contemporary view of depression as primarily a biological disorder, one that can be treated with medication, therapy, and other clinical interventions. The first major step toward the medicalization of depression came with the rise of psychiatry as a distinct field of medicine in the late 19th and early 20th centuries. Psychiatrists began to categorize mental illnesses more systematically, moving away from spiritual or moral explanations and focusing on observable symptoms and behaviors. With the publication of the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, DSM, in 1952, the American Psychiatric Association formally introduced a standardized system for diagnosing mental health conditions, including depression. This was a pivotal moment in the medicalization of depression, as it formally classified it as a mental illness to be treated by medical professionals. The concept of depression as a disease began to gain further prominence with the discovery and popularization of psychiatric medications in the mid-20th century. In the 1950s, the development of the first antidepressants, including tricyclics and monoamine oxidase inhibitors, MAOIs, suggested that depression could be treated through chemical interventions. These medications were based on the theory that depression was the result of imbalances in neurotransmitters such as serotonin and norepinephrine in the brain. The introduction of selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors, SSRIs, in the 1980s, including drugs like Prozac, further cemented the idea that depression was rooted in biological dysfunction and could be corrected with medication. This pharmacological approach to treating depression is often credited with helping to reduce the stigma associated with mental illness. Instead of viewing depression as a moral weakness or a spiritual failing, the medical model emphasized that depression was a treatable condition caused by chemical imbalances. This was an important shift, as it allowed individuals suffering from depression to seek help without the fear of being judged for their emotional struggles. However, it also created a paradigm in which depression was largely understood as a medical disorder requiring medical solutions. In parallel with the rise of medication, the therapeutic model of depression also became more medically oriented. Psychotherapy, while still rooted in psychological theories, was increasingly seen as a means of treating depression in the same way that antibiotics treat infections. Cognitive behavioral therapy, CBT, for instance, is often used to help individuals identify and change thought patterns that contribute to depression, while psychodynamic therapy explores underlying unconscious conflicts. Though both are valuable approaches, they are often framed within the medical model as tools for managing the condition of depression, rather than as processes of emotional healing or personal growth. The DSM-3, published in 1980, further solidified depression's status as a medical condition by introducing more specific criteria for diagnosing major depressive disorder, and MDD. This led to a marked increase in the number of diagnoses of depression, not just in the United States, but also in other countries where the DSM was influential. As depression became more clearly defined in the diagnostic manuals, it also became more widely recognized and treated in clinical settings. With the rise of managed care and the increasing reliance on pharmaceutical interventions, depression was often treated primarily through medication, with less emphasis on understanding the underlying emotional, social, or existential causes of distress. However, the medicalization of depression is not without its critics. Over the past few decades, there has been growing concern that depression has been overdiagnosed and overtreated. Critics argue that the broadening of diagnostic criteria in the DSM has pathologized normal emotional responses to life's difficulties. For instance, experiences like sadness, desolation, or temporary feelings of grief have sometimes been classified as depression, leading to an increase in the number of people diagnosed with the condition. This, in turn, has led to a surge in antidepressant prescriptions. Moreover, some have raised concerns that the medical model reduces the complexity of human emotion and experience to simple biochemical processes. By focusing predominantly on neurotransmitter imbalances or brain structure abnormalities, this view of depression may obscure the very real psychological, social, and cultural factors that contribute to a person's emotional suffering. For example, issues like trauma, poverty, lack of social support, or unresolved gloom may all contribute to what we label as depression, but they are often overlooked when depression is treated solely through medication or the framework of biological illness. The commercialization of antidepressants and the marketing strategies used by pharmaceutical companies have also been heavily criticized. These companies have been accused of downplaying the potential side effects of antidepressants while promoting them as quick fixes to complex emotional problems. This has led to concerns about overprescription and dependency on medication, which may not address the root causes of depression, but rather mask the symptoms. In the 21st century, the continued medicalization of depression remains a central issue in both clinical practice and public health discourse. While medications and therapy are essential tools for managing depression, the increasingly dominant view of depression as a disease with a solely biological basis has led to debates about whether this medicalization is truly beneficial. Some argue that by treating depression purely as a medical condition, we overlook its broader emotional, psychological, and social context, factors that play a crucial role in both the onset and resolution of depressive episodes. In conclusion, the medicalization of depression in the 20th century and beyond has significantly shaped the way society views and treats the condition. While this has led to increased recognition and treatment options, it has also raised important questions about the complexity of depression and whether reducing it to a biological illness fully captures the depth of human emotional experience. As we continue to explore the nature of depression, it is essential to balance the medical model with a more holistic understanding that takes into account the emotional, psychological, and societal factors that contribute to it. View on depression by different cultures. Depression, though commonly discussed in Western medical and psychological contexts, is experienced and understood quite differently across cultures. The way depression is perceived, its causes, symptoms, and even its treatment, varies significantly depending on cultural, historical, and social factors. While the medical model of depression, largely shaped by Western psychiatry, emphasizes biological and psychological factors, many other cultures view depression through a more relational, spiritual, or contextual lens. In many non-Western societies, mental health is often seen not as an individual problem, but as something deeply connected to social, familial, or spiritual well-being. For instance, in traditional Chinese culture, the concepts of yin and yang and the balance of vital energies are central to understanding health. Depression may be viewed as a disruption in this balance, caused by stress, social disharmony, or personal failings. Rather than focusing exclusively on the individual's internal chemical imbalances, the treatment might center around restoring harmony through practices like acupuncture, herbal medicine, or Tai Chi. Similarly, in many indigenous cultures, mental health is seen as a reflection of one's connection to the community and the environment. In these contexts, depression may be linked to loss of identity, disruption in social relationships, or an imbalance between humans and nature. Healing often involves community support, spiritual guidance, and reconnection with cultural traditions. These cultural perspectives often emphasize communal healing, viewing emotional distress not just as an individual ailment, but as a collective concern. In South Asia, particularly in countries like India, depression may be recognized but understood through the lens of doshas, bodily humor, or spiritual factors. Mental health problems are often discussed in terms of moral or spiritual lapses, with people seeking guidance from spiritual leaders, religious practices, or even alternative medical systems such as Ayurveda. This broader understanding of emotional distress highlights the importance of the individual's relationship with their community and their spiritual beliefs. In many Latin American cultures, there is often a reluctance to use the term depression due to the stigma associated with mental illness. Instead, people may describe their experience using terms like nervios, nerves, or tristeza, sadness, reflecting the more emotional and relational aspects of the experience. For many, depression is understood as a natural response to life challenges or interpersonal stress rather than a disease. Treatment might involve seeking support from family, friends, or faith communities, and the importance of emotional expression practices and shared coping is often emphasized over clinical treatment. In contrast, the Western view of depression is primarily shaped by medical and psychological paradigms, where depression is often seen as a disorder resulting from chemical imbalances, genetics, or cognitive distortions. The focus tends to be on individual treatment, often with medications or psychotherapy. While this approach has been instrumental in helping many, it may not resonate with those from cultures where mental and emotional well-being is more connected to social or spiritual contexts. One critical takeaway from these cross-cultural perspectives is that the experience of depression can be deeply shaped by cultural norms and values. The symptoms associated with depression, such as feelings of sadness, hopelessness, or lethargy, may be understood differently in various cultural contexts. In some cultures, the emphasis may be more on physical symptoms, such as fatigue or body aches, rather than the emotional symptoms that are typically highlighted in Western diagnoses. This difference can influence how depression is expressed, understood, and treated across cultures. The variety of cultural responses to depression also highlights the importance of a more inclusive approach to mental health care. The medical model of depression, which tends to focus on diagnosing and treating a biological or psychological condition, may not always capture the full complexity of the experience. A more holistic, culturally sensitive approach can be beneficial, recognizing the diverse ways in which people from different backgrounds understand and cope with emotional distress. In conclusion, while the Western medical model has played a significant role in shaping the modern understanding of depression, it is essential to recognize that depression is not a universal experience that can be neatly categorized or treated in the same way across all cultures. Understanding and respecting the cultural differences in how depression is viewed and treated can help improve mental health care and ensure that individuals receive the most appropriate and effective support for their unique needs. By considering a more global perspective, we can gain a deeper understanding of how depression is shaped by cultural contexts and how mental health care can be adapted to meet the needs of diverse populations. Philosophical view. Philosophically, depression has often been viewed as a profound existential struggle or a confrontation with the meaninglessness of life. For many philosophers, the experience of depression raises essential questions about the human condition, identity, and the search for meaning. Existential thinkers like Søren Kierkegaard and Friedrich Nietzsche explored the emotional anguish that can arise from confronting life's inherent uncertainties and challenges. Kierkegaard, for example, spoke of depression as a form of existential suffering, where individuals are unable to reconcile their inner desires and sense of self with the realities of their existence. For Kierkegaard, depression could lead to spiritual awakening, but it also illustrated the fragility of the human spirit when confronted with profound disillusionment. Friedrich Nietzsche, too, grappled with the dark side of the human experience. His concept of nihilism, the belief that life lacks inherent meaning, resonates with many modern understandings of depression. Nietzsche believed that depression often results from the collapse of traditional systems of meaning, such as religion or societal values. When these structures fail to provide purpose, individuals may experience a deep sense of depression or a void in life. This philosophical perspective suggests that depression may not be simply a pathological condition, but rather an existential response to the complexities and ambiguities of life. In contrast, more contemporary philosophers such as Martin Heidegger and Jean-Paul Sartre examined depression through the lens of human existence in a world where meaning must be actively created. Heidegger's concept of being toward death suggests that depression can stem from the individual's awareness of their own mortality and the futility of striving for unattainable goals. Sartre, meanwhile, emphasized the role of freedom and choice in human life, arguing that depression can arise from feelings of helplessness or alienation when individuals feel overwhelmed by the burden of freedom or the expectations placed upon them by society. Philosophically, then, depression can be seen as a response to the existential challenges of life. Issues such as the search for meaning, the awareness of mortality, and the freedom to choose or create one's path. While existential philosophers do not necessarily view depression as a disease, they recognize it as a powerful force that can lead to deep personal reflection and, potentially, transformation. Psychological perception. Psychologically, depression has been studied from a variety of theoretical approaches, each offering different insights into its causes and manifestations. One of the most influential psychological theories is that of Sigmund Freud, who linked depression to unresolved emotional conflicts, particularly those stemming from early childhood. According to Freud, depression occurs when an individual internalizes feelings of anger or loss that were originally directed toward an external source, such as a parent or loved one. This process of internalization leads to self-blame, guilt, and a diminished sense of self-worth. Freud's psychodynamic theory emphasizes the importance of unconscious processes in the development of depression, with a focus on repressed emotions, memories, and unresolved conflicts. Building on Freudian ideas, object relations theory, developed by figures like Melanie Klein and Donald Winnicott, further explores the psychological origins of depression. This theory focuses on early attachment experiences and the ways in which children internalize their relationships with primary caregivers. According to object relations theorists, depression can arise from disruptions in early relationships or unmet emotional needs, which can manifest as feelings of emptiness, loneliness, and sorrow in adulthood. These theories emphasize that depression is not just about chemical imbalances, but is deeply rooted in interpersonal dynamics and early life experiences. Cognitive theories, particularly those developed by Aaron Beck, offer another psychological framework for understanding depression. Beck's cognitive theory of depression posits that individuals with depression tend to have negative and distorted thought patterns, which reinforce feelings of hopelessness and helplessness. Beck identified a triad of negative thinking, which includes negative views of the self, the world, and the future. For individuals experiencing depression, these thought patterns can become entrenched, leading to a cycle of negative thinking that perpetuates emotional distress. According to cognitive therapy, depression can be alleviated by identifying and challenging these harmful thought patterns, allowing individuals to develop more balanced and realistic perspectives. The behavioral perspective on depression, influenced by B.F. Skinner and others, focus on the role of reinforcement and environmental factors in the development and maintenance of depressive symptoms. From a behavioral standpoint, depression can arise when individuals are unable to experience positive reinforcement from their environment, leading to feelings of learned helplessness and withdrawal from activities that once brought joy. Behavioral therapy, therefore, emphasizes the importance of increasing engagement in rewarding activities and breaking the cycle of avoidance that often characterizes depression. Humanistic psychology, particularly the work of Carl Rogers and Abraham Maslow, provides another valuable perspective on depression. From a humanistic standpoint, depression may result from a disconnect between the individual's true self and their idealized self, a concept known as incongruence. According to Carl Rogers, individuals who experience depression may feel that they are not living authentically or in alignment with their values, leading to feelings of frustration, sadness, and self-doubt. Humanistic therapy aims to create an empathetic environment in which individuals can explore their feelings and work toward greater self-acceptance and personal growth. Finally, the more recent theories of mindfulness and acceptance, popularized by figures like Stephen Hayes and John Kabat-Zinn, offer a different approach to understanding depression. These approaches emphasize the importance of accepting and observing negative emotions without judgment, rather than trying to suppress or avoid them. Mindfulness-based therapies encourage individuals to develop a more accepting and compassionate relationship with their emotions, which can reduce the intensity of depressive symptoms and promote emotional resilience. Though often treated as a medical condition, can be seen through different lenses. It is important to recognize that while depression involves emotional and psychological challenges, it does not always fit the conventional definition of a disease as a specific, identifiable pathological process in the body. Unlike diseases that are defined by a clear and universally recognized set of symptoms caused by physical damage or infection, such as bacterial or viral diseases, depression is complex and can arise due to a variety of external factors like life stress, trauma, or social isolation. Additionally, depression can be a natural response to difficult circumstances. In this sense, it may be understood more as a symptom or an emotional experience rather than a biological illness. Many people recover from depressive episodes with changes in their environment or through psychological support, suggesting that, in some cases, depression might be a temporary condition tied to specific life events. Furthermore, different cultures and societies view depression in diverse ways, some treating it as an emotional state that needs nurturing and understanding rather than a medical disorder. Moreover, the debate around depression as a disease is not just about its classification, but about the broader understanding of mental health. While some argue for a medicalized view, others emphasize the importance of focusing on the emotional, social, and cognitive factors that influence a person's mental well-being. From this perspective, depression could be seen as a part of the human experience, one that reflects how individuals cope with life's challenges rather than something inherently pathological. Understanding depression as more than a disease allows for a broader approach to treatment, one that includes social support, lifestyle changes, and personal growth, alongside more traditional medical treatments. This holistic view acknowledges the interplay of emotional, psychological, and environmental factors in shaping an individual's mental health, rather than reducing it solely to a biomedical condition. Chapter 4. This is how depression works. 4.1. Depression as a feature of the mind. This may sound absurd, perhaps even more so than anything you've learned about depression thus far. I have committed myself to the study of the human mind so that you may be spared from the labyrinthine of its abyssal complexity. I humbly ask for your trust as I unveil the truth of depression, not as a disease to be cured, but as an essential function woven into the fabric of the mind. Just as the bold few once stood before the skeptical world to reveal that the earth is round, defying the ideology of their time, I now find myself at a similar threshold. With the weight of this understanding upon me alone, I invite you to join me as I explain with utmost simplicity and clarity that depression is neither a mental illness nor a mere side effect of a mental disorder. It is an essential and profound faculty of the mind, a vital asset rather than a liability. Contrary to popular belief, depression holds dual potential. It can be both constructive and destructive. The opposite of depression is not vitality, joy, or a loving heart, as Jordan Peterson so vividly suggests, but rather repression. Repression, too, carries both positive and negative dimensions. While repression acts upon the intangible realms of thought and emotion, depression engages intimately with the physical and mechanical structure of the mind, exerting its influence on the architecture and functionality of the brain and aspect of ourselves that the machines can outperform with speed and excellence. Repression and depression are fundamental faculties of the mind, similar to the operation of the ego, the moral compass, the sense of self, life energy, consciousness, emotion, etc. In essence, the mind cannot function without it. To comprehend depression as a cornerstone of the mind's intricate ecosystem equanimity, one must first delve into the true nature of the unconscious mind. This exploration demands an acknowledgement of the distinction between the brain and the mind. The brain functions as the physical vessel, while the mind extends beyond, embodying a vast supernatural and metaphysical network. Depression, like all innate mental faculties, becomes pathologized only when it enters a state of imbalance. This tendency to label natural mental states as disorders, particularly those that defy comprehension and can't be easily controlled, is deeply rooted in human history. Merely 300 years ago, the ego itself was misunderstood and classified as a disease called egomania, with those experiencing it being stigmatized as egomaniacs. In medieval Europe, humor was considered a form of madness requiring psychiatric intervention or imprisonment. Even emotions, now recognized as integral to the mind's ecosystem, were misunderstood until as recently as the 21st century. Before this paradigm shift, emotions were dismissed as either disturbances of brain function or imbalances in bodily fluids, rather than essential components of human psychology. This mental transition of depression from a natural unconscious response to a subconscious disorder can recur throughout an individual's life. Unless the unconscious mechanisms that regulate authentic internal connections are made cosmically conscious, rather than suppressed or distorted by the subconscious mind with its sabotaging and chaotically conscious tendencies, this transformation persists. Through a psychoanalytic lens that examines both societal and divine expectations tied to masculine evolution, depression, as a natural mental function, proves far more elusive to journal, observe, and comprehend in its balanced state than in its unbalanced form. When overwhelmed by ignorance, deception, selfishness, or other inhuman traits, depression risks devolving into a long-term depressive disorder. In this state, depression functions as a defense mechanism or an immune response, safeguarding the mind's survival interests. It operates much like predators in an ecosystem, regulating herbivore populations to maintain balance and equilibrium, or like black holes in the universe, consuming excess matter to preserve the intrinsic harmonic dance of existence. Depressive disorder targets and processes surrounding disintegrating mental elements, thoughts, emotions, or energy that deviate from the rhythm, harmony, and guiding principles of the cosmos within the mind, ensuring the mind remains aligned with the flow of the universe through evolution or perishes gradually under the weight of its erosive and private defiance. This profound balancing act highlights the delicate threshold between the true nature of mental health and the origins of mental illness. It is at this intersection that the mind navigates the fine line between adaptive functioning and dysfunction, revealing the tailor-made and essential role depression plays in the ecosystem of the human mind. When positive, depression acts as a regulator, reducing excess positive energy in the mind to prevent it from experiencing more life energy than it can safely handle. Does this sound familiar? In contrast, positive repression serves to diminish negative or dark energy, protecting the mind from being consumed by darkness or rendered incapable of overcoming it. These two faculties are intricately intertwined. As positive repression increases, positive depression inevitably follows. Yet, while positive repression ensures the emergence of positive depression, the reverse is not necessarily true. Positive depression does not automatically lead to positive repression. Many compare battling depression to fighting off a horde of zombies, a chaotic external fight for survival. But those who have truly endured it understand the reality is far different. Battling depression feels more like succumbing to a zombie bite, a slow, insidious process that drains vitality and transforms you into something less alive. Dear good people, my purpose in writing is not to change your perception of depression, but to help you recognize the vital distinction between depression as a natural faculty of the mind and depressive disorder as its imbalanced state. Much like how emotions, in their distorted form, manifest as emotional disorders. The sooner we as a society grasp this difference, the better equipped we will be, not only as individuals but as a collective humanity, to navigate the future challenges of the mind with clarity and strength. Although many of Freud's ideas have been debated, revised, or contested over time, his contributions established the foundation for modern psychotherapy. His pioneering theories on human development, defense mechanisms, and dream interpretation continue to shape contemporary understanding of the mind and influence psychological practices worldwide. Imagine your mind as a light bulb. When too much energy flows into it, the bulb risks overheating, burning out, or even shattering. Conversely, when energy is insufficient, the bulb flickers, dims, and may eventually stop functioning altogether. Depression serves as the mechanism that regulates and removes excess positive energy from the bulb, preventing it from burning out. However, when depression becomes imbalanced and removes too much energy, the light begins to weaken, flicker, and gradually lose its strength. If this depletion continues unchecked, the bulb may either quietly fade away or implode dramatically, shattering from within. There are two types of depression: good depression, which protects the bulb by preventing it from taking in more energy than it can handle, and bad or negative depression, which not only drains the bulb of its vital energy, but also obstructs it from receiving the positive energy it needs to function properly. Good depression. Good depression serves as a natural protective mechanism, shielding the mind from becoming overwhelmed by excessive stimulation or mental energy. It functions as a temporary state that allows the mind to slow down, pause, and process complex emotions and experiences, often without conscious awareness. Acting like a pressure valve, good depression provides the necessary space for recovery and introspection, helping the individual manage the intensity of their emotions before they escalate into something more serious, unmanageable, or even life-threatening. While the term depression is commonly associated with harm, problems, or dysfunction, good depression offers a beneficial role in maintaining mental equilibrium naturally. By preventing mental overload, it ensures the mind can cope with challenges and remain resilient. In this way, good depression is not a flaw, but a vital and adaptive feature of the mind's ecosystem. For example, after experiencing a significant life change, such as moving to a new city or starting a demanding job, a person might feel withdrawn or low on energy. In this case, the mind is subconsciously conserving energy and adjusting to the new environment to avoid emotional overload. This is good depression at work. It encourages the person to slow down, find refuge in their natural learning rhythm, and adapt to the change organically, rather than forcing themselves to push through denial and risk burnout or emotional breakdown every time life presents something unfamiliar or challenging. Another relatable example is navigating a breakup or the loss of a loved one. In such instances, good depression might manifest as a period of necessary sadness and nurturing withdrawal. This state allows the mind to process grief and anguish in a healthy, measured way. It signals the importance of introspection and recalibration, giving the individual time and space to work through their emotions more maturely. While this depressive state can feel uncomfortable, it plays a crucial role in the natural healing process, acting as a safeguard against the overwhelming distress that could otherwise lead to long-term trauma or emotional shutdown. Good depression can also surface during periods of creativity or transformational stress. For instance, when someone is immersed in a major project, tackling a complex life problem, or experiencing a deeper awakening on their spiritual journey, they might encounter a phase of low energy for a very valid reason: the need to step back. This mental retreat acts as a safeguard, allowing for rejuvenation and adaptation. It prevents mental exhaustion, ensuring that when they return to the task, they do so with renewed focus, capability, and enthusiasm. Good depression is the mind's innate way of setting boundaries when emotional intensity or energy levels rise too high, often without conscious awareness. It creates space for reflection, adjustment, and the translation of emotions, discouraging mental strain from spiraling into a vicious cycle. Over time, this natural mechanism helps preserve mental well-being by encouraging individuals to rest and recalibrate when life becomes overwhelming, cultivating a healthier relationship with anxiety and emotional challenges. Good depression is an innate feature of the human mind, naturally present from childhood. During early development, it operates automatically, enabling children to process emotional experiences without becoming overwhelmed or corrupted. This natural mechanism allows for effortless soundness and resilience, helping children adapt and thrive. However, as an individual transitions into puberty and adulthood, the mind increasingly requires conscious and deliberate effort to sustain this beneficial state. At this stage, good depression no longer arises instinctively, but must be cultivated and earned intentionally through practices such as self-awareness, meditation, or spiritual disciplines. Without these efforts, the protective balance that good depression provides may weaken over time, leaving individuals more susceptible to emotional instability or unnecessary mental disorders. This innate faculty explains why children excel at learning and overcoming challenges. They rely on their natural ability to restore and regulate their emotions before they are fully aware of them. Similarly, adults who maintain a strong connection to their inner child experience comparable ease in their lifetime. This connection preserves essential qualities like mental restoration and emotional flexibility, enabling them to approach life's difficulties with a lighter, less self-conscious mindset. As a result, they can better navigate stressful periods and recover more effectively from experiences such as humiliation, confrontation, or devaluation. In this way, the intentional cultivation of good depression helps sustain emotional equilibrium and righteousness. To maintain good depression in adulthood, spiritual intelligence, practices, and techniques become extremely essential. Practices such as gratitude, meditation, forgiveness, humility, calmness, modesty, and sincerity play a critical role in helping the mind regulate life energy and human emotions. Gratitude, as we know it, helps maintain contentment and resilience, while meditation brings mental clarity and calmness. Forgiveness helps release emotional burdens and limitations in ways that defile logic and humility, allows a person to let go of entitlement or ego-driven tendencies that provoke the manifestation of a scarcity mindset and feelings of emptiness. By engaging in these practices, individuals can actively generate good depression over time, ensuring they preserve mental balance and well-being in the face of life's challenges. To sustain good depression in adulthood, cultivating spiritual intelligence and engaging in specific practices and techniques becomes essential. Practices such as gratitude, charity, forgiveness, humility, vulnerability, modesty, and sincerity play a pivotal role in helping the mind regulate life energy and emotions effectively. Gratitude formulates contentment and resilience, helping individuals focus on abundance rather than lack. Meditation promotes mental clarity and tranquility, offering a refuge from the chaos of daily life. Forgiveness facilitates the release of emotional burdens and limitations in ways that transcend logical understanding, while humility enables individuals to let go of entitlement and ego-driven tendencies, which often lead to a scarcity mindset and feelings of emptiness. This intentional effort ensures the unconscious preservation of mental balance and emotional well-being, equipping them to navigate life's troubles with grace and character. Bad depression. In contrast, bad depression is a harmful and draining state that can deeply impair a person's ability to function. Commonly referred to as depressive disorder, it is marked by persistent feelings of sadness, hopelessness, self-loathing, and worthlessness. This state significantly disrupts daily life, damages relationships, and undermines overall self-esteem. It consumes the mind with overwhelming grief, misery, emptiness, and unhappiness, often accompanied by a relentless stream of intrusive thoughts that arise with unusual frequency and increasing intensity. Although not the opposite of depression itself, bad depression manifests in diverse ways, reflecting each individual's unique and deeply personal experience. This variation extends to how a person perceives themselves and their circumstances, making every case profoundly unique. Conventional methods that focus solely on treatment often fall short, as they tend to overlook the importance of self-discovery and alignment, which are crucial for cultivating genuine healing and addressing the root causes. An example of bad depression can be seen in someone who experiences desperation after losing a significant other, job, or contract. Instead of entering a temporary period of adjustment and faithful redirection, they become stuck in a state of hopelessness, feeling bankrupt, emotionally, mentally, and spiritually, and unable to move forward. Confidence erodes, and they may feel incapable of finding a new path, withdrawing from friends and family in the process. This type of depression drains their energy on every level, making it nearly impossible to escape the darkness or envision a way forward. In more extreme cases, bad depression can strip a person of interest in activities they once enjoyed or people they once cherished, severely impacting personal relationships and their sense of purpose. For example, someone who once loved spending time with friends might withdraw entirely, believing they are a burden or that socializing no longer matters. Bad depression disrupts the mind's ability to feel enthusiasm or connection, reinforcing feelings of isolation, indifference, and profound emptiness. Another example involves someone facing chronic stress, such as financial difficulties or the aftermath of a life-altering injury that leaves them unrecognizable and dependent on long-term care. Bad depression may arise from the persistent feeling of being trapped in their circumstances. Over time, this can lead to an overwhelming sense of self-loathing, failure, and depression, where solutions feel out of reach. The ongoing mental and emotional drain leaves them unable to articulate their challenges effectively, creating a vicious cycle that amplifies their inadequacy and further entrenches them into the black holes of their suffering. While depressive disorder is undeniably one of the most challenging mental health battles a person can face and represents the most predatory corner of the mind, it is also important to recognize that even the darkest struggles can yield opportunities for growth, understanding, and humanity. When approached with the right strategies, treatments, and support systems, depression holds the potential to uncover profound enlightenment, personal insight, and renewed happiness. Psychological research increasingly reveals that individuals who overcome severe depression often emerge with a heightened sense of self-awareness, a deeper appreciation for life, a sharper focus on what truly matters, and an expanded capacity for compassion toward others. Despite the immense pain it inflicts, depression can act as a catalyst for transformation, encouraging individuals to reassess their priorities, address unmet needs early, and endure the challenges to seek meaningful and sometimes unconventional genuine paths to healing and fulfillment. One of the key advantages of depression lies in the inner work it demands to restore mental harmony by guiding you back to a virtuous state aligned with the mind's cosmic equilibrium. Research suggests that individuals experiencing depression are often more inclined to engage in profound self-reflection, which can pave the way for personal growth and self-improvement. Those who have recovered from depression frequently report a heightened sense of humanity and greater tolerance for others, qualities often cultivated through grappling with the deep emotional and existential challenges of their depressive episodes. This reflective process allows individuals to reassess their values, priorities, and sense of purpose, ultimately leading to a more fulfilling and meaningful existence. Truly, there is nothing quite like depression to illuminate the path toward clarity and transformation. Moreover, depression often enhances self-empathy, emotional intelligence, and spiritual maturity. Those who have faced depression tend to develop a greater sensitivity to the emotional struggles of others, which can profoundly improve their interpersonal relationships. As I often say, show me how you treat people who can't benefit you, and I'll show you how your emotions really treat you. The emotional skills honed through navigating negative depression enable individuals to better comprehend the rigorous and bottomless nature of human emotion. This emotional intelligence becomes an invaluable asset in both personal and professional environments, where empathy and compassion are the blueprint for building strong supportive systems and leadership networks. Through the crucible of bad depression, individuals gain insights that can elevate not only their own lives, but also the lives of those around them. Despite how overwhelming depressive disorder may feel, individuals who learn to navigate it in a healthy way often develop powerful mental health strategies. These may include cultivating spiritual alignment, adopting moral behavior practices, and implementing healthier lifestyle changes. These tools not only aid in managing future depressive episodes, but also develop the confidence and resilience needed to confront other challenges life presents. In this sense, the benefits of enduring and overcoming depression can outweigh its disadvantages. It becomes a transformative force, enabling personal growth and a deeper connection to life. As the saying goes, depression is a normal feature of the mind, designed to help us feel more alive, not a bug to be fixed or removed. 4.2. The opposite of depression. Fortunately, the opposite of depression is not merely another conscious behavior, but rather a profound product of the unconscious mind, which governs all vital and life-preserving processes across both the physical and spiritual aspects of existence. These unconscious processes, often misunderstood or overlooked, include the regulation of essential functions such as heartbeat, sleep, cellular, organ restoration, moral intuition, and other internal mechanisms that sustain life and protect the body from decay until death. The true opposite of depression is repression, a distinct and essential faculty of the mind, separate from the subconscious, and specifically designed to preserve physical and spiritual wellness in ways that transcend human comprehension. Repression operates silently from the spiritual side of the mind, orchestrating processes that ensure proper evolution, raise resilience, and accelerate healing. Its silent yet profound influence highlights the interconnectedness of mind and body, working beyond the realm of conscious awareness to maintain balance and promote survival. Imagine your mind as a mysterious light bulb. When exposed to too much negative energy, the bulb risks suffocation, becoming unable to fully realize its potential. Conversely, when deprived of sufficient positive energy, the light bulb dims, flickers, and loses its brightness and strength. Repression, as the opposite of depression, functions as a safeguard, regulating and removing excess negative energy to ensure the light bulb does not become dull, useless, or incapable of shining through the darkness. At the same time, it facilitates the reception of positive energy in times of need. When repression is functioning properly, It stabilizes the light bulb, preventing it from being overwhelmed by darkness or consumed by negative energy. Mirroring slightly how depression, when balanced, regulates overwhelming positivity and life energy. Repression operates silently, maintaining the delicate balance necessary for the light to shine brightly by rejecting surplus and unnecessary darkness. Without this unconscious process, the light bulb risks breaking internally, dimming, or even shrinking in potential and greatness until it ceases to function altogether. Repression is, therefore, an indispensable mechanism for preserving the mind's equilibrium and vitality. It manifests in two key forms: positive or good repression and dysfunctional repression or repressive disorder. Positive repression enables the mind to release and manage negative energy, shielding it from suffocation and being seriously underwhelmed. Dysfunctional repression, however, does the opposite. It ceases to remove harmful energy while simultaneously increasing the mind's intake of negativity. This imbalance weakens the light bulb, making it more susceptible to further infiltration from destructive forces. Although repressive disorder can take years, sometimes even decades, to become life-threatening, its constraints on the mind are evident in a person's inability to overcome insecurities, such as the fear of the unknown or unresolved childhood traumas. Good depression is most common in children and toddlers, allowing them to recover quickly from setbacks and absorb learning experiences with resilience. In contrast, bad depression is more prevalent among teenagers and adults, as they encounter increasingly complex emotional challenges. On the other hand, good repression, which requires maturity and a strong sense of accountability, is more typical in older teenagers and adults. This form of repression supports the deciphering and healthy assimilation of emotions and spiritual precepts in ways that no machine could ever hope to replicate or experience. It is uniquely human, rooted in the mind's profound ability to balance mystery with meaning, ensuring emotional and spiritual growth far beyond the capabilities of both artificial and animalistic evolutionary systems. Bad repression, however, tends to primarily affect children and toddlers, whose emotional regulation and coping mechanisms are still in their infancy and premature. This underdevelopment makes it harder for them to process negative emotions or respond in a healthy, rational, or virtuous way. These differences highlight the evolving role of repression and depression throughout life, emphasizing the need for emotional awareness and intentional growth to maintain the evolution of the mind. Sigmund Freud explained the behavior of children and toddlers through his theory of repression, particularly focusing on the early stages of life. Freud believed that young children are driven primarily by the instinctual part of the mind that seeks immediate gratification of desires and operates on the pleasure principle of animalistic nature. In Freud's view, repression dominates early childhood for various reasons that I do not particularly condone or recommend. However, without his discovery of repression and repressive disorders, my work and research would never have matured, including my discovery of how to map the human mind in its entirety, which, as we all know by now, is neither the brain nor in the brain. Freud argued that because children are governed by pure instinct, much like animals, their behavior can appear selfish, impulsive, inhumane, and, from an adult perspective, even irrational, retarded, or insane. For example, infants and toddlers demand immediate satisfaction for their needs, be it food, comfort, or attention, without regard for the needs of others. This behavior, however, is not rooted in immorality, intentional selfishness, or a desire to cause harm. Rather, it represents a natural stage of development focused on self-preservation, gratification, and addiction to immediate rewards. Freud considered this phase an essential part of human growth, during which children begin to develop the foundations of emotional regulation as good repression emerges slowly in the mind. The self-centeredness, impulsiveness, manipulative tendencies, and emotional outbursts often seen in children reflect their developmental stage where good repression is still forming. As they grow and mature through socialization and life experience, children gradually learn to balance their innate freedom with societal expectations and obligations. This process forwards resilience and the development of more complex emotional regulation and conscious skills for suppressing and managing negativity. Over time, this progression equips them to integrate their emotions more effectively and achieve greater emotional stability. While there is no guarantee that old teenagers and mature adults will fully mature into states of good depression, it is the responsibility of adulthood to transcend childish tendencies such as self-centeredness, anger, impulsiveness, and emotional outbursts. The adult mind is called to cultivate emotional control and maturity, embracing the virtues of responsibility and self-awareness as part of a well-developed psyche. Good repression. Good repression is a mental process that facilitates the healthy regulation of negative energy, allowing individuals to face emotional challenges head-on and improve over time. This form of repression, which is more commonly observed among adults, acts as an internal mechanism that manages difficult emotions by preventing them from hindering the mind's capabilities to heal and evolve. When repression functions effectively, it allows people to process negativity gradually, sanely, and adaptively, preventing emotional overload. This ability to manage and regulate emotions early on helps individuals face life's difficulties with resilience and enhances their capacity to cope with stressors later in life. In real life, good repression can be observed in artists, anyone with a dream to make the world better, who navigate creative blocks or critical feedback without becoming emotionally paralyzed, mentally impaired, or overwhelmed. For example, a painter who receives harsh criticism or struggles with a creative slump might initially feel frustration, self-doubt, or disappointment. However, good repression allows them to contain these emotions objectively, providing space for reflection and creative problem-solving. Instead of being consumed by negative feelings, the artist may take time to process the critique, experience the discomfort, observe the condition without judging, and eventually channel it into deepening their technique or exploring new ideas. This emotional regulation enables them to face creative challenges head-on and emerge with a higher understanding of their craft, often resulting in greater artistic growth, competency, and resilience for future project development. Bad repression. Bad repression, on the other hand, occurs when the mind struggles to process negative emotions, leading to an avoidance of these feelings rather than dealing with them directly. In this form of repression, the mind buries or suppresses negative energy to protect itself from emotional discomfort. But this often leads to unresolved inner conflict. Over time, this buried energy can manifest in unhealthy ways, such as anxiety, phobia, or difficulty forming meaningful connections with others or yourself. Bad repression prevents emotional and spiritual growth, leaving individuals stuck in a cycle of avoidance, immaturity, and emotional stagnation. Real-life examples of bad repression are seen in individuals who struggle with public speaking or overcoming phobias. For instance, someone who was ridiculed for a presentation as a child might have repressed the negative emotions from that experience. As a result, they may continue to fear public speaking as an adult, avoiding situations that trigger those unresolved feelings to come back to the surface and face them. This avoidance can easily hinder their personal growth. Bad repression often explains why some people seem to have difficulty confronting challenges and being extroverted, while others can face them head-on without any care about what people think or do. Good repression helps explain why some individuals, particularly extroverts or those who thrive in social and public situations, are more comfortable speaking in public, approaching others, or confronting social puzzles with ease. These individuals have typically learned, through experience or upbringing, to regulate and process negative emotions early on, or were simply naturally enlightened on the inside or too talented to struggle with them. This emotional regulation allows them to face challenging situations with greater confidence, assurance, faith, and less fear. For instance, someone who has endured difficult conversations, humiliation, or rejection may develop a sense of ease over time, as they've processed the discomfort, unpredictabilities, and negative energy from these experiences, thus becoming less emotionally repressed. However, this is only the tip of the iceberg when it comes to what good repression can achieve for the mind, particularly when it operates within the correct state of consciousness in adulthood. At the core, we are supernatural beings having a natural experience and learning how to not abuse and maintain control over our inherent powerful abilities. When aligned with the cosmic order, good repression becomes a seamless part of our mental framework, working in harmony with good depression to establish a state of higher awareness known as oneness or cosmic consciousness. In this state of cosmic consciousness, good repression and good depression merge as one, creating a mental condition that not only helps regulate emotional and spiritual energy, but also prevents bad depression and bad repression from ever taking hold of the mind again. Imagine a state of mind where vicious circles are no longer possible, in which the mind doesn't need to earn every inch of stability and peace that it experiences, and all you need to do in return is evolve. This harmonious alignment with the cosmic order of things allows individuals to manage their inner lives with greater ease, maintaining balance without the struggle that often accompanies unresolved emotions and intrusive thoughts. This deeper awareness protects the mind from being overtaken by negative forces, ensuring the establishment of more sustainable and reliable mental health. By reaching this level of alignment, individuals transcend mere conscious emotional regulation and enter a state where their consciousness effortlessly supervises both internal and external emotional constructs. The mind becomes more able to navigate breaking points and recover from breakdowns faster, without fear of emotional overload or depressive disorder. This process ensures that the individual remains in control of their thoughts and emotions, grounded in a deep connection with the greater universe. It's essentially a process in which consciousness shifts the mind's negative tendencies and natural attachment to destructive behaviors into an effortless suppression of those negative impulses, while simultaneously facilitating a quicker attachment to positive inclinations and uplifting behaviors. In a sense, consciousness redirects the mind's primal emotional interest in self-harmful patterns into a more constructive and nurturing development that operates beyond self. Ultimately, good repression, when properly understood and applied, serves as a powerful tool for mental and spiritual readability. It not only helps individuals thrive in everyday life, but also connects them to a larger, more meaningful sense of purpose and significance. This state of oneness protects against the formation of negative cycles of bad repression and depression, cultivating a life of clarity, balance, and sanity for those who need it. In contrast, bad repression is often associated with introversion or avoidance behaviors, which can manifest in harmful or inhumane actions such as racism, rigid conservatism, or other forms of non-inclusive childish behavior. Individuals experiencing bad repression struggle to process or express their emotions from their younger age, leading them to withdraw from social situations, challenging responsibilities, or even reject basic aspects of human connection and empathy. While this avoidance may initially serve as a form of balance, it ultimately hinders their ability to develop happy, fulfilling lives and limits their capacity to manage inner turmoil healthily and intelligently. Over time, these buried emotions gain tremendous strength and resurface in more destructive forms, such as anxiety, PTSD, OCD, or ADHD, paranoia, dementia, psychosis, bipolar, autism, and other emotional imbalance behavior, making it abnormally difficult for them to confront their inner demons and regain control of their mental health over time. Understanding the difference between good and bad repression highlights how spiritual properties and emotional qualities shape a person's ability to face adversity and transform into a more fulfilled version of themselves, surpassing what IQ or human intellectual capabilities alone can ever achieve. 4.3. How to overcome depression correctly. 15 years of relentless study and exploration have led me to a profound understanding of the human mind and the discovery that depression is not a disease, but a natural faculty of the mind. Along the way, I've learned how to articulate this truth carefully, preserving the integrity of my research while offering insights that challenge conventional thinking. My approach to healing and navigating the mind is unique, free from reliance on external energy or worldly attachments, a method I've honed with precision, essentialness, and steadfastness. If my perspective sparks disagreement or curiosity, I welcome the conversation. And, with full confidence in the value of my work, I offer 1,000 times refund to anyone who finds my contributions lacking. A simple promise, rooted in humility and conviction. To honor Sigmund Freud's contributions to this discovery, it is important to acknowledge that while Freud did not address depression as we define it today, his work on melancholia, then seen as the most severe form of depression nowadays, remains profoundly relevant. Freud's exploration of the inner dynamics of loss, self-criticism, and the unconscious mind offers a timeless perspective on the emotional suffering that characterizes all depressive states, bridging a crucial part of our evolving understanding of the condition with historical perspectives. In his 1917 essay, Mourning and Melancholia, Freud made a distinction between normal grief, mourning, and the pathological state of melancholia. He argued that depression occurs when a person experiences a deep sense of loss, not just of a loved one, but often of an ideal, a self-image, a lifestyle, a bond, or a sense of worth. Unlike mourning, where the individual eventually processes the loss and moves forward and out of their state of emergency, depression involves the person internalizing the loss and directing anger or blame inward. This results in feelings of worthlessness, self-hatred, and guilt, which are hallmarks of what was once called melancholia before becoming depression. Freud believed that overcoming depression requires understanding the unconscious forces at play. According to his psychoanalytic theory, unresolved conflicts, particularly those originating from early relationships or unmet emotional needs, could fuel long-term depressive disorder. Freud viewed depression as primarily a conflict between the conscious and unconscious mind, a theory that, while insightful, does not capture the full picture. He observed that repressed emotions, such as unresolved grief, guilt, doubt, or anger, often surfaced as depressive symptoms. Freud argued that psychoanalysis could help bring these hidden emotions into conscious awareness, allowing individuals to confront and process them. By delving into the unconscious mind, he believed people could completely release the emotional weight that had been fueling their depression, leading to healing and relief from their inner turmoil. As improbable as it may sound, since Sigmund Freud, there has been no significant breakthrough or advancement in the understanding of depression. While Freud's work remains influential and ageless, it provides an incomplete and, at times, misleading perspective on the condition. Engaging with the unconscious mind is indeed essential in treating depression, but not in the way Freud proposed. Despite the widespread use of his approach among healthcare specialists, which focuses on understanding the disease rather than understanding the health, we must transcend these surface-level interventions. Lifestyle enhancements, therapy, rough exercise or self-improvement routines, unnecessary isolation, reliance on prescription and somatic medication, and confront the deeper, often overlooked inhuman root causes of depressive and mood disorders, alongside developing effective strategies for their true prevention. This may be repetitive, but what I find fascinating about this condition in particular is that, while the origins of depression are not the same for both women and men, the paths to healing are. The underlying causes may not be shared, but the solutions strictly does, reflecting the collaboration between emotional qualification or EQ intelligence and spiritual qualities, or SQ intelligence. Sigmund Freud was remarkably insightful. The key to understanding and managing depression effectively, enough to prevent future episodes over time, lies within the unconscious mind. Throughout this book, I have carefully detailed the nature and significance of the unconscious mind in life, weaving its essence, importance, and usefulness into every section, along with the proper level of compassion required to navigate and survive in it. Each page dearly connects seamlessly to the next, much like assembling the intriguing pieces of a challenging puzzle that may or may not resonate with you deeply enough to surpass even the knowledge I currently hold. Now that I have your full attention, let me share something I once told the universe. I seek only the knowledge and power that can one day elevate the world beyond myself. I said this with the hope that you will persevere in your journey of research and uncovering the mystery of the universe, no matter the obstacles, and remain good even in the face of greatness. For those who are unfamiliar with the unconscious mind and, like Freud, still define it merely as a repository or graveyard for old memories, habits, beliefs, reflexes, and emotions, let me offer you a broader perspective, because the unconscious is the most powerful, active, and quiet form of existential awareness. Before you fully embrace the mindset of finishing this book, it's essential to understand the three forms of consciousness that make up the human mind. These are: 1. Simple or chaotic consciousness, also known as the subconscious mind. Instinctive nature, emotions, animal tendency, deep-rooted chaos, and the limited ego. 2. Self-consciousness or human consciousness, often referred to as the conscious mind. The free will, reasoning, or human attention span. 3. Cosmic consciousness, which exists in the mind under the alias unconscious mind. The unlimited soul, human infinite potential, the hero beneath every ego, or the harmonious existential unknown or cosmos within. We are the cosmos made conscious, and life is the means by which the universe understands itself. Brian Cox: although the opposite of chaos is cosmos, the term cosmic remains enigmatic to the mind. This journey, however, is far from over. We live in a world that heavily promotes the subconscious mind as the ultimate governing force behind all existence, including how the universe communicates and expresses itself. This notion endures because it satisfies our innate craving for familiarity and conformity, offering a cause and effect framework that feels accessible and consistent with the patterns we observe in daily life. Yet, these patterns often overshadow the far-reaching, incomprehensible workings of the greater cosmos. Actions that operate beyond our understanding, not for individual desires, but for the collective wellness and evolution of all. Contrary to popular belief, the universe does not operate in the language of the subconscious, but rather in the profound and harmonious language of the unconscious. Scientific studies of natural systems, such as the intricate balance observed in ecosystems or the precise mathematical structures of the cosmos, e.g., the Fibonacci sequence, and the laws of thermodynamics reveal a universe built on inherent order and interconnectedness. These findings emphasize that the universe operates in a state of seamless equilibrium, where every action and reaction contributes to its greater harmony and purpose. The subconscious mind, by contrast, is governed by predictable cycles and the gradual accumulation of disorderly thoughts and patterns. Neuroscientific research into the subconscious has shown its reliance on learned habits, emotional biases, and repetitive loops, many of which are influenced by unresolved traumas and generational ego-driven tendencies. This predictability, while useful for collective survival, often leads to chaotic inner landscapes that starkly contrast with the universe's harmonious state of steadfast order. The universe is cosmically incapable of sustaining disorder or imbalance as humans do. Quantum physics and cosmology further illustrate this. Even in phenomena like black holes, which may appear chaotic, scientists have discovered patterns of order, such as the unique conservation of information and Hawking radiation, which ensure equilibrium at the cosmic level. Similarly, spiritual teachings across cultures, from Taoism's principle of harmony to the Vedic concept of RTA, cosmic order, affirm that the universe functions within an interconnected system of balance and flow. Humans, however, are uniquely capable of disrupting this harmony, primarily due to the influence of the ego. The ego, driven by self-centered desires and illusions of separation, creates fragmentation within the human psyche. This disconnection manifests in the form of internal conflict, societal disarray, and spiritual perversion, none of which are aligned with the universe's natural rhythm. Unlike the unconscious, which embodies the universe's harmonious language of purpose and interconnectedness, the subconscious, when dominated by ego, tends to amplify disorder within and around us. Reconnecting with the unconscious allows humans to transcend these rigid limitations, aligning more closely with the universe's melodious flow and restoring both inner and outer mental balance. This alignment is not only a spiritual aspiration for the world, but also a scientific truth, as both disciplines reveal the underlying unity of human existence when viewed through cosmic lenses. In contrast, disorder exists solely within the human mind, a construct shaped by its boundless imagination and tendency to divide and label thoughts. Neuroscience shows that the brain is wired to seek negative patterns and jump to conclusions, often creating a sense of disarray where none exists. This is compounded by the ego, which thrives on separation and conflict, reinforcing the illusion of mistakes and chaos. While the universe and animal kingdom operate within a flawless system, the human ego, driven by cognitive biases, projects its internal impurity onto external reality through the subconscious mind. This projection has profound implications, influencing how we interpret our place in the cosmos and often leading to unnecessary questioning or existential discontent. Recognizing this distinction between universal harmony and the illusion of subconscious disorder can help realign human thought with the unconscious mind. These tendencies create an illusion of chaos that exists only within the limited framework of human thought, not in the larger cosmic design. On this simple yet profound note, it becomes evident that neither the universe nor the human mind communicates in the language of the subconscious. The subconscious, bound by repetitive patterns, fragmented thoughts, and unnecessary disarray, is fundamentally incompatible with the universe's seamless expression of balance and order. The subconscious thrives on habits and illusions of separation. It is through the unconscious, the realm of cosmic consciousness, that true connection with the universe's harmony is achieved. The unconscious mind, untainted by ego-driven tendencies or disorderly thoughts, serves as the bridge to this infinite clarity. When the mind evolves into its highest state of integration with the unconscious, it reaches a point of completion where mental illnesses and the ego no longer dominate. The unknowable universe speaks a silent language of the unknown, a voice without words that permeates all existence. This is the same language the human mind instinctively uses to evolve, heal, and restore its true state over time. Through this silent dialogue, the mind gradually reconnects with the cosmos, achieving a profound state of oneness, and return to the source where barriers dissolve and harmony with the universal flow is restored. This state of oneness is where positive habits and goodwill naturally dominate, forming and reinforcing themselves at a pace far exceeding that of negative habits or harmful behaviors. It represents a profound shift in consciousness, moving from the struggle to build positive mental pathways, hindered by the ease with which negative pathways tend to form, to a state where maintaining bad habits or harmful stimuli becomes increasingly difficult. This transformation occurs as positive energy, intentionality, and genuine purpose expand and spread through the mind with remarkable speed and purpose, creating a self-sustaining cycle of growth and alignment. If you are wondering whether this shift can be easily reversed to the old way of thinking, the answer is no. Once the mind expands into a higher state of awareness, it cannot return to its previous limitations. The current state of human consciousness, often referred to as the 10% mind, is merely a foundation for the next stage of evolution, the 90% mind. This shift from a predominantly negative orientation to a predominantly positive one is just the beginning, offering a glimpse of humanity's true potential. The transformation ahead holds the promise of superhuman capabilities, superpowers, and boundless spiritual energies, deeper access to the infinite strength of the human spirit, mastery over disorder, and, most profoundly, the effortless manifestation of harmony and clarity, with the need for excruciating self-improvement practices or social achievement acquisition. This evolution can happen overnight. This evolution signals not just a change in individual consciousness, but the dawn of a collective awakening, paving the way for a future aligned with the limitless possibilities of the cosmos. And it is happening now, in the year 2025. The possibilities are truly limitless. This evolution celebrates a profound awakening to the boundless nature of the power within us all, shifting from primarily dark to primarily light. As the mind aligns more deeply with the cosmos and its unconscious flow, humanity will unlock potentials that have remained dormant for centuries, revealing the ultimate truth of our existence, that the first shall be last, and the last first. In this realization, we embrace our essence as limitless beings. The unconscious mind represents a profound state of awareness, where communication takes an internal and non-human form, revealing the interconnectedness of every conscious aspect of our mind. Over time, the conscious mind evolves, yet it remains deeply rooted in the expansive and often hidden depths of the unconscious. This vital connection ensures a harmonious dialogue between the two, facilitating a balanced and purposeful life. It is through this interplay that the mind maintains its equilibrium and evolution. When this relationship is restored, the subconscious and the ego, once perceived as adversaries, transform into powerful allies, working in harmony with the unconscious to enhance mental well-being effortlessly. However, when the subconscious resists submitting to the unconscious, the balance is disrupted, leading to psychological disturbances, much like a tree losing its leaves when it can no longer draw water and nutrients from its roots. The unconscious mind communicates through symbols, shapes, codes, and signs, revealing its presence in dreams, visions, art, and even the subtle, anxious impulses that influence our choices. These messages are particularly vital in times of stress, when external forces, whether from professional obligations, personal relationships, spiritual conflicts, or societal demands, threaten to destabilize our inner equilibrium and push us away from our authentic nature. To restore balance and harmony, we must learn to recognize and interpret these signals. When neglected, the divide between the conscious and unconscious minds often gives rise to disorder. This disconnection leaves the subconscious mind unchecked, operating outside the alignment of cosmic consciousness. In this state, the subconscious works to unravel the mind's stability, obscuring what is good, genuine, and deeply human, replacing harmony with chaos. Just as black holes in the universe maintain balance by consuming excess matter, the human mind finds stability when the unconscious and conscious minds work together in harmony. This alignment allows the subconscious to fulfill its proper role as a silent ally, nourishing the mind with emotional and mental resources that sustain life and vitality. It ensures not just survival, but a deep and thriving connection to our fullest potential. However, when we shift our awareness or frequency from self-consciousness, where fear, impossibility, or feelings of separation reside, to cosmic consciousness, which is in total harmony with the universe, and where none of those feelings exist, then anything is possible. As Rhonda Byrne, author of the book The Secret, carefully highlighted, this state of harmony opens the door to infinite possibilities, breaking free from the limitations imposed by science or religion, and reconnecting us to the unseen unique forces of existence. The unconscious mind speaks in a universal, timeless language. This language transcends words, flowing from the cosmos into the very fabric of existence. It shapes our thoughts, dreams, and visions, acting as a bridge between the human and the divine. In listening to this silent communication, we discover our interconnectedness with the greater whole, realizing we are not isolated beings but integral parts of a harmonious system. This awareness enhances our capacity for empathy, creativity, and growth, revealing truths about ourselves and the universe that resonate deeply, even when they defy logic. The unconscious mind also awakens our super qualities. It invites us to transcend the ego and self-interest, embodying higher insight and purpose. Attuning to its silent wisdom aligns us with the cosmos, empowering us to actively contribute to its evolution. The unconscious mind becomes the foundation for the next stage of human development, a stage where the emergence of superhuman beings is not a fantasy, but a natural progression. Unlike the conscious and subconscious minds, the unconscious is unchanging, incorruptible, and unwavering. It nurtures growth and maintains balance, serving as the mind's constant and eternal guide. While the conscious and subconscious mind can mislead, suppress, or distort reality at times, the unconscious upholds alignment, effortless solidity, and evolution, offering a bridge to infinite potential. However, the unconscious mind also reminds us of a crucial truth. Possessing great power does not inherently lead to greatness. Without wisdom, humility, and alignment, such power risks becoming destructive. True evolution lies not in wielding power, but in mastering it, and channeling it with compassion, integrity, and service to others. When aligned, power elevates not just the individual, but humanity as a whole. Thus, the unconscious mind reveals its ultimate role, not merely as a guide to power, but as the foundation of a balanced, enlightened existence. And yet, the question remains, how does the mind evolve into its unconscious property? 4.4 Evolve your mind to prevent recurring depressive disorder. After extensive research across the 7 C's to understand, evolve, and navigate the human mind successfully, I have examined countless cosmic practices from the world's traditions and disciplines. Among them, if there is one I would not recommend, it is mindfulness as it is often practiced today due to its psychological origin. The method I employ derives from an incomplete yet profound technique I encountered in Buddhism. In its original form, this technique is used by Buddhists to dive deeply into the fabric of the self and awaken a powerful essence buried within, often referred to as the soul avatar or higher self. Everyone has a higher self, but not everyone possesses a soul avatar. Similarly, while everyone has the potential to achieve cosmic awareness, or the next stage of evolution of the mind, the reunions with the interconnectedness of all things and the unity of existence, only a select few can experience neogenesis, a rare selective phenomenon which represents a non-regressive and effortless transformation and complete rebirth of consciousness itself that transcends the mere understanding of cosmic truths. It is no longer just about awareness, but about embodying an entirely new state of being, vibrating at the frequency of the universe, 144,000 hertz, the same as the speed of light. In this state, the human mind, freed forever from its conditioned subconscious patterns, becomes a vessel for positive supernatural development and humanitarian evolution. It all begins with the disciplined practice of evolving the mind correctly, aligning it with higher frequencies, and transcending its conditioned worldly limitations. This practice, far from being a mere exercise in awareness, serves as a portal to something greater, a reconnection with the truest and most evolved aspects of one's being. Unlike surface-level mindfulness, which tends to focus on momentary presence, this technique guides individuals beyond the conscious and through the subconscious mind effortlessly, then brings them gradually into the untouched realms of the unknown unconscious mind. It is here, within this uncharted depth, the higher self or human infinite source of power resides dormant, waiting to be awakened, aligned, and fully integrated through meditation, renunciation, purification, and many other sub-level technical steps. This practice is called nothingness, and both Hinduism and Buddhism are the top practitioners of this method starting 2000 plus BC. However, I found a major flaw in the way these two spiritual giants practice it. Although everybody knows the Buddha to a certain degree, I would recommend Hinduism over Buddhism to people who do not see the benefit and simplicity in my approach to mental evolution. Imagine an invisible basketball-sized core of magma deep within you, constantly shooting streams of lava or hot spring water from the base of your spine to the top center of your head as pure, positive energy. Every time this energy flows freely and uninterrupted, something extraordinary happens to your body. You experience the world with more than the usual 5 senses, heal from injuries far faster than normal, and reach levels of liberation, restfulness, and happiness that no amount of pleasure, money, success, or fame could ever provide. And this is just the beginning. The stronger the flow, the greater the results. The beauty of this process lies in its uniqueness. Everyone's experience is different because each person has a distinct DNA and fingerprint. No one else in the world can interact with this energy in the same way you do. It's like reaching into a Santa Claus gift bag. You can only pull out what is meant for you, and the outcome is unpredictable. For some, the effects are immediate. For others, they may take years or even a lifetime. I was 17 when I started questioning why this process wasn't generalized and began searching for ways to improve it. Somehow, I just knew that I could do it. I began by challenging the traditional linear representation of chakras, from a bottom-to-top perspective to a more circular and spherical understanding. And from that moment, I never looked back. Nothingness in Buddhism. The practice of nothingness in Buddhist terms, often associated with shunyata or emptiness, involves letting go of attachments, desires, and fixed identities to uncover the true nature of existence. Through mindfulness, which is a technique I do not recommend, practitioners practice mindfulness to quiet the mind, dissolve the ego, and connect with the essence of being. However, this approach is only beneficial to the extent that one permanently withdraws from society's everyday chaotic flow of temptation and spends the remainder of life in secluded, sacred environments such as mountains or remote locations. This withdrawal facilitates non-inclusion, a challenging form of mental devolution, where individuals, instead of evolving emotionally and existentially, become more talented, developing superpower or strength, but fail to develop emotional intelligence and find their purpose in life. Over time, this imbalance can promote social anxiety, animalistic impulses, emasculation, and even manipulative tendencies, and the negative effects on the mind take years to manifest, making the practice even harder to break free from. This state of nothingness is not a void, but a profound realization of interconnectedness and godhood, enabling higher clarity, peace, and alignment with the cosmic flow of life. In the practice of nothingness, as described in Buddhism, practitioners transcend ordinary perceptions, accessing a deeper understanding of the inner self and the universe, but not humanity. While this appears to elevate them far above the comprehension and self-control of an ordinary person, it can also lead to a false sense of spiritual authority, attracting a darker side of purification, rituals, and inner balance. This is similar to how priests and nuns in monasteries sometimes fall into the dark side of divine practices. Monks are often portrayed in movies as being linked to demonic possession because of this very reason. They assume the role of natural spiritual warriors, confronting supernatural forces without adequate spiritual protection. Over time, this lack of balance has led Buddhism to egotistical corruption, and the broader social world moving on in life without them, leaving them behind. Verily, Buddhism holds no future in the world to come in the usual sense, for regardless of how much it adapts to everyday social contexts, its essence remains the same: mastering and cultivating human emotions in a calm, controlled, and reserved setting. This essence stands in direct opposition to the unconscious, personalized nature of the human mind's final state. Nothingness in Hinduism. The practice of nothingness in Hinduism is rooted in the pursuit of liberation, moksha, and the realization that the true self, Atman, is one with the universal consciousness, Brahman. This involves letting go of attachments, ego, and illusions, Maya, to uncover the deeper truth of existence. Through meditation, dhyana, practitioners quiet the mind and withdraw from external distractions, reaching a state of pure awareness and inner silence. However, it is not without generational drawbacks, which can be resolved with a more authentic practice of genuineness. The practice of nothingness in Hinduism, while profound, can pose significant drawbacks to the stability of the mind if approached improperly or without sufficient extremism. One of the major risks lies in the potential premature destabilization of the ego. The ego, while often seen as a blockage to spiritual growth, also plays a crucial role in maintaining a functional sense of identity and adaptation to daily life. Rapidly attempting to dissolve or beat the ego through practices such as Atma Vikara, self-inquiry, or extreme detachment, vairagya, can leave individuals feeling disoriented, ungrounded, or even disconnected from their sense of self. This can manifest as irreversible stubbornness, emotional instability, or complete carelessness. Self-inquiry, Atma Vikara, a process of questioning, "Who am I?" helps transcend the ego and connect with the eternal self. Chanting sacred mantras like Om harmonizes the mind with the vibrations of the universe, while breath control, pranayama, regulates the flow of life energy, prana, bringing calm and focus. Detachment from material desires and emotions, vairagya, further cultivates inner peace and clarity. These practices guide individuals toward a state of stillness and unity, creating a profound sense of oneness with the cosmos, but not the sense of humanity. Additionally, the deep introspection required in these practices can prematurely magnify unresolved emotional traumas or suppressed thoughts, linking the practitioners to a state of childlike determination, which is very beneficial to learning about self, growing in life, and overcoming failure and rejection without being influenced by peer pressure or conformism. The issue here is coming back from it and doing it all over again. Meditation, dhyana, and breath control, pranayama, when improperly practiced, can bring hidden aspects of the subconscious to the surface without providing the tools to process them effectively. This can overwhelm the mind, leading to increased attachment to escapism, instant gratification, easy fixes, mood swings, or even psychological disturbances like depersonalization or derealization of the current state of life. Another drawback is the potential for spiritual bypassing, where individuals use the practice to avoid confronting real-world emotional or psychological challenges, mistaking avoidance for long-term resolution and evolution over time. This avoidance can create a fragile mental state and low self-esteem that struggle to handle the unpredictability of our fast-paced, changing world, since it is driven by the need to increase spiritual aptitude instead of improving one's humanity directly and intelligently. A mind lacking integration between spiritual insights and emotional adaptation, in the long run, becomes prone to bitterness and inability to convert greatness into goodness or efficiency into kindness, leaving individuals vulnerable to disillusionment, identity crisis, and even mental burnout. In conclusion, unlike Buddhism, Hinduism demonstrates greater potential and adaptability to the personalized yet unknown or unconscious nature of the mind, owing to its long-standing tradition of depersonalization through the prioritization of individuality within the collective framework. In other words, the profound influence of spiritual principles in Indian culture has shaped collective practices, such as speech, behavior, and dress, under a shared moral and humbling framework, perhaps more effectively than anywhere else in the world. These practices are intricately guided by virtues such as modesty, respect, service, honor, purity, integrity, sacrifice, self-discipline, meditation, and a wealth of other spiritual qualities that harmoniously align with the unconscious mind's inclination to emphasize community through individuality. While there is a perception of sameness with other spiritual beliefs, Hinduism was the first to discover the true nature of the human mind, commonly known as the six-pointed star, often called the hexagram, or Star of David, or the Seal of Solomon, is one of humanity's most ancient symbols, with roots extending to early Indian traditions, where it was known as the Shatkona. This symbol reflects the merging and balancing of the soul's masculine and feminine energies into their highest self, a union that gives rise to the figure of Murugan, also identified as Krishna, Skanda, Kartikeya, or Sanat Kumara. Murugan represents a fully integrated androgynous being, a manifestation of the magnum opus, or the ultimate state of existential consciousness. He is sometimes portrayed with 6 heads, symbolizing the 6 spiritual powers, or siddhis, that unfold during one's inner journey. These 6 heads also correspond to the mantra Om Sa Ra Va Na Ba Va, where Om signifies the foundational vibration of the cosmos and the essence of positive divine creation. Furthermore, Om is associated with the sun and the number 666, a profound symbol of vitality and perfection. Furthermore, Hinduism is home to enduring spiritual principles such as charity, nonviolence, universal harmony, soundness, and selflessness, deeply embedded in both rural and urban settings. Although its rigid religious principles or false inclination to the basis of love and race may fall short of guiding the mind to its ultimate unconscious forms, Hinduism remains unparalleled among spiritual practices and religions worldwide. Nothingness, according to Patrick Nana's theory. Imagine a process completely voided of excruciating and excessive development practices. Imagine the mind and untainted flexibility you had as a child, unshackled by right from wrong insight, becoming one with your adult mind, without the corrupting weight of insanity and egocentricity. In this reunion, there is no room for the heavy veil of selfish entitlement, revealing a mind that is vast, free, powerful, and rooted in clarity. This approach requires an in-depth exploration of the human mind, as well as understanding what the mind is, where the mind is, and how the mind operates. These data are essential to cultivate a state of mind that is no longer compatible with both depressive and depressive disorders into the voidness of the unconscious mind and cosmic awareness. This transformation is not merely an ideal, it is our birthright as human beings and access to the merciful wonder of the kingdom of heaven. Each person has a mind, and that mind is divided into 3 divisions since the dawn of time. To understand it fully, we must first acknowledge the truth. The mind is not the brain, and the brain is not the mind. The distinction between the mind and the brain is slowly becoming more widely acknowledged and examined across various fields. While the brain is the physical organ responsible for many cognitive processes, the mind is often seen as encompassing the consciousness and subjectiveness of human experiences, such as thoughts, moral values, and energies in motion that arise from these activities. Understanding the intrinsic relationship between the mind and the brain continues to be a concerning focus of scientific, philosophical, governmental, psychological, and individual pursuits. As of today, the year 2025, let me inform you that humanity has barely uncovered 1/3 of the true nature of the human mind. A struggle that dates back to ancient civilizations. The human brain constitutes only 1/3 of the components that make up the mind, as the brain is not the boss, but the employee of the mind. Recent discoveries from around the world further challenge traditional beliefs, revealing that the brain does not control the body any more effectively than the body controls the brain. This suggests that, within the hierarchy of the human mind, the brain holds the lowest and least significant position in terms of control, power, and leadership. Modern research delves deeper into the complexities of the human mind, with cognitive science exploring how various levels of consciousness interact. This ongoing investigation highlights the intricate interconnectedness of mental development and calls for a holistic understanding of the mind, embracing both its functional and triangular nature. Through the study of cosmic consciousness and the next stage in the evolution of the human mind, I have identified the fundamental inner mechanisms of the mind and discern which states of consciousness must shift to ensure its continued progression toward higher awareness, thus keeping depression and repression in a preferred healthy state. Within the mind, there are 3 well-known and distinct levels of consciousness: the conscious mind, the subconscious mind, and the unconscious mind. The conscious mind represents the version of you responsible for the choices you make, whether knowingly or unknowingly. The subconscious mind, on the other hand, is a chaotic, treacherous, and potentially destructive force when left unsupervised or unrestrained. Lastly, the unconscious mind embodies the essence of goodness within you in the form of a void, a light that transcends willful righteous action. It serves as your moral compass, the most relaxed, trustworthy, and cosmic version of yourself. Within this framework, the cosmic side of the unconscious mind is engaged in an ongoing mental battle with the chaotic aspects of the subconscious. This internal war reflects why the mind is always at war with itself. Tragically, the side currently prevailing is the one rooted within the dimensions that thrive off conflict, lies, illness, and division, also known as the low vibrational dimension, or the physical realm. The process of nothingness or voidness in this context refers to something far more profound than the typical shift between states of consciousness, as often suggested in Buddhist teachings. Instead, it signifies a transition between the dimensions of the mind itself, abandoning one plane of existence to access a higher, more integrated, and cosmically oriented reality. In simple terms, the mind, being the most powerful entity, operates in mysterious and multifaceted ways across 3 dimensions, 3 consciousnesses, and 3 levels of intelligence. Speaking of dimensions, the mind can be understood as comprising 3 distinct realms. 1. The dimension of selfishness, a realm tied to the stars, chaotic phenomenon, necessary disorder, instinctive behavior, vicious circle, newborn babies, false beliefs, the ego, the self, and animals, representing the primal forces that govern the physical realm. 2. The dimension of selflessness. This dimension encompasses the sense of self, the sense of choices, self-awareness, free will, and the sense of humanity itself, symbolizing the conscious and mindful existence of human life. However, history reveals that the 21st century marked a pivotal era in which humanity collectively began to operate within heightened selflessness, moving beyond the burdens of primal, immature, and animalistic instincts. Paradoxically, this shift also ushered in an era defined by mechanical or machine-like thinking, where efficiency and automation increasingly overshadowed goodness and the emotional aspects of humanity, thus driving mankind toward the next big thing, instead of the next right thing. 3. The dimension of oneness, universal laws, or the source. This is the highest existential plane where higher self, wisdom, morals, the soul, life principles, maturity, the power of love, and cosmic wholeness like the light, the secret of the universe and sounds reside. Disorder, decay, division, illness, vicious circle, and the human ego neither exist nor can operate in this dimension. These are the forces of completion, abundance, and healing that transcend human awareness. Strictly governed by the unconscious mind, they function within a specific spiritual structure and are essential for the correct evolution of humanity. These dimensions are deeply interconnected, forming the vast and intricate structure of the mind, with each influencing and shaping the other. The process of nothingness, therefore, entails a conscious shift from lower, more chaotic dimensions to higher realms where chaos and the mental issues as you now know it cannot thrive. This alignment elevates the mind, harmonizing it with the forces that guide humanity toward restoration, balance, and cosmic evolution. Contrary to popular belief, the human mind is neither inherently negative nor inclined toward chaos. Instead, it is trapped within the dimension of chaotic development and selfishness. Much like an animal cannot reasonably function within the framework of human moral and social ethics, the mind, on its own, cannot break free from its attachment to negative tendencies without a deliberate cosmic effort. Therefore, the practice of nothingness or voidness frees the mind, guiding it from selfishness to oneness, with selflessness serving as a crucial and consensual bridge between the two. Shifting the flow of consciousness from the subconscious to the unconscious mind involves a deliberate process of transformation. This requires starving the energies, beliefs, and patterns that sustain behaviors rooted in the conscious mind or logic, a domain often dominated by technological and scientific surface-level awareness, and conditioned responses. By breaking free from these cycles, the subconscious is no longer able to directly renew the conscious mind's limitations. Through the practice of nothingness, the conscious mind detaches from the subconscious and reunites with the unconscious mind, restoring order, healing, and cosmic equilibrium to the mind. The unconscious mind, with its transcendental uncharted wisdom, moral inclination, and cosmic presence, becomes the guiding force that suppresses the mind's natural tendency to develop negative habits quickly and sabotage positive ones over time. Instead, it instills a supernatural inclination to cultivate positive habits more effortlessly than negative ones, cleansing the mind of destructive tendencies while preserving and boosting constructive inclinations more rapidly. This, in turn, neutralizes mental disorder at its root and reconnects the mind's most primal perceptions to the beauty of nature: the chirping of birds, the motion of the winds, the rising sun, the falling rain, the beauty of the moon over the ocean, the vitality of the body, and the stability of the mind. These profound experiences, often overlooked, are rediscovered with a cosmic sense when the mind transcends the limitations of its lowest vibrational and conflict-driven dimensional state. Chapter 5. Common Sense versus Cosmic Sense. 5-1. The Common Sense. It may sound unthinkable, almost too far out to be true, but the word common sense, as we know it, and commonly use it in everyday language today, was once considered with an intensity and sanctity rivaling that with which we now respond to words like cosmic sense or cosmic consciousness. If the contemporary mind finds itself awestruck, puzzled, or skeptical about the idea of cosmic sense or cosmic consciousness because of the depth and subtlety that one would expect the words to imply, similarly, the contemporary mind may have found itself responding to the use of common sense by its predecessors as a word of equally radical profundity, of almost inconceivable weightiness. Imagine, if you will, an age when the term common sense was not just a phrase and something that was used casually in common speech, but an almost sacred idea, heavy with philosophical and existential meaning. At these levels of analysis, common sense was not relegated to practical or trivial judgment. Instead, it derived from fundamental connections that human beings had with understanding existence, morality, and the nature of consciousness. How we today would view, and wrestle with for that matter, the abstractions of cosmic consciousness. That is to say, ideas about reality that are over and above our comprehension and which push at the threshold of our intellectual and spiritual capacity. Earlier societies viewed and interacted with common sense. The word common sense could be referred to as a gate opener to deeper truths, a chief component guiding perceptions and actions of individuals in ways that were profoundly intertwined with their broader understanding of the world. It wasn't just a casual term, reflective of how people set out to navigate their existence, make moral decisions, and understand their place within the universe. The attached importance to common sense was one that was demanding of individual introspection and contemplation, probably in equal measure comparable to what we today understand with concepts like cosmic consciousness. These reach at the very core of human understanding and the cosmos. Historically, the meaning of common sense was rich with multiple connotations and played an important role in philosophical discourse. It was regarded as an innate, almost universal function which joined individuals with higher, common wisdom on the nature of reality. Just as cosmic sense seems to relate us with the great order of the universe and our position belongs to it, what is considered to be common sense was regarded as an indispensable connecting ring with the universal truths, according to which our actions and understanding were governed. Moreover, the very phrases cosmic sense and cosmic consciousness could be regarded with something of curiosity and incredulity by the very abstractness and generality they assumed. In its historical context, common sense too was surrounded by this deep atmosphere of veneration and inquiry. People sought to understand and embody deeply the principles so central not just to personal conduct, but to forming official and unofficial social parameters and norms. In other words, the term common sense, which was closely connected to the human way of understanding things and moral reasoning, was respected with nearly the same depth of meaning and complexity as we presently regard the terms cosmic sense or cosmic consciousness. In this way, the phrase common sense itself has had a great degree of historical significance with respect to the way definition and understanding of it have morphed to represent the way in which a certain level of human thought has evolved and approached the mechanisms of understanding the key precepts that undergird their understanding of reality and existence in general. Today, we explore and attempt to understand the cosmic consciousness of yesterday's greatest minds, for whom the basic ideas involved in common sense reflected the age-long pursuit of never-constant understanding and connection to the universe. Manifestly, with 31 years of existence of my own, it is not going to be in my hands to bring out an articulate and fully expounded picture of how the world used to function in the remote past, before the beginning of embracing common-sense principles with self-control or self-consciousness. All the more, my personal experiences with these rules of common sense and self-restraint are limited in scope by the relatively short span of my lifetime. Thus, I can't tell or describe vividly and graphically an intrinsic nature and the difficulties before these tenets establish themselves as working components of everyday life. However, historical evidence and records do provide substantial information regarding how mankind coped with these nagging ideas well before they got grafted and defined within the framework of the modern world's think. If we take our attention back approximately 500 years ago, around the late 15th and early 16th centuries, we are at a crucial point in the history of human beings. This time, filled somewhat with great social, political, and intellectual upheavals alone, now sets the stage to understand the evolution of human thought and behavior vis-à-vis common sense and self-control. This was an era in which societies were experiencing overwhelming metamorphoses, striving to merge the emerging views with the existing practices. The world underwent the challenge of decisions that needed to balance logical thought with practical knowledge. The challenge was added to by the lack of access to information and the generally slow pace of intellectual development, which so many times became limiting to the capability of both the individual and society to make an informed choice. The time of early modernity, featuring the Renaissance and the Age of Exploration, was characterized by burgeoning interest in science, reason, and empirical knowledge. Yet, after all this progress, societies were still grappling with the proper application of logical decision-making and self-control. The risks in not doing so were hardly trivial. In fact, humanity was putting at risk the very precarious balance of its own survival on the only planet it had ever known, since such decision-making, when summed in consequence, often placed at risk the life support system of the planet. It added more problems to these things, that is, the inability to act as one single social body. Oftentimes, these will be fragmented with different interests, beliefs, and priorities being the cause of conflict and inefficiency. The lack of coherence will make it difficult for collective efforts to tackle global issues or implement strategies that could be implemented to ensure the long-term survival of human civilization. For example, during those times, people all over the globe were busy exploring and colonizing, and though it expanded human knowledge and the expansion of geographical access, it accordingly led to vast environmental and social consequences. This happened often because of a string of breaches of ways toward these goals, such as exploitative use of resources, rapid displacement of indigenous people, and a host of new challenges imposed, thereby affecting the stability of numerous ecosystems. We can briefly summarize. My own lifetime experiences only reflect a small part of that. Historical records from about 500 years ago show the problems of trying to get the world to use common sense and self-control. I kid you not. For the lives of human societies and the well-being of the planet, the failure to catch on to this was all too real. In this respect, the shift towards applying common sense and self-control on a gradual basis had to be realized as humanity evolved to treat these challenges and move towards a united and sustainable future. In the context of history, the world was divided sharply into multiple lines that were inclusive of traditions, cultures, ethnicities, military might, and religions. These were the kinds of divisions that had gone deep as far as shaping mechanisms of interaction among societies, as well as mechanisms for conflict resolutions. Unfortunately, war became the typical solution for disputes and the manner of showing a better position in the dog-eat-dog world of that era. This was the only solution at that time, and hence widely under the policy of many societies. The continuous state of war and struggle led to a state of chaos and suffering, with each faction trying to gain supremacy over the others. It was an age of perpetual struggle for hard fight and control, where most of the time, military supremacy was upheld higher than the diplomat's solution. Nations and groups fought battles, fought with each other, and went to war against the conviction that dominance and accompanying subjugation are necessary for existence and progress. The hope that peace may be gained through force was well inbred, and the ruinous cycle of conflict seemed interminable. A transformation began setting in with time. Gradually, there was that collective realization that the more societies depended on violence and the sword to resolve their differences, the more they posed a danger to global peace and stability. This eureka effect symbolized a very huge lying truth. No matter how strong a group or nation could be, there must always be a force, quite formidable, to challenge their strength. The never-ending cycle of conflict only heightened the suffering and chaos of immense numbers of people. Realizing this fact, the societies began to find some other solution to resolve the conflict. A shift of adopting uncanny wisdom, a new way of thinking of the realization that freedom and rights have to be respected for others, in the same way they would want their freedom and rights to be respected. The essential thought was to desist from the use of force for the realization of goals, and adopt such principles that would enable mutual respect, understanding, and, hence, cooperation. One of the most important inputs is the formulation together with the taking up on a large scale of the golden rules of life. They were designed to be central to the emerging concepts of ethical and moral codes in society. They established the basic foundation for what we today know as common sense. The importance of common sense as a concept was in its critical value and the creation of a tool that would assure the working of societies in harmony and sustainability, acting, therefore, as a set of guidelines for ethical living and concern for others. Such a milestone was embedding these golden rules within the societal mainstream. This came as a result of the fear that the absence of basic human respect towards fellow man was putting both the state of being and the very future of humanity on the brink of potential collapse. By instilling the aspects of common decency and an intermediary action on ways of doing the basic things that were being done, there was the quest to guard Mother Earth and humanity that risked navigation to the end of the universe. Paradoxically, however much this may have been achieved, there is a crucial sense in which this is incorrect. The term common sense is, in modern times, readily acceptable and understandable. Yet so often, there is this reaction of being uneasy and incompatible with the innermost conscience of self that was responsible for the formation of these golden rules in the first place. The unease is symptomatic of a distance between the surface acceptance of common sense and the deep ethical principles that back it. It reflects the constant challenge of embracing them fully and living them in all aspects of life. Tribal conflicts and powerful nations are slowly changing into a world where common sense and respect for human dignity are the pillars. The change from relying on warfare to the inclusion of golden rules and common sense marks a dramatic shift in the development of human consciousness. Whereas common sense has by now become very comfortable and familiar, the deeper, more searching ethical conscience from which it first emerged still retains the power to make one stand back and think. The process of conforming to that conscience and to the principles which in the end issued from common sense is itself a living and continuous task for humanity. I'm not saying common sense is some magic bullet, or that it ever did, or has solved everything, but it certainly gave Earth and humankind a break from some of the more egregious varieties of hostility and idiocy that used to afflict human societies. Before this era of common sense and its widespread use, humanity was in many cases embroiled in cycles of strife, superstition, and extreme behavior. Many of them lived in constant fear of inhumane barbaric rituals or harsh public punishments, meted by people's beliefs and ultra-conservative traditions that hardly took into account personal human rights or humane considerations. Historically, dangers and injustices abounded in people's daily lives. In some ancient societies, for example, it was believed that human beings must be sacrificed to appease angry gods or wandering spirits, the very extreme and many times fatal take on what a human is and the moral things. People also feared severe punishment, and even being put to death for not following the mores of their locality, which would include something as simple as dress codes or dietary norms. This often meant that individuals who looked, sounded, and had a taste for different types of foods, clothing, or music could be harshly suffered, resulting from their differences. The dawn of common sense, however, has ushered in great changes. It is increasingly possible to navigate the world with that enhanced sense of safety and freedom. The danger of being devoured by savages, offered in sacrifice, sentenced to some supernatural vengeance, or being submitted to some other form of draconic justice has now greatly diminished. Modern societies have tended toward respect for the inalienable dignity and worth of every human being, regardless of cultural, ethnic, or personal differences. With this change, the spreading of practices and attitudes that justified the fear and suffering to which many were apt to be subjected has been reduced. One of the amazing advances in the world of human interaction has been the unfolding of the discovery of a commonality of emotional experiences. Instead of hard, divisive opinions taking over human interactions, it is more likely today that people will be united by their common emotional responses. Being able to share laughter and tears rises above cultural and linguistic differences, creating a universal language through which empathy can be shared. This emotional connection has played a crucial role in promoting greater unity and reducing conflicts arising due to misunderstandings or mere differences in opinion. However, it would be a critical fallacy to imagine this as the final solution to everything. This move toward more emotional attachment and commonality is definitely a step in the right direction, but it still does not cover all of the deep underlying issues regarding human behavior and the functionality of societies. Much needs to be done yet before these ideals of common sense really appear, and all human beings are treated with respect and independent notions of health. But the end justifies the means, since the development of common sense, in the final analysis, has provided humans with great opportunities in its wake, which have brought about peace and understanding. It has succeeded in washing out some of the more intense forms of conflicts and abusive practices that previously characterized societies. Indeed, today, it is less likely for people to face such dire threats that were previously everyday occurrences, and an appreciation for shared emotional experiences. But the mere existence of such improvements is a reminder of ongoing progress on the way to the day that common sense and basic respect for all humanity are truly in sync with human behavior. The world's journey towards unity and greater empathy is constant and ongoing, of which each one of us is a part. Even if common sense did not resolve all the deep-rooted issues that once had severely shaken the integrity and stability of human societies, it had a lot to do with bringing a kinder and more responsive world into being. By encouraging a better knowledge of people and instilling mutual respect between them, common sense has forced people to look to themselves and double their consideration of their actions rather than making frequent attributions through blame shifting. It is a big step towards personal and societal growth that moves beyond pointing fingers and opens up reality in our actions and behaviors. One of the most remarkable achievements of common sense is the realization of the international observance of the right of national independence. This is a notion that states can earn the right to rule themselves without outside interference from state affairs in the definition of a larger perspective of sovereignty and the right to self-determination taken for granted today. The call to independence has always led to the shaping of a country's future and the correction of world orders. Another deep point that testifies to common sense at work is the abolition of slavery. This was a change of tremendous scale, propelled by the increasing acknowledgement that innate injustice and inhumanity have to be at the heart of slavery. The movement to end this detestable practice required a great deal of moral awakening and dedication to the protection of the essential rights and dignity of all human beings. The abolition of slavery thus struck millions of people off the role of bondage and moved a significant step toward the ongoing struggle for human rights and equality. For example, the acceptance and integration of immigrants, foreign cultures, and even diverse expressions of cultures, like fashion and music styles, are other good examples that demonstrate the operations of common sense. For instance, one would see that numerous societies have, over time, embraced the complementarity that comes from different backgrounds and experiences, having moved towards valuing cultural diversity. This acceptance has yielded more vibrant, more inclusive, and therefore stronger communities, where all may participate in an interwoven cultural diversity of peoples. At the same time, common sense has also been to blame for making way for a number of more positive changes in human societies. Gender equality, environmental sustainability, and improvement of efforts toward social justice are some of the changes that are positive and point toward the fact that common sense is the current base on which several advances and improvements are possible. It is evident in these efforts that there is an ever-growing realization of the systemic issues that need to be dealt with in the mission to attain a fair and just society. In other words, common sense did not fully address the long-standing issues of humanity that have been true for much of its history, though it did achieve some progress in the areas of empathy, compassion, and self-awareness. Common sense has been all but synonymous with looking inward for positive change that contributes to a world that is more inclusive and respectful. Examples from national independence, abolition of slavery, and acceptance of cultural diversity are clear manifestations of how powerful common sense can be in redefining a world that is just, fair, and free from any form of discrimination. In these accomplishments and further foundation laying, there is a great need to appreciate the hand of common sense as we embark on our way forward as humankind to build a far much better world for posterity. It served an enormous purpose in developing progress and enhancing most aspects of human communication. Yet common sense has grievously not fulfilled the parched natural aspirations which, in some cases, it even contributed to worsening amidst far deeper and even more intricate issues that have challenged and divided humankind. Challenges such as these, of their close interrelated nature, are going to affect the world of our children, and in very many aspects, common sense has not kept the desired pace with the evolvement of these issues. First, the insatiable nature of greed remains a potent and destructive force in the world. Even though common sense has moved on toward better realization and empathy, the thirst for more and more money and power compels individuals and institutions to take advantage of resources and people to gain fortune. This creates economic disparity and creates cycles of poverty and inequality. A systemic aspect of greed is that, more than anything else, it subverts the idea of fair and equitable distribution of opportunities and resources in society. Supremacy over the lives of either the poor or the powerless is quite another thing, to which common sense has arguably had no answer yet. Even though substantial developments have taken place in terms of the recognition of human rights and dignity, power has its way, and exploitation and oppression are two very visible social evils that continue to befall marginalized groups. The sad thing is that such structural inequalities embedded in social, political, and economic systems place an order in which the favored few lords over the many. This imbalance breeds an environment in which the questions and voices of the less privileged get systematically ignored, and occasions of suffering and injustices continue to abound. Race is still a very divisible issue, with common sense inroads towards understanding and inclusivity, age-old, failing to purge itself of racialistic prejudice and discrimination. The perseverance of racial inequalities in education, employment, and criminal justice makes common sense insufficient alone for grappling with the deeper wellsprings of racism. What emerges is that racial justice requires more than the taming of that which people think. It needs a systemic redirection to uproot endemic biases and produce equal opportunity for all members of society, irrespective of their race or ethnic origin. Another crucial issue is the issue of equity over natural resources. No matter how much environmental awareness is increasing in the light of common sense, the allocation and management of the very same natural resources are still embroiled in equity and conflicts. The resource-rich regions of the world have been exploited by powerful entities, eventually resulting in environmental degradation and social upheavals. There is, therefore, a need not just for dribbling policies, but comprehensive policies at every level, and a global initiative to take care of the intricate interplay concerning the environment, economy, and society. Freedom, being one of the most primordial human rights, is ebbing away in the face of rising authoritarianism and surveillance. Many societies show restrictions to the freedom of speech, privacy, and political participation amidst swelling waves of advanced democratic governance and civil liberties. The erosion of freedoms is extremely threatening to individual rights and well-being. This points toward the massive insufficiency of common sense in protecting democratic values and human rights. More critically, mayhap, is the question of humanly destructive behavior, ranging from violence to addiction to self-destruction, taking 13th place on the list. While the matter of mental health and addiction has certainly been attended to through the dictates of common sense, virtually nothing is done to halt the causes of such behavior in the first place. Amongst them, one can name the stress put by society, the presence of trauma, and the lack of support systems. A nuanced approach to understanding and controlling the same, such as would entail a complex analysis of human psychology and social dynamics, would not reduce to common sense. In a nutshell, the virtue of commonality of sense has proved an exceptionally critical aspect in the entire human history that has furthered human understanding and spearheaded positive transformation. But it has not been able to satisfactorily work out a gray area faced by the world's deepest, serious problems. Greed, supremacy, racial inequality, resource inequity, threats to freedom, and destructive human behavior continue to endanger global safety and unity. These are deeply systemic issues, interwoven with deep systemic challenges, and call for systemic answers that are very broad. These problems involve a lot more than what common sense can handle if the living generations truly want to secure better futures for the unborn. Holding depression responsible for our lack of self-mastery, self-awareness, genuine focus, emotional support, or the fear of being alone in our own mind serves no purpose at all. These qualities have long been absent as a result of the limitations of common sense. Moreover, common sense is the only actor that can best explain, and if you will ever find a justifiable reason why there exists such a chasm between the extremely rich and the very poor. The paradox of common sense is, while evidently aiming to give constructive guidance in the hands of any voice of reason, the application pertains only to further entrenchment and deepening of the inequalities it is trying to explain. The heavier the reliance on common sense, the more life starts to appear senseless, pointless, and devoid of given a purpose. On the flip side, the more life may seem confusing or nonsensical if the person appears to give credence to it the least. It is this paradox that shows a basic flaw in the way common sense is applied or understood in the resolution of systemic problems. Through its broad application, common sense has also unconsciously perpetuated the chasm of wealth. It has given control of natural resources and economic opportunities to a few of the world's most privileged people, those constituting the very top 1% of global wealth. This uneven distribution of wealth makes the richest collect and conserve colossal fortunes while leaving only crumbs for the rest of 99% of the population of the world. This can be directly attributed to the way that common sense has been used to rationalize the status quo concerning power and economic inequalities. Utterances within the design of wealth distribution have included the promulgation of such an unequal status quo. A handful of wealthy individuals have managed to use common sense mechanisms, often favoring them, which has effected a transfer of control over a large fraction of global wealth. This has resulted in a situation where a few amass enormous wealth while the majority wallows in pauperism, having only meager resources at its command. The structural nature of this kind of inequality truly is a function of those very principles that ought to bring order and justice, but have caused the entrenchment of inequality. If you ever wonder why there is so little done about these deep imbalances, here is part of the reason. Membership in the 1% ranks of the rich has become the most common type of aspiration today. Many see it as a chance to secure a better life for themselves and their families. They count a pursuit of money and status, mostly at the cost of bigger considerations, as part of shared interests. This almost universal wish to rise above the 99% is the problem because it has led to a kind of circular logic that emphasizes personal gain, not mass equality and consideration. The systemic drivers of the wealth gap remain unexamined, and everyone focuses on personal advancement. In other words, the widespread application of common sense has thus managed paradoxically to help retain inequality and concentration of wealth. This design of the system partly caters to letting the rich hold on to resources and life chances in life, while the majority are left to negotiate their way with minimal life chances. The desire to try and move into the ranks of the wealthy reinforces the divide, since effort is placed on individual elevation and not in trying to change the structures in society that keep inequality enduring. In this regard, common sense, which is supposed to be a vehicle for practical reasoning, has ironically been the source of perpetuating economic inequality and has maintained the status quo of the rich versus the poor. For a striking illustration of the distinction, consider the relation of cosmic sense to common sense as the difference between the power of love and the love of power. Although this was the guiding principle of day-to-day life, it has spiraled into outcomes that further divide people and maintain systemic inequities. That is to say, common sense has eventually polarized the world into two classes: the rich, who grow richer, and the poor, who grow poorer. This division is not only a consequence of personal choice, but rather it is systemic and exemplifies the limitations and dangers of relying on common sense. Common sense, although practical and intuitive, had so often failed where it mattered to the human race and the state of the planet. Its application led to the accumulation of wealth and power for some, while a large section of the population had fewer and fewer resources and opportunities. This increasing gap is directly due to how common sense was executed, practically and self-centered, with a view to individual gain, but not collective well-being and equity. 5.2. The cosmic sense. On the other side, cosmic consciousness, or sense, is much more holistic in grasping existence. While common sense operates within the limitations of human logic and sociology, cosmic consciousness stands for a higher plane of thinking that adheres to the very principles that run the universe. This provides solutions to many real, pressing problems that common sense has failed to solve: inequality, environmental degradation, and social injustice. Cosmic consciousness comes with accepting, more deeply, that there is an interrelation and harmony that expands beyond the straitjacket of common sense. It actually shows the lie of common sense, since what common sense shows is that it is deeply complicit in the causation of injustice within the system and in sustaining the power structure. Let the penetration and assimilation of cosmic consciousness take place so that individuals and societies can transcend a shallow logic of common sense and become involved in the deep principles controlling both the universe and human life. On a practical level, cosmic consciousness represents a rubric for applying wisdom toward action in such a way as to house equity, sustainability, and holistic well-being within its feathery bounds. It unsettles the status quo set by common sense and urges one to shift to a more inclusive and just way of surmounting global challenges. With the embracing of cosmic sense, we can start to effectively cope with and, step by step, remove the very grounds of inequality, leading to the building up of a world that would be balanced and harmonious. Whereas common sense has been very instrumental in shaping human behaviors and societal trends, it has, to a great extent, led to varied inequalities and problems. On the other hand, cosmic consciousness visualizes life more completely, relatively and justly, with the basic cosmic laws of the universe. It offers an alternative to dealing with new problems of our time and moving towards a more balanced and harmonious existence. The search for cosmic consciousness reveals a great truth. Common sense, or self-consciousness, past, present, and future, is and always will be incompatible with the real important aspects of living. Those intrinsic aspects that make up true happiness, fulfillment, abundance, contentment, peace, emotional safety, mental health, freedom of mind, stillness, and balance between the feminine and the masculine. These aspects represent the true wealth and currency in life. Common sense, which is derived at large from the perception of everyday thinking with a pragmatic nature, is in many instances insufficient to elucidate the full engagement of such areas in human experience. Thus, common sense may be employed for achieving material success or to fit within social norms, but very often it does not value inner enrichment and harmonious accommodation of different dimensions within oneself. Happiness or contentment is derived not from practical decisions, but flows from alignment with oneself and broader principles of the universe. True abundance and fulfillment are discovered in understanding one's own place in the cosmos and aligning with energies that are beyond common sense. Internal peace finds emotional safety not just in the avoidance of conflict, but in further joining of self and understanding universal truth. Unlike allopathy, mental health as well as freedom are related to a higher order of consciousness, a superconsciousness going beyond the ordinary limits of common sense. This calls for the knowledge of one's relatedness to the cosmos and one's connection to that basic energy pattern within it, the basic trend of energies, which ensures health. Balance in feminine and masculine energies is the prerequisite to a balanced life, which is best achieved with practices and understandings that feel right through one's resonance with cosmic consciousness, rather than common sense approaches, which are often superficial. That then poses the question, if the universe or God being unable to do something about global and personal issues starts to look like divine neglect, what if all of that reflection shows our inability? What if world peace, individual happiness, and evolution are strangled by not some evil destructive force outside of us, but just by our own resistance to embracing a higher understanding of cosmic consciousness? By thinking of ourselves as obstructions to the attainment of these higher stages of being, we shift from blaming external forces to recognizing our own limitations and how to transcend them. Such a conception of the nature of the universe encourages deeper investigation into the ways to live in accordance with the principles of cosmic consciousness that can be supplied or controlled by the dictates of common sense. It suggests that the resolution of both global and personal struggles is found in our ability to evolve far beyond common sense and embrace a much deeper and universal understanding of our place in the cosmos. In other words, cosmic consciousness emphasizes the inability of common sense to answer the important questions of life, and that a truly progressive fulfillment of life needs a shift of view, dispelling the blocks we create within ourselves by being limited and by bringing into alignment deeper principles of the cosmos. An opening up toward happiness, peace, and evolution is therefore facilitated. This is not a discussion that is targeted towards sparking debates regarding the nature of common sense, but is rather a solicited piece of advice, couched in very polite terms. If common sense were the non-physical cosmic values of life, then surely the world would have transformed as drastically as is dramatized in movies, where money and power certainly make all the difference that exists between the poor and the rich. However, this is not so. Rather, contentment and fulfillment are a true state that isn't necessarily subject to sole material wealth. The cosmos is at play behind the accrual of money and material success achievements. It does not take material, shallow success to heart. For one, it has a heightened vibrational level that enchains spiritual wholesomeness, mental soundness, and emotional tranquility. More often than not, it swings this vibrational set point to the extreme of cosmic sense, a sharp contrast from the normal and most often restrictive dimension of common sense. Common sense, being what it is essentially, tends toward the resolution of the pragmatic issues at hand, and typically has no means of extending its scope to encompass the broader, more significant issues of human life. It operates in the realm of the actual and the present, and therefore deals with the present and nothing else, with the finite and not with the infinite. As such, it does not, at all times, provide for the subtler and more significant aspects of life, like spiritual intelligence, real happiness, and inner peace. Unlike the cosmic sense, this is a broader and holistic understanding of life. Therefore, true wealth and satisfaction do not come from what one possesses or the status given by society, but are directly related to one's spirituality and emotional harmony with the universe. This higher viewpoint values mental health, spiritual well-being, and emotional resonance, attitudes that go beyond common sense. Such values can only fully be realized outside the realm of common sense, as they are not ruled or limited by the same and can't be grasped or attained using the conventional way of thinking. The cosmic sense is in a different frequency, tuned to the very basic truths of existence, past the superficiality of life. Hence, common sense has a place and will be very useful during trying times in the various conundrums that life throws at the individual. But that is not a guarantor for being the measure of all that is successful or satisfactory. For the richness in a life that lies in resonance with cosmic principles, the embrace that the values vibrate at a higher frequency is what feeds it. This brings about true happiness, satisfaction in spirituality, and healthy states of mind, matters that are not bound by common sense. Though this perspective might challenge conventional views or even seem a little uncomfortable, it is not meant to be divisive, but rather a loving nudge toward living more profoundly and fulfilling the purpose of life. They are not of our making, the cosmic rules, and if the message vibrated, it struck a truer message within, a deeper truth about our existence and the chase for a more meaningful life. Integrating cosmic sense into human nature calls for profound reconsiderations of how we perceive and operate at the highest frequencies and vibrations of the universe. It is all a matter of integration and temporality, which has taken this primary integrative gestalt, reflecting a pivotal mutation in our relationship with the very essence of existence. For this, it would be essential to understand the cosmic sense, which may involve vibrating in the very highest, the light of love or love of light. The cosmic sense means realizing deeply and intuitively how the basic energies of the universe relate to our lives. It stands for the harmony with finest levels of existence, usually symbolized by love, light, and deep spiritual perception. They are not abstractions, but are with deep involvement in the very fabric of reality, the very basics of the principles that govern the order of the universe and our place in it. By love of light, we connote resplendent, transmogrifying energy coursing through and holding in place every existent thing. It is synonymous with an energy absolute and uniting, pure, spanning the confinements of the physical. It symbolizes cosmic harmony in its greatest expression, where everything is united through the mutual vibrational frequency of growth, healing, and understanding. I have always wanted to ask these two questions. How do you feel when you come across someone who lacks common sense and basic social skills? And how would you like to be treated if, a few hundred years from now, you are one of the rare few people who still lack cosmic sense and excellent appreciation for inner human values? Common sense is often considered an innate ability to understand and navigate everyday situations. It encompasses a basic level of reasoning and social education that allows individuals to function harmoniously within a community. When someone lacks common sense, it can be frustrating or even bewildering to others. We may find ourselves wondering how they could miss what seems obvious to most, or feel uncomfortable when their actions disrupt social flow. For example, a person lacking common sense might make inappropriate comments in social settings, fail to recognize when they are causing discord, or make decisions that seem irrational or inappropriate. These actions can create a barrier in communication and understanding, leading to misunderstandings, social disconnection, and sometimes even exclusion. When confronted with such situations, we often feel a mix of confusion, frustration, compassion, or even pity, depending on the context and the relationship we have with the person in question. Now, imagine projecting this concept into the future, where humanity might develop a more profound, spiritual sense of awareness that we can call cosmic sense. This sense might encompass a deeper understanding of the interconnectedness of all life, a profound prioritization for human values, and an innate ability to empathize with others on a global or even cosmic scale. Cosmic sense would transcend the here and now, guiding individuals to live in harmony not only with each other, but with the universe itself. In a world where cosmic sense is the norm, those who lack this awareness might be seen in a similar light to how we view those without common sense today. They might struggle to grasp the importance of empathy, environmental stewardship of the world, spiritual intelligence, or SQ, just as some today struggle with basic social cues or common reasoning. They might be seen as out of touch, not with social norms, but with the broader, more profound cosmic truths that govern a harmonious existence. If you were to find yourself as one of these rare individuals who lacks cosmic sense in a future society that values it, how would you want to be treated? This question invites us to reflect on our behavior today. Would we want others to judge us harshly or dismiss us as ignorant? Or would we hope for understanding, patience, and guidance? And would you offer the same patience and consideration to those with a cosmic sense in this day and age? We might desire a world where people approach us with empathy, recognizing our growth potential, rather than focusing solely on our shortcomings and differentiation. In such a scenario, just as we today are encouraged to help those who lack common sense understand social cues better, future generations might aim to educate and uplift those who lack cosmic sense. They might create a supportive environment that stimulates learning and development rather than exclusion. This thought experiment challenges us to reconsider how we view those who differ from us in understanding and awareness. Whether it's common sense today or cosmic sense in the future, our response to those who lack these qualities speaks volumes about our values. Instead of frustration or judgment, perhaps we should lean into patience, empathy, and a willingness to guide others toward greater understanding. Ultimately, as we grow as individuals and as a society, our goal should be to build bridges of understanding rather than walls of division, nurturing a culture where all forms of awareness, be they common or cosmic, are seen as opportunities for growth and connection to the greater universe. Chapter 6. Cosmic Attunement to Mitigate Self-Destructive Behaviors. Plato's profound observation underscores a deep reality, approximately human nature, and our dating with worry and enlightenment. He said, "We can without difficulty forgive a child who's terrified of the dark. The actual tragedy of lifestyles is when men are terrified of the light." This perception touches on the essential human struggle to confront and include illumination, each literal and metaphorical. While a baby's fear of darkness is comprehensible, the adult fear of mild represents an extra tragic failure to confront and embrace reality, know-how, and self-cognizance. This mirrored image can be enriched by considering the idea of cosmic attention, which highlights the necessity of integrating a higher experience of general consciousness into human existence. Cosmic cognizance refers to an elevated kingdom of awareness wherein individuals perceive their connection to the extra cosmos, recognizing their function within a full-size, interconnected universe. Without this integration, the world may maintain its life. However, it might be similar to an empty shell, a hollow model of its potential kingdom, marked by dwindled integrity, happiness, and peace. The pioneering work of Professor Richard Buck in the 19th century brought vast interest to the concept of cosmic consciousness. Buck, a high-quality Canadian physician, became many of the first to systematically study this idea. His observations found a growing, but troubling, disparity between the arena's illumination and the ability for greater enlightenment. According to Buck, this disparity wasn't designed to plunge humanity into darkness, but instead to redirect human awareness in the direction of an internal light, the cosmic attention within each person. Buck's analysis indicates that the sector's dimming light isn't always simply a signal of decline, but a call to redirect our attention toward a greater, profound, and typical source of illumination. This source transcends the mere bodily light of the sector and publications humanity toward a deeper know-how of our lifestyles and our area in the cosmos. By embracing this cosmic mild, we can probably overcome the superficial and fragmented nature of our modern life, achieving a better kingdom of integrity, joy, and calmness. In essence, the adventure towards cosmic attention is a transformative procedure. It demands situations for us to look past the immediate and the tangible, to confront and triumph over our fears of enlightenment, and to seek an extra profound connection with the universe. This course can be fraught with trouble, but it guarantees a richer, more cohesive, and ultimately greater gratifying human revel. Raising children regularly parallels the tricky manner of guiding people towards a greater profound experience of happiness, well-being, and empathy. This method includes a cautious stability of privilege and discipline, reminiscent of a sculptor shaping a bit of clay. Just as a sculptor must get rid of extra fabric to expose the favored shape, parents ought to, from time to time, lessen a child's entry to positive comforts and privileges to instill important life abilities and values. When parents implement a based approach that consists of reasonable limits and expectations, they're guiding their kids through a manner of tough cooperation and subject. This strategy corresponds to laying a strong basis upon which kids can construct their future knowledge of themselves and their vicinity within the international. By dealing with and overcoming demanding situations, kids research resilience, endurance, and the price of effort, key components in developing a robust feeling of happiness and well-being. For example, denying instantaneous gratification and encouraging children to work towards their dreams cultivate a deeper appreciation for achievements and build a feeling of achievement. Similarly, proscribing access to positive privileges enables youngsters to recognize the idea of income rewards through responsibility and attempt. This technique no longer best cultivates an experience of empathy, but additionally equips youngsters with the tools vital to navigate the complexities of adult existence. Empathy, mainly, is extensively nurtured through such disciplined tactics. When children discover ways to manipulate their expectancies and apprehend the fee of difficult work, additionally, they gain insight into the reports and emotions of others. This more desirable empathy permits them to shape deeper and more meaningful connections with people around them, contributing to their overall emotional intelligence and social harmony. Conversely, the absence of a field often leads to adverse outcomes. Without suitable boundaries and expectancies, youngsters may struggle to expand a sense of path and reason. They may additionally emerge as accustomed to immediate gratification and fail to understand the importance of perseverance and effort. As a result, these kids may enjoy emotions of disappointment, frustration, and confusion. The loss of structure and steerage can result in an inner experience of disorientation and a loss of fulfillment, leaving them feeling indignant, misplaced, and disconnected from their environment. This disconnection frequently manifests in diverse forms of dissatisfaction and emotional turbulence. Children who are not guided by the challenges of existence might also locate themselves unwell prepared to address setbacks or navigate the complexities of interpersonal relationships. Their inability to address adversity or apprehend the price of empathy can bring about a dwindled capacity for true happiness and self-contentment. Ultimately, the stability between privilege and genuine discipline is crucial for nurturing a baby's boom into a well-rounded and emotionally resilient man or woman. Through considerate and steady steering, parents can help their children develop a more potent feeling of self, greater happiness, and a deeper know-how of others. This method doesn't only hand blessings to the person's baby, but also contributes to a wonderful, empathetic, and harmonious society. In the grand scheme of human enjoyment, The discount of access to the outside light of the sector and the superb elements of herbal mental strength may be seen as a profound mechanism via which the cosmos is guiding humanity in the direction of a deeper and greater meaningful evolution. This process isn't merely approximately the denial of superficial comforts or outside sources of illumination, but alternatively approximately redirecting our focus towards an inner realm where actual boom and knowledge are cultivated. The light of the world and the inherently positive psychological energies of nature represent immediate sources of pleasure and inspiration that individuals often rely on. These external sources can provide temporary relief and satisfaction, but not always permanent or profound. By temporarily isolating these personal sources, individuals are encouraged to go inward to find their own inner light, rather than external stimuli. This inner journey is the search for universal forces to awaken their own power and purpose. The universe, in its infinite wisdom, facilitates this transformation as a means of helping humanity to connect more deeply with the cosmic forces it resides in. These cosmic forces are not just abstract thoughts, but important aspects of personality that contribute to feeling satisfied, happy, and loyal. By encouraging a journey of self-discovery, the universe guides individuals to explore and harness these inner energies in lasting and authentic fulfillment. This process of internal examination involves confronting and understanding one's own strengths, weaknesses, and abilities. It is through this self-discovery that individuals can reveal their true purpose and calling. Each person is invited to immerse themselves in their nature, to understand what they are truly made of, and to consider how they can give their best self to the world. This journey is not always easy, as it requires self-discovery, resiliency, and willingness to face challenges. However, it is through this process that individuals develop a sense of direction and meaning in their lives. As the individual begins to own and shape the universe within themselves, the adventure towards discovering and enabling one's cosmic self entails a commitment to self-discovery and internal exploration. It calls for a willingness to confront and apprehend one's innermost fears, desires, and potentials. This system isn't always easy or straightforward. It demands introspection, courage, and a readiness to include transformative alternatives. It entails looking past on-the-spot external elements and delving into the profound depths of one's internal being. Engaging with this cosmic attention has the ability to noticeably alter one's enjoyment of mental power and well-being. By connecting with the cosmic self, individuals can get admission to a deeper sense of motive and alignment with the regularly occurring forces at play. This connection can cause a renewed sense of self and stability, imparting a greater sustainable and enjoyable technique for addressing intellectual fitness in demanding situations. In summary, taking a look at cosmic attention indicates that what many interpret as an intellectual power deficit or intellectual infection would possibly honestly be a profound name to explore and activate the endless nature within oneself. This inner cosmos, whilst dormant, holds the capability to repair order and balance in one's life. To fully realize this potential, individuals need to engage in a dedicated journey of self-discovery, embracing their cosmic self with seriousness and commitment. By doing so, they can transform their intellectual and emotional experience, reaching a deeper feeling of concord and achievement in alignment with the great cosmic order. The human tendency to face up to trade, even as concurrently expecting external occasions to shift in our prefer, is a common paradox. This catch-22 situation reflects a broader cosmic layout and a historical principle that has guided human evolution and consciousness improvement over millennia. The cosmos, in its limitless knowledge, has orchestrated numerous challenges and shifts within the accessibility of strength of mind and mental fitness to push humanity towards higher states of recognition. Historically, the cosmos has imposed certain problems to inspire the evolution of human awareness. In advanced times, the task of having access to and adapting to willpower changed into deliberately heightened. This problem turned into no longer an insignificant obstacle, but a profound invitation to evolve beyond the superficial layers of existence. At that point, this evolutionary push became geared toward facilitating the improvement of self-awareness, a degree of awareness where individuals started to take advantage of cosmic perception in their personal thoughts, feelings, and movements. This length marked a giant jump in human recognition, moving past simple survival instincts to more nuanced information about the self. Self-cognizance enabled individuals to mirror their internal experiences, increase a sense of private identification, and have interaction in self-law. It represented an important level in the evolution of human recognition, laying the foundation for extra advanced sorts of recognition. However, this degree became not the remaining goal, but an alternative of a stepping stone closer to even greater levels of wisdom and love. In modern-day instances, the cosmos has all over again made admission to intellectual fitness and life forces greater challenging. This contemporary kingdom of issue isn't arbitrary, however serves a better motive: to exaggerate the need for humanity to adapt toward the highest degree of attention, called cosmic consciousness, or oneness with the cosmos. Cosmic awareness represents an advanced level of cognizance, wherein individuals perceive themselves as imperative components of a larger, interconnected universe. This stage of focus transcends the constraints of self-recognition by means of promoting a deep feeling of unity with the cosmos. It involves spotting the interconnectedness of all existence and aligning oneself with the time-honored forces that govern the cosmos. The demanding situations imposed by means of the cosmos, consisting of the increasing complexity of intellectual health troubles and the struggles to locate stability, serve as catalysts for this deeper evolution. The journey toward cosmic attention involves transcending personal ego and embracing a more holistic and expansive view of fact. It calls for individuals to move beyond their issues and to connect to a greater experience of motive and belonging. This shift is facilitated by way of navigating through the problems and demanding situations that the cosmos offers, which in the long run guide people closer to more knowledge in their area inside the regularly occurring framework. Achieving cosmic recognition brings profound blessings, including a heightened experience of achievement, purpose, and alignment with the more forces of the universe. It helps the evolution of who we actually are by integrating the classes discovered from preceding stages of consciousness into an extra unified and enlightened attitude. This degree of focus permits individuals to experience an experience of oneness with all that exists, main to an extra harmonious and balanced lifestyle. In summary, the cosmic layout has historically worried about getting admission to self-discipline and mental fitness, increasingly challenging to inspire the evolution of human consciousness. By overcoming those challenges, people are guided toward the very best stage of focus: cosmic awareness or oneness with the cosmos. This last state of consciousness supports the evolution of our proper selves, permitting us to align with the everyday forces and to revel in a deeper, more pleasant connection with the cosmos. The human experience is more and more revealing that individuals increase their internal traits and personal splendor more profoundly after they engage with cosmic energies. This developing information highlights the importance of exploring and distinguishing between cosmic compatibility and cosmic incompatibility as we deepen our quest to realize and deal with depression extra successfully. By examining these principles, we can better respect how cosmic energies influence our intellectual and emotional properties and discover ways to prevent depression from adversely affecting our lives. Cosmic compatibility refers to the harmonious alignment between an individual's internal self and the broader cosmic energies that permeate the universe. This alignment happens whilst someone is in tune with the everyday forces and experiences a deep feel of reference to the cosmos. In a state of cosmic compatibility, individuals are much more likely to experience balanced, fulfilled, and aligned reality with their authentic nature. They experience a glide of high-quality energy that supports their non-public increase and complements their internal characteristics, which include empathy, creativity, and endurance. When people are cosmically well-suited, they may be greater adept at getting access to and harnessing the cosmic energies that make a contribution to their properly being. This nation of concord permits them to navigate lifestyle's demanding situations with greater ease, domesticate a feeling of inner peace, and broaden a heightened recognition of their motive and capacity. They are more likely to revel in a sense of joy and contentment, as their moves and intentions are in alignment with the greater cosmic forces. On the opposite hand, cosmic incompatibility takes place whilst there is a discord between a man or woman's inner self and the cosmic energies. This misalignment can result in emotions of disconnection, confusion, and mental imbalance. When people enjoy cosmic incompatibility, they will conflict to get admission to the effective energies that aid their well-being and personal increase. This kingdom of dissonance can contribute to emotional distress and exacerbate mental fitness challenges, such as depression. Cosmic incompatibility can occur in numerous ways, including continual emotions of unease, dissatisfaction, or a lack of energy. Individuals who are out of sync with cosmic energies might also discover it hard to maintain a sense of purpose or to engage in sports that deliver them achievement. They may also revel in heightened stages of strain, anxiety, or sadness that may make a contribution to the improvement or worsening of depressive symptoms. Understanding the distinction between cosmic compatibility and cosmic incompatibility is critical in addressing depression and helping mental health. By recognizing when we're aligned with cosmic energies, we will take proactive steps to nurture and maintain this alignment. Practices together with mindfulness, meditation, and self-mirrored images can help people maintain their connection with cosmic forces and enhance their overall well-being. Conversely, whilst experiencing cosmic incompatibility, it's far vital to take planned actions to realign oneself with the cosmic energies. This might also include addressing underlying problems, looking for aid from mental fitness experts, and tasty practices that sell internal concord and balance. By acknowledging and addressing cosmic incompatibility, individuals can work in the direction of restoring their connection with the cosmos and mitigating the consequences of depression. Ultimately, the quest to apprehend and cope with melancholy via the lens of cosmic compatibility and incompatibility affords valuable insights into the nature of intellectual fitness and well-being. By exploring how our courting with cosmic energies impacts our inner qualities and emotional states, we can expand extra effective strategies for stopping and managing depression. Embracing cosmic compatibility and taking proactive measures to cope with cosmic incompatibility can cause a more balanced, satisfying, and harmonious life. 6.1. Cosmic incompatibility. The universe, with the aid of its very nature, is endless, and as a consequence, to truly perceive and realize these boundless possibilities, we need to transcend the limitations of our finite mental schools. Our cognitive capabilities, inherently constrained by their finite nature, struggle to comprehend the overall extent of the infinite expanse of the cosmos. This hassle highlights a fundamental truth. There is no division in infinity. No countless possibilities are more than any other, and no life is more huge or advanced than any other lifestyle. We are all interconnected as one unified lifestyle. When we emerge as separated from this harmony, the finite nature of our mental faculties becomes increasingly more obvious. This separation from the entire can cause a disintegration of our experience of self and reason, as our finite minds cannot preserve the weight of limitless opportunities without becoming beaten. This disconnection can bring about a profound feeling of fragmentation, wherein our mental and emotional balance is jeopardized and our experience of identification can be undermined. From a perceptual viewpoint, the finite intellectual faculty is not ready to address the complexities and vastness of the limitless cosmos. When confronted with the boundless nature of lifestyles, our confined cognitive capabilities can implode underneath the strain, becoming incompatible with the grand totality of introduction. This dissonance between our finite angle and the endless complete can lead to mental distress and self-detrimental inclinations. The analogy of attempting to reconnect with the cosmos without first evolving one's recognition is akin to waking up on the sea ground without the vital equipment to address the big pressure of the water around you. Just as a person, without proper equipment, might be overwhelmed with the aid of the crushing force of the sea, a mind and cognizance not developed to resonate with the cosmic degree of attention may be overwhelmed by the vastness of the universe. This crushing force represents the crumble of the finite or mortal self underneath the pressure of the endless, in the end reducing one's experience to a state of no factor, wherein the self is dissolved into nothingness. However, this obvious nothingness, or no issue, isn't merely a void, but a profound nation of ability and perception. It underscores the importance of evolving our level of recognition to align with the cosmic whole. By increasing our cognizance and embracing a cosmic perspective, we can save ourselves from the mental disintegration that occurs whilst our finite mind cannot cope with the endless. This evolution of recognition allows us to combine our feeling of self with the broader cosmic reality, accomplishing a more profound expertise of our region inside the universe. The concept of cosmic incompatibility highlights the importance of adapting to and aligning with the endless nature of existence. Just as surviving the monstrous pressure of the sea requires the proper system and guidance, addressing and overcoming depression entails evolving our awareness and developing tools to handle the giant and complex nature of our internal and outer worlds. The finest mental asset of this method is spotting the significance of our interconnectedness with the cosmos and understanding that actual harmony comes from evolving past the finite boundaries of thoughts. Therefore, the journey to save you, discover, and adapt to the situations of depression includes acknowledging the inherent obstacles of our finite faculties and striving to align our focus with the limitless cosmic entire. By embracing this technique, we can higher navigate the challenges of intellectual health, reap more self-recognition, and cultivate a more harmonious and pleasant existence inside the boundless universe. When we do not forget the considerable expanse of self-competencies inside the context of the countless cosmic intelligence that governs the universe, which include the complex workings of the human mind, we start to slowly realize that the authentic nature of thinking is cosmic, such as the dominion over depression. The fundamental difference between the cosmos and closing blind to it regularly hinges on humanity's priorities. Historically, there is a profound obsession in the enthusiasm and funding directed closer to space exploration compared to the attention given to know-how of the inner workings of our own minds and the matterless nature of our souls. This discrepancy highlights an essential point. Even as we have committed large resources and strength closer to exploring the vastness of space, our exploration of the inner dimensions of consciousness and spirituality remains notably underdeveloped. The preference to spend money on an area journey, with its capability for uncovering extraterrestrial secrets and increasing our understanding of the universe, displays a fascination with the outside cosmos. Yet, this fascination can every now and then overshadow the similarly vital pursuit of know-how, the nature of our very own minds and inner cosmos. The cosmos, with its countless complexities, mirrors the intricacies of our internal experience, and thus, a deeper exploration of our intellectual and spiritual dimensions is similarly vital. Humanity's contemporary kingdom of self-consciousness represents a central drawback in understanding our real ability. This self-attention, characterized by a divided and regularly fragmented mental nation, constrains our potential to fully draw close to the higher dimensions of cosmic recognition. Cosmic cognizance represents the next degree of human mental evolution, a state wherein we transcend the restrictions of divided thoughts and embody our authentic, limitless, and timeless cosmic nature. This evolution spans from the bottom to the highest vibrational states, providing a profound growth of awareness and information. Science has traditionally supported a self-sufficient model of the universe, which indicates that cognizance operates independently to create the wonders of human life beyond human authority. This perspective, while exciting, is fundamentally mistaken. The perfect fact is surely the other. It isn't always humanity that wishes for the cosmos. However, as an alternative, the cosmos needs humanity. The cosmos requires human cognizance to higher recognize and evolve itself. This reciprocal relationship is critical for cosmic intelligence to have interaction in self-discovery and growth through human recognition and evolution. Carl Sagan's insight, "We are a manner for the cosmos to know itself," encapsulates this idea flawlessly. Humanity serves as a conduit for the cosmos to discover and recognize its nature. This symbiotic relationship underscores the significance of human focus inside the grand scheme of cosmic evolution. With our non-public minds and bodies, the assessment becomes starkly revealing. Cosmic intelligence is a boundless, all-encompassing force that orchestrates the entire universe, making sure that each celestial frame, each particle, and each force operates in perfect harmony. This same cosmic intelligence is chargeable for sustaining lifestyles on a man or woman stage, regulating the beating of your coronary heart, coordinating the function of every organ, and ensuring that every cellular inside your body works in unison. In evaluation, our non-public self-capabilities, at the identical time as brilliant of their personal proper, are minuscule as compared to the grand scope of cosmic intelligence. No individual self, regardless of how superior or capable, can fit the cosmic force that continues the sensitive stability of lifestyles. The cosmos manages, preserves, and restores the mind in an extended way, greater efficaciously and comprehensively than any man or woman self ever may want to. Cosmic intelligence operates on a scale and degree of precision that transcends human competencies, governing the universe and lifestyles with inherent know-how and overall performance that can't be replicated by using the self. Despite any private pride or strength you can enjoy in your own identification and skills, the presence of the self can frequently grow to be a barrier to connecting really with the cosmos. When the self turns into an obstacle to this connection, it creates a nation of incompatibility and disconnection. This separation can restrict your capability and ward off your capacity to align with the cosmic forces that offer deeper perception, stability, and uncomfortable comfort. The assignment lies in overcoming the constraints imposed with the aid of the self, which often operates in the confines of subjective imagination and secondary interest, usually called self-attention. This factor of self is characterized by means of personal biases, fears, and boundaries that would distort your perception and obstruct your connection with cosmic intelligence. It is in the one moments of self-sabotage, driven through the mind's very own insecurities and subjective studies, that one is most liable to highbrow breakdowns and emotional distress. The nature of existence, as ruled by cosmic intelligence, is inherently ready to shield and nurture the natural highbrow faculties from such self-sabotaging dispositions. The cosmos gives a framework internal in which thoughts can gain breakthroughs and attain higher states of facts and clarity. When aligned with this cosmic intelligence, human beings can go beyond the constraints of their subjective imagination and secondary recognition, making an allowance for added mental resilience and emotional balance. To cultivate a greater harmonious life, it's far more important to apprehend and cope with the strategies wherein the self may additionally prevent your reference to the cosmos. This entails a technique of private boom and transformation, in that your paintings transcend the restrictions of self-awareness and align more closely with the cosmic intelligence that governs and sustains existence. By doing so, you open yourself as much as the considerable capability and awareness of the cosmos, taking into consideration a deeper and extra-protected experience of existence. Specifically, at the same time as individual self-competencies are treasured, they are dwarfed through the endless cosmic intelligence that governs the universe and sustains each issue of lifestyles. To simply harness the blessings of this cosmic stress, one should attempt to triumph over the barriers created with the useful resource of self-attention and align with the extra cosmic intelligence. This alignment allows the natural schools of the mind to flourish, stopping self-sabotage and boosting emotional breakthroughs. In the long run, main to a more harmonious and pleasant lifestyle within the cosmos. 6.2 Cosmic Compatibility. From something to nothing. This profound transition encapsulates an important truth about our lives. While I am not claiming that you are immortal, I am setting ahead that you embody the electricity of existence in a manner that transcends the mere idea of existence itself. This strength is eternal and does not prevent it to exist. To simply unify with the cosmic energy of life, however, method to transcend individual selfhood and merge with the boundless and mysterious potential of the cosmos. This system involves turning into less defined by way of manner of your non-public identity and extra included with the infinite opportunities that the cosmos offers. Understandably, this change can be daunting and profoundly unsettling. Consider the cosmic phenomenon of black holes, which own the potential to absorb and annihilate particles of existence from throughout the universe. Despite their big electricity, black holes do not regulate the essential cosmic guidelines, morals, and standards that govern the universe. These regulations are not merely constructs of fact, but are woven into the very fabric of life, shaping what we apprehend as reality and its underlying unreality. They form the primary nature of life, guiding the cosmic arrangement past the confines of human perception. The universe, which includes the human mind, operates beneath a fixed of essential and rudimentary regulations that hold order and balance. To advantage unity with those cosmic requirements requires transcending the conventional data of truth and transferring past the bounds of vicinity and time. This involves shifting popularity from fabric worries to religious essence, transferring from a country of being that is predominantly fabric to one that is essentially soulful. Here's the promising information. In contrast to a few non-secular teachers who may additionally moreover advocate for astral projection into specific dimensions as a route to evolution, I am offering a particular attitude. Humans are composed of a great deal less than 5% bodily, depend on a wide variety. At the same time, more than 95% of our being is non-physical, encompassing spirituality and energetic functionality. This integration of technological understanding with spirituality, or conscience, is known that our real essence is some distance extra from simply bodily shape. To decorate the first rate of your thoughts for the duration of your life, don't forget this essential mystery. The cosmos and the mind are intrinsically associated. Your compatibility with cosmic evolution has continually been a gift and could live with you at some stage in your adventure. The extra you apprehend and align with this cosmic reputation, shared in the fabric of your thoughts, along the secondary self-recognition of your mortal lifestyles, the lots much less you will conflict to reconnect with the cosmos and triumph over the demanding situations of depression. As I clearly have frequently said, under each ego lies a hero yearning to emerge, to restore order, and to advantage concord, starting with the thoughts itself. The thoughts are inherently more soulful than cloth. Our cosmic compatibility, though hard to decode right into a clean and handy course, has been found to expose that there can be a slim and unique roadmap to reaching cosmic consciousness. This map has constantly been available. It's far free, but the ability to take a look at and navigate it calls for willpower and tons of rewarding eye-opening experiences. Cosmic attention is widely recognized as one of the maximum complicated topics in spirituality. Consequently, I cannot screen all my insights brazenly. However, in case you commit to my steering and teachings, I offer a pathway to acquire cosmic recognition in just 21 days. If you choose to search for guidance in a few other places, this is your preference. For folks who are geared up to embark on this transformative adventure, I am here to serve until the end. Over the years, various theories have emerged concerning the nature of human thoughts. However, none have effectively addressed the function of depression within this context. Upon very well mapping, tracking, and navigating the human mind, I confidently assert, with absolute truth, that depression is not a disorder, however, instead a manifestation of mental order. This evaluation is grounded not in public invention, but in a profound alignment with the cosmic representation of existence. My understanding of the human mind follows a configuration similar to fundamental systems, such as the alphabet, the numeric system, the periodic table of elements, the clock, the calendar, and the fundamental symbols of mathematical operations. These systems are structured to make certain logical coherence and order. This discovery aligns with the numeric machine's foundational concepts, which had been revealed instead of invented. Thus, once I assert that depression helps intellectual order rather than disorder, it is not simply a non-public opinion, but a declaration of absolute fact. Depression, while approached correctly, can rebuild people more robustly than it breaks them apart. This knowledge of melancholy as a force for mental order in preference to disease is humanity's most precious mental asset. It affords the possibility to upward thrust once more from adversity, leveraging the pressures and demanding situations confronted to facilitate increase and resilience. By embracing this attitude, we will harness the transformative energy of melancholy to acquire extra intellectual strength and coherence, aligning ourselves with the cosmic forces that drive our human evolution. Pressure makes diamonds, and so does depression. Patrick Nana. My announcement is that depression needs to no longer be categorized as a disease or mental fitness circumstance, but rather as certainly one of many mental states which might be fundamental to the human experience. This perspective demands traditional views and proposes that depression is a natural faculty of the mind, rather than a pathological situation requiring treatment. It took humanity a century to shift its understanding of the ego from being perceived as a disease to spotting it as a natural mental college that contributes to the shape of the mind. Historically, earlier than the contributions of Sigmund Freud, The concept of the ego became associated with a situation known as egomania. Egomania became considered a mental disorder characterized by means of an inflated experience of self, leading people to view the sector through a distorted lens, fail to comprehend facts correctly, and undertake beside-the-point attitudes towards their environment. Individuals identified with egomania have been classified as egomaniacs and have been visible as affected by a severe mental health situation. They were believed to exhibit intense egocentrism, a lack of empathy, and an inability to relate to others successfully. However, with Freud's innovative ideas, the belief of the ego underwent a dramatic transformation. Freud and other psychologists identified that egomania, in place of being an outright ailment, may also embody wonderful attributes vital for developing self-assurance and preserving shallowness. Within a notably short duration of 100 years, egomania developed from being regarded as a debilitating mental sickness to being identified as a robust psychological trait essential to build confidence and self-assuredness. The term egomania subsequently got here to be associated with delusion of grandeur and narcissistic personality disorder, reflecting a shift in how society regarded these tendencies. As theories approximately egomania and its effect on personality disorders evolved, they highlighted that the circumstance was no longer merely an intellectual contamination, but a mirrored image of a person's obligation. Freud and Carl Jung, amongst others, emphasized that the ego, whilst it can appear negatively, turned into basically a nation of mind inherent to human nature. They argued that people displaying severe egocentric inclinations had been now not affected by a disease, but were failing to satisfy their ethical and moral responsibilities as human beings, and we are all guilty of this. Freud believed within the capacity for human evolution through the aware consciousness of the unconscious mind, there lies the solution to all mental illnesses. While I might not completely align with Freud's depiction of the mind, his studies on human psychology and the position of subconscious procedures have influenced my concept regarding the control and determination of depression. Freud's insights make contributions to coping with and navigating the demanding situations related to mental states like depression. Despite Freud's contributions, the idea of egomania remains used to justify various behaviors, along with excessive shopping, an insatiable need for compliments, and a pervasive fear of loss. This persistent use of egomania as a psychological abnormality reflects a stubborn inclination to categorize complex mental states into simplistic labels. Similarly, depression isn't designed to be stopped or easily workable. Rather than being a condition with a simple resolution, overcoming depression requires more than just a stepped-forward know-how of lifestyles and oneself. It necessitates a deeper engagement with who we are and the cause of our life with sincerity. Humanity has not yet reached a country of completeness or absolutely advanced into a brand new species able to circumvent the challenges of depression. There is no secret system or special set of abilities which could universally defend a man or woman from the confrontational nature of depression. The harsh truth is that confronting depression can be likened to being trapped in a cage with hungry and thirsty lions. In one of these states of affairs, combating the condition immediately may also prove futile. Yet vulnerability turns into the key to survival and growth. You need to confront depression with authenticity and higher connectivity, evolving into a greater masterful model of yourself, or, as an alternative, risking becoming a hollow shell of your former self. The choice is yours. Being inclined in a global where kindness is regularly misconstrued as a weakness is a challenging and risky endeavor. However, the chance of no longer being prone is even higher. Depression serves as a mission to the ways in which you live, experience, and exist. especially when these factors aren't aligned with the cosmic plan. It is a chronic pressure with a purpose to remain part of human enjoyment, urging people to evolve and grow in alignment with the cosmos. In essence, depression is a construct that activates a deeper examination of our alignment with cosmic standards and encourages non-public evolution. It is not merely a circumstance to be eradicated, but a profound opportunity to confront and remodel aspects of the human mind, main to a more harmonious lifestyle in the cosmic framework. My people perish for lack of knowledge. Jesus, the Cosmic Christ. Chapter 7. Material love is dead. The cure is reborn. In today's fast-paced, technology-driven world, the concept of material love seems to have lost its luster. Period. The pursuit of material possessions and superficial desires once held significant importance in society, but over time, this notion has gradually diminished. People are starting to realize that true fulfillment and happiness cannot be found in the accumulation of material possessions alone. Instead, the focus has shifted toward more meaningful connections and experiences, as individuals recognize the emptiness that material love often brings. The rise of consumerism and the constant bombardment of advertisements have contributed to the demise of material love. As people became increasingly obsessed with owning the latest gadgets, fashionable clothes, and luxurious items, they discovered that the happiness derived from these possessions was fleeting and superficial. Material love created an illusion of satisfaction, leading individuals to constantly seek out the next big thing, never truly finding contentment. This endless chase for more led to a culture of excess, where one's value was often measured by the number of possessions they owned rather than the quality of their character or the depth of their relationships. With the advent of social media, the obsession with material possessions has been further amplified. People compare their lives to carefully curated images of others, encouraging envy and dissatisfaction with their own circumstances. This keeping up with the Joneses mentality has been detrimental to mental health, as individuals are often left feeling inadequate or inferior based on the perceived success of others. However, as this cycle continues, some individuals are waking up to the realization that happiness cannot be achieved through material means alone. The glossy, filtered images that flood social media feeds may showcase moments of luxury and wealth, but they do not capture the true essence of a fulfilling life. A growing movement towards minimalism and conscious living has emerged as a response to the excesses of material love. Many are now seeking simplicity and prioritizing experiences, meaningful relationships, and personal growth over material possessions. Minimalism encourages individuals to declutter not just their physical spaces, but also their minds and lives, focusing only on what truly adds value and meaning. People are turning to mindfulness practices, embracing gratitude, and focusing on the present moment to find genuine contentment and fulfillment. This shift is not about rejecting material things entirely, but rather about being intentional with what we allow into our lives and recognizing that our worth is not tied to our belongings in this or into the next. In the search for more profound connections, people are recognizing that material love often serves as a barrier to meaningful relationships. Prioritizing possessions over people can lead to a shallow existence, leaving individuals feeling isolated and unfulfilled. The decline of material love is giving rise to a greater emphasis on empathy, compassion, and understanding in forming authentic and genuine connections with others. There is a growing appreciation for shared experiences and the intangible bonds that form when people connect on a deeper emotional level. People are realizing that the memories made with loved ones, the moments of genuine connection, and the experiences that shape us are far more valuable than any physical item. Please do me a favor and read this paragraph again before you continue. As the focus shifts away from materialism, there is an increasing recognition of the importance of emotional and spiritual intelligence. People are seeking inner peace and happiness through self-reflection, personal growth, and developing a deeper sense of purpose beyond mere possessions. This often involves a journey inward, where individuals assess their values, beliefs, and what they truly want out of life. The search for meaning might lead them to engage in practices like meditation, forgiveness, or spending time in nature, all of which promote a sense of inner calm and clarity. This shift towards introspection and self-awareness is helping people break free from the societal pressure to conform to materialistic standards. In conclusion, the death of material love signals a significant societal shift towards a more meaningful and balanced way of living. As individuals prioritize experiences, relationships, and personal growth over material possessions, they discover genuine happiness and fulfillment over time. While material love may not be entirely extinct, its importance has certainly waned, paving the way for a more enlightened approach to life that prioritizes what truly matters. In this evolving landscape, people are realizing that material possessions do not define their worth or overall identity. The pressure to constantly acquire more and have the highest glow is losing its grip on society, as individuals embrace their individuality and uniqueness with the power of love over the love of power. Instead of seeking validation through material love, people are finding empowerment in being true to themselves and pursuing a purpose that aligns with their values and inner interests. This shift represents a move away from external validation and toward internal fulfillment. People are learning to value themselves for who they are when no one is watching, rather than what they have. The decline of material love is also having a positive impact on the environment and sustainability. As people become more conscious of their consumption habits, they are opting for eco-friendly and ethical choices. This shift towards mindful consumption is reducing the demand for excessive production, leading to a more responsible and environmentally friendly society. The focus on material love's demise, therefore, extends beyond personal well-being to encompass a greater collective awareness and responsibility for the planet. Individuals are recognizing that their choices have a broader impact and are seeking ways to live in harmony with Mother Earth. It is also proven that material love, often driven by a focus on acquiring possessions and seeking external validation, can hinder genuine happiness in life. When individuals become overly attached to material possessions and base their self-worth on their material wealth, they may fall into a never-ending cycle of unfulfilled desire and dissatisfaction. The pursuit of material gains can lead to constant stress and anxiety, as the feeling of having enough and being enough remains elusive, always seeking the next possession or achievement to fill an internal void. This preoccupation with material wealth may also lead to a shallow and superficial existence, as true happiness derived from meaningful relationships with others and personal growth takes a back seat to the pursuit of material possessions. Furthermore, material love can lead to a sense of comparison and competition with others. In a society that often equates success and happiness with the accumulation of material wealth, individuals may find themselves constantly comparing their possessions and achievements to those of others. This can result in feelings of envy, jealousy, and inadequacy as they measure their self-worth against the perceived success of others. Such a mindset prevents individuals from finding contentment and joy within themselves and their unique life journey. Instead of embracing their individuality and breeding genuine connections with others, the focus on material love may create a barrier to experiencing authentic happiness and fulfillment in life. The time and energy that could be devoted to self-improvement, pursuing purpose, finding God, and cultivating fulfilling relationships are often diverted elsewhere. This may lead to a sense of emptiness and a lack of purpose, as the pursuit of material gains alone may not provide a deeper sense of meaning and fulfillment in life. It is important for individuals to reassess their values and priorities, focusing on what brings genuine joy and satisfaction. This shift away from materialism towards a more meaningful and purposeful life allows individuals to live more authentically, cultivating a deeper connection with themselves and the world around them. This societal shift away from materialism is not just a passing trend, but a fundamental change in how we understand and pursue what really matters in life. People are increasingly aware that true fulfillment comes from within, and that happiness is a continuing state of being, rather than something that can be bought or owned. They are turning their attention to the things of the value of life: love, friendship, personal growth, and contributing to the well-being of others and the planet. This shift is encouraging a more compassionate and connected world where individuals are encouraged to be their true selves and live according to their values, rather than chasing after external markers of success and status. As we move forward, it is important to continue challenging the norms that have driven us towards materialism and to embrace a more holistic understanding of happiness and success. This involves educating ourselves and others about the dangers of material love and the benefits of a more balanced, meaningful approach to life. It requires a collective effort to redefine our values and to create a society where well-being, connection, and sustainability are at the forefront. By doing so, we can ensure that future generations inherit a world that values what truly matters and where everyone has the opportunity to lead a fulfilling and purposeful life. Ultimately, the death of material love is not something to be mourned, but rather a sign of further progress into evolution. It shows that we are evolving as a society, moving towards a more conscious and thoughtful way of living. As we continue to let go of our attachment to material possessions and embrace a more meaningful existence, we are not only improving our own lives, but also contributing to a better world for all. The end of material love marks the beginning of a new era, one where happiness is found not in what we have, but in who we are and how we connect with the world. In this new era, people are discovering that less is often more, and that the things that truly bring joy and fulfillment are those that cannot be bought or measured. They are learning to appreciate the beauty in simplicity and to find joy in the everyday moments that make life so rich and rewarding. As we continue on this journey, let us remember that the most valuable things in life are not things at all, but the connections we make, the experiences we share, and the love we give and receive. By letting go of material love or short-sighted goals to embrace a more meaningful and strategic way to give power and trust to the right people in life, we can create a world that is more compassionate, empathetic, less depressing, and fulfilling for everyone. Let us move forward with intention, knowing that the best is yet to come, and that by focusing on what truly matters, we can build a brighter, more inclusive, and connected society for the generations to come. Darkness cannot drive out darkness. Only light can do that. Hate cannot drive out hate. Only love can do that. Martin Luther King, Jr. Understand that for the right people to hold power in life, the era that once empowered the wrong individuals and perpetuated falsehoods must come to a complete end. This transformation requires more than simply spreading positive intentions to overshadow the negative forces of mental illness, self-interest, inequality, and the exploitation of the weak and ignorant. It is a matter of upholding higher integrity and bringing up ethical empowerment, ensuring that power and fame are entrusted to those who are unafraid to use them to inspire enduring trust and faithful accountability. Much like the pledge to reward any spiritual giant who can surpass the insights shared in this book with a refund multiplied 1,000-fold. This kind of commitment signifies the announcement of a new dawn, an era of the superhuman being, men capable of managing greater power with unwavering integrity and humanity. 7.1. The Rise of the Superman. The concept of the Übermensch, or Superman, developed by Friedrich Nietzsche in his seminal work, Thus Spoke Zarathustra, presents a provocative ideal of humanity that transcends conventional morality, societal norms, and the inherent limitations of human existence. Nietzsche's Superman is not a literal being like the traditional superhuman, but a metaphorical figure who represents the pinnacle of human potential. A being who has surpassed the ordinary man's mental and spiritual limitations. The notion of Superman is not merely about acquiring or demonstrating extraordinary powers, but about developing the higher qualities needed to use them wisely. This concept requires the ability to wield greater power without oppressing others, losing one's sense of self, or becoming dependent on it to live authentically, be happy, and move forward in life as your one true self. Transcendence is a key aspect of the Superman's journey. To transcend is to go beyond the ordinary limits of human experience and achieve a higher state of consciousness or being. Everyone knows that. This idea is not unique to Nietzsche, but is echoed in various spiritual and philosophical traditions around the world. In Buddhism, for example, the concept of enlightenment involves transcending the self and achieving a state of cosmic consciousness, free from the illusions of the material world. A modern example can be found in Nelson Mandela, who, after 27 years of imprisonment, emerged not with bitterness, but with a vision of reconciliation and unity for South Africa. Understanding this concept requires a deep dive into several aspects, such as willpower, the creation of values, individualism, and the matrix. By exploring these ideas and examining examples from around the world, we can better understand the profound difference in the mental solidity of a cosmic consciousness Superman compared to that of an ordinary individual. The mental strength of the Superman is characterized by resilience, creativity, patience, and a profound sense of purpose. This strength is not merely about enduring hardship, but about transforming challenges into opportunities for growth and self-overcoming. Consider the example of Stephen Hawking, a physicist who, despite being diagnosed with ALS and given a short time to live, continued to push the boundaries of theoretical physics. Hawking's intellectual pursuits, driven by an unyielding will to explore the cosmos, exemplify the mental fortitude that Nietzsche's Superman embodies. Unlike the ordinary man who might succumb to depression under similar circumstances, Hawking transcended his physical limitations through sheer mental strength and a relentless quest for knowledge. Examples of individuals who embody aspects of the cosmic consciousness, Superman, can be found across various cultures and historical contexts all across the 7 seas. The journey from ordinary man to Superman is not just tethered to acquiring superpowers, but about a shift in consciousness and humanity. This transformation is possible for anyone willing to confront their emotional limitations, challenge societal norms, and create their own values and purpose in accordance with cosmic guidelines and awareness. Cosmic consciousness is a higher form of consciousness than that possessed by the ordinary man. Richard Maurice Buck, Cosmic Consciousness, and the Man-God Whom We Await, by Ali Nomad, is a profound exploration of human spiritual evolution and the quest for higher consciousness. The concept of cosmic consciousness, articulated by Nomad, refers to a state of heightened awareness in which an individual transcends the ordinary limits of ego and self-identity to experience a profound unity with the cosmos. This state is marked by a deep sense of interconnectedness with all forms of life, a dissolution of the barriers between the self and the other, an expansive understanding of existence, and exponential health. It is, in essence, an awakening to the divine nature within oneself and all beings. Nomad suggests that achieving cosmic consciousness is akin to realizing one's true nature, which is inherently boundless. Cosmic consciousness is not restricted to a select few, but is accessible to all who seek it with sincerity and dedication. He draws on various spiritual traditions and mystical experiences to illustrate how individuals throughout history have expressed this state. These examples serve to demystify the concept, presenting it as an attainable goal for those willing to incorporate deep self-reflection, meditation, and spiritual practice into their everyday life. Central to Nomad's thesis is the idea of the man-God, not God-man, a being who has fully realized cosmic consciousness and serves as a bridge between the human and the divine. This figure embodies the potential that lies within every human being to transcend the limitations of ordinary consciousness and attain a cosmic-like state of awareness and compassion. The man-God is not a deity in the traditional sense, but rather a fully realized and evolved human being who has awakened to their true nature. In this way, Nomad challenges conventional religious notions of divinity, suggesting that the divine is not something external to be worshipped, but an inner reality to be realized and cultivated. The journey to cosmic consciousness, as described by Nomad, involves a process of inner transformation and spiritual intelligence. It requires the aspirant to shed the layers of ego, attachment, and ignorance that obscure the true nature of the self. This process can be challenging, as it often involves confronting deeply ingrained fears, desires, and habits. However, Nomad emphasizes that this journey is ultimately liberating, leading to a state of inner peace, fulfillment, clarity, and satisfaction that transcends the fleeting pleasures of the material world. Moreover, Nomad's work highlights the importance of guidance and community on the spiritual path. He acknowledges that the journey to cosmic consciousness can be lonely and fraught with obstacles, and thus emphasizes the value of seeking out wise teachers and supportive experts who can provide encouragement and insight. In Cosmic Consciousness and the Man-God Whom We Await, Nomad also addresses the potential dangers of pursuing higher states of consciousness without proper preparation or guidance. He warns that individuals who seek to attain cosmic consciousness out of a desire for power or egoic gain may find themselves led astray and in worse mental shape than before. True cosmic consciousness, he argues, can only be realized through humility, selflessness, and a genuine desire to serve the greater good and others. This cautionary note underscores the importance of approaching the spiritual path with sincerity and integrity. Cosmic Consciousness, a study in the evolution of the human mind, by Richard Maurice Buck, is a seminal work that explores the development of human consciousness through different stages, culminating in what Buck describes as cosmic consciousness. Published in 1901, Buck's book offers a fascinating blend of psychology and philosophy. It suggests that human consciousness evolves from a basic animalistic awareness to a self-conscious state, and ultimately to a state of cosmic consciousness, which represents the pinnacle of spiritual evolution. At the heart of Bucky's thesis is the idea that cosmic consciousness is a higher state of awareness that transcends ordinary human consciousness. In this state, an individual experiences a profound sense of healing energies, an intuitive understanding of the interconnectedness of all life, and a deep, abiding love for all beings. This awareness is not just a mental realization to supermanhood, but a profound spiritual experience that transforms how an individual perceives and interacts with the world. Buki argues that cosmic consciousness is a natural evolution of the human mind, much like the development from simple to complex organisms in biological evolution. He proposes that just as life evolved from unicellular organisms to complex multicellular beings, human consciousness is evolving from basic awareness to cosmic awareness as we speak. According to Buki, this evolution is not a distant possibility, but a present reality already unfolding in some individuals and will become more widespread in the future. Buki's book also includes case studies of historical figures who, he believes, attained cosmic consciousness. He references individuals like Gautama Buddha, Jesus Christ, Mohammed, Dante, Shakespeare, and Whitman, presenting them as examples of people who achieved this elevated state of mind. Through these examples, Buch illustrates the characteristics of cosmic consciousness, such as the experience of a deepened sense of love and compassion, and a perception of immortality. While Bucky acknowledges that the attainment of cosmic consciousness is rare, he is optimistic about its potential spread. He believes that as more people achieve this state, it will create a ripple effect, gradually elevating the consciousness of humanity as a whole. This perspective aligns with his belief in the innate potential of every human being to reach this state of awareness, given the right conditions and spiritual intelligence, or SQ. However, Bucky also emphasizes that achieving cosmic consciousness requires more than intellectual understanding, or IQ. It involves a fundamental transformation of the self, a letting go of the ego, and a surrender to compassion, or the higher self. This process can be challenging, often requiring a complete reorientation of one's values, beliefs, and priorities. Yet, the rewards, Bucky suggests, are immense. A life filled with joy, purpose, and a profound sense of health and wealth. The world is shaped by cosmic principles and evolutionary forces that have guided the course of development from the very beginning. Everything we experience is a product of these fundamental changes, codes, and rules that dictate the flow of life and the evolution of consciousness. In this context, we find ourselves at a crossroads with two distinct paths to explore. There is a growing belief that the concept of cosmic consciousness is intimately linked to the evolution of the mind. As we evolve and develop on a personal and spiritual level, our awareness of our place in the universe and our connection to all things may deepen. This expanded awareness has the potential to strengthen a greater sense of inner peace and harmony, as well as inspire a commitment to helping others and contributing to a better world. The relationship between cosmic consciousness and mental evolution is a fascinating and nuanced topic that has been explored by numerous thinkers and philosophers throughout history. On one hand, I could choose to extol my own virtues and those of the so-called Superman, comparing their extraordinary nature to that of the ordinary individual. This approach would involve highlighting the exceptional qualities, differences, and achievements of these remarkable beings, setting them apart from the rest of humanity. It would be a celebration of their superior attributes and an assertion of their elevated status in every form of mental illness compared to the ordinary person. Alternatively, I could take a different approach by focusing on uplifting you and recognizing your own inherent goodness. Instead of drawing comparisons, I would encourage you to see and appreciate your own value and potential in your current state of being. By doing so, I would let you form your own opinions about the nature of the Superman or the cosmic consciousness man, allowing you to judge their expertise and significance based on your personal perspective. This approach nurtures a sense of self-worth and empowerment, emphasizing that each individual has their own unique path and potential, rather than being measured against others. Ultimately, the choice between these two approaches depends on whether the goal is to elevate certain figures above others or to inspire and validate the inherent worth and capabilities of each individual. Per my introduction as a Superman or cosmic consciousness man, I invite you to join me in rethinking everything you've learned thus far about the true measure of a man or human intelligence. Together, let's explore the hierarchy that exists between being smart, being wise, and being kind, and consider how each of these qualities are intertwined with the capacity for sacrifice. Being smart. If there is one thing that humanity excels at, it is the capacity to be intelligent. This intelligence manifests in various ways, from solving complex problems to creating innovative technologies and devising intricate systems of thought. However, a significant issue arises when individuals equate intelligence with ultimate greatness or success. Many people find themselves dissatisfied or unfulfilled because they have never been informed that being smart, while valuable, is not the pinnacle of human achievement. In reality, it represents a foundational level of mental development rather than the highest possible expression of one's potential. Being smart is often seen as a desirable trait, but it's important to recognize that intelligence alone does not define a person's greatest accomplishments or deepest fulfillment. Intelligence can sometimes become a comfort zone, a safe and familiar space where individuals feel secure but also limited in their growth. When intelligence is viewed merely as a baseline rather than an endpoint, it shifts the perspective on what constitutes true greatness and self-fulfillment. The idea is not to dismiss the importance of being smart, but to encourage a broader view of human potential. While intelligence is undoubtedly a crucial asset, it is essential to understand that it is not necessarily the highest form of achievement. Instead, it is just the beginning. To move beyond this comfort zone, individuals must seek higher levels of personal development and self-expression. This involves embracing challenges, pursuing deeper meaning, and striving for growth in areas that go beyond intellectual capability. For many, this means exploring emotional intelligence, creative expression, ethical living, and other aspects of personal development that contribute to a more comprehensive and enriched experience of life. True greatness is not limited to being smart, but encompasses a more holistic approach to living fully and meaningfully. It invites individuals to look beyond their current achievements and capabilities, recognizing that their greatest potential lies in areas that extend beyond mere intelligence. This perspective shift encourages ongoing personal growth and a deeper exploration of what it means to live a truly fulfilling life. The journey to becoming smart, while undoubtedly demanding, is relatively straightforward compared to the arduous path of acquiring wisdom or achieving true enlightenment. The process of developing intelligence, characterized by acquiring knowledge and honing cognitive skills, often involves dedicating time and effort to learning, studying, and practicing. In an ideal scenario where financial worries and social pressures are minimized, the path to becoming exceptionally smart can be accelerated significantly. With focused effort and the right resources, it's entirely feasible for someone to reach a high level of intellectual capability within a decade. To illustrate this, consider a situation where individuals are free from the daily concerns of managing finances, securing basic needs, and navigating social expectations. In such an environment, where the primary focus can be on education and intellectual growth, a person can immerse themselves in learning without the distractions and constraints of everyday life. This unrestricted access to educational resources and opportunities, coupled with dedicated time for study and reflection, enables one to become highly intelligent within a relatively short period. For those who possess inherent gifts or exceptional natural talent, often referred to as geniuses, the timeline for reaching a high level of intelligence can be even shorter. With innate abilities and a conducive environment for learning, these individuals may achieve similar intellectual milestones in just 2 to 3 years. Their exceptional cognitive capacity allows them to process information more quickly, grasp complex concepts with greater ease, and synthesize knowledge more efficiently than the average person. However, the acquisition of wisdom is a far more intricate and profound endeavor. Wisdom transcends mere intelligence. It involves the integration of knowledge with experience, insight, and discernment. While becoming smart can be achieved through systematic learning and practice, wisdom requires a deeper, more nuanced understanding of life's complexities. It involves not only intellectual knowledge, but also emotional intelligence, moral discernment, and the ability to apply knowledge in meaningful and compassionate ways. The time and sacrifice required to attain wisdom far exceed those needed for intellectual achievement. Wisdom often comes from lived experiences, personal growth, and the ability to navigate life's challenges with grace and understanding. It demands a reflective and contemplative approach to life, as well as a willingness to embrace and learn from diverse perspectives and experiences. Achieving wisdom involves a continuous process of self-discovery, ethical consideration, and the cultivation of a profound understanding of oneself and the world. In essence, while becoming smart is a valuable and attainable goal within a defined time frame, the pursuit of wisdom is a lifelong journey that requires sustained effort, introspection, and a deep engagement with the complexities of human existence. It is a pursuit that enriches one's life in ways that go beyond intellectual achievement, leading to a more profound and meaningful understanding of the world and one's place within it. Being wise. Wisdom, unlike intelligence, demands far more than the mere acquisition of knowledge or the development of cognitive skills. While intellectual prowess and conventional intelligence are crucial components, they alone do not suffice to achieve wisdom. Wisdom is a multifaceted quality that requires an intricate balance between a person's intellectual capacities, emotional understanding, ethical principles, and the broader, often elusive laws and principles that govern the universe. It encompasses a deep awareness and alignment with the fundamental truths and dynamics that shape both the observable and hidden aspects of existence. To attain wisdom, one must integrate and harmonize various aspects of one's being. This includes personal experiences, values, morals, and the principles that guide human behavior and decision-making. Wisdom requires a profound comprehension of how these elements interplay, not just in the individual's life, but within the grander scheme of the universe. This involves understanding and aligning with universal laws and principles as they truly are, rather than how one might perceive or interpret them through a limited or skewed perspective. It is about seeing beyond one's immediate experience and grasping the broader, often subtle patterns that govern reality. The pursuit of wisdom goes beyond the confines of a single lifetime. The complexity and vastness of the universe, with its intricate patterns and unpredictable phenomena, extend far beyond what any one person can fully comprehend or control. This complexity encompasses both the seen and unseen realms, involving elements that are not always accessible or easily understood. The patterns of existence are deeply woven into the fabric of reality, and they defy complete mastery or prediction by any individual. Moreover, the quest for wisdom involves exploring the inner nature of humanity, our thoughts, emotions, values, and existential purpose. This exploration is not only about understanding the external world, but also about delving into the inner workings of the self. The mystery of human nature and its role within the cosmic framework adds another layer of depth to the pursuit of wisdom. It requires an ongoing process of introspection, self-discovery, and alignment with both personal and universal truths. The breadth of wisdom is influenced by the interplay between the tangible and intangible aspects of existence. The seen universe consists of observable phenomena and established laws, while the unseen universe includes abstract principles, hidden forces, and the essence of consciousness itself. Wisdom involves navigating this duality, integrating insights from both realms and maintaining a balance between them. It requires acknowledging and adapting to the inherent unpredictability of life while striving to understand and harmonize with the fundamental principles that underpin reality. In summary, achieving wisdom is an expansive and continuous journey that transcends conventional intelligence. It is a dynamic interplay of personal growth, ethical understanding, and alignment with the broader laws of existence. The quest for wisdom acknowledges the limitations of human experience while embracing the profound mystery of both the external universe and the inner self. It is an ongoing pursuit that evolves with each new insight, experience, and revelation, recognizing that the quest for understanding is as boundless and intricate as the universe itself. Wisdom is a profound quality that extends far beyond the simple act of copying and pasting information. It surpasses the mere memoization of facts and the rote understanding of subjects, concepts, and precepts. While these cognitive skills are essential for acquiring knowledge, they are not sufficient for attaining wisdom. Wisdom involves a deeper, more intrinsic level of comprehension and insight that operates on a plane beyond conventional learning processes and existential beliefs. At its core, wisdom requires a state of knowingness that is characterized by an inherent sense of understanding and abundance. This knowingness is not just about acquiring knowledge, but about embodying it in a way that transcends traditional learning and intellectual engagement. It involves a level of awareness and integration that allows one to perceive and navigate the complexities of life with clarity and depth. Wisdom operates beyond the boundaries of specific existential beliefs and learning potentials, encompassing a broader, more holistic perspective on reality. The attainment of wisdom necessitates direct experiences in the field of life. It is not something that can be fully grasped through theoretical study alone. Rather, it demands active engagement with the world and its myriad challenges. The arena of life, with its diverse experiences and encounters, provides the context in which wisdom is developed and refined. It is through these lived experiences, including successes and failures, joys and sorrows, that one accumulates the insights and understanding that contribute to true wisdom. In this regard, the adage, "no pain, no gain," finds a parallel in the concept of wisdom. Just as physical or personal growth often requires effort and struggle, so too does the acquisition of wisdom necessitate a certain degree of suffering and adversity. The idea that no wounds, no wisdom encapsulates this truth, suggesting that the process of gaining wisdom is intimately connected with enduring and overcoming life's challenges. Wounds, whether emotional, psychological, or physical, become the crucibles through which deeper understanding is forged. Experiencing pain and hardship can lead to profound personal growth and insight, as these experiences force individuals to confront their limitations, reevaluate their values, and adapt their perspectives. Through this process, they gain a richer, more nuanced understanding of themselves and the world around them. Wisdom emerges not from the absence of difficulty, but from the ability to navigate and learn from these experiences with resilience and insight. Therefore, wisdom is not merely about accumulating information or mastering concepts, but about integrating and applying that knowledge in a way that reflects a deep, experiential understanding of life. It involves embracing the full spectrum of human experience, including the inevitable wounds and challenges, and using those experiences to cultivate a more profound and compassionate grasp of existence. Wisdom is a dynamic, evolving quality that grows from the intersection of knowledge, experience, and personal transformation, making it a far-reaching and deeply transformative aspect of the human condition. It is entirely possible to be an extremely intelligent individual and still possess selfish traits. Intelligence does not inherently preclude selfish behavior. A person may excel in cognitive abilities, problem-solving, or academic achievements, while remaining focused primarily on their own interests and desires. However, wisdom operates on a fundamentally different plane and cannot coexist with selfishness in the same way that intelligence might. The pursuit of wisdom requires a profound transformation of character and a deep commitment to principles that extend beyond personal gain. The processes involved in achieving wisdom and acquiring intelligence are vastly different, akin to the stark contrast between life and death. Intelligence, while valuable, can often be attained through study, practice, and the application of mental faculties. It is a measurable and often visible attribute, accessible through education, experience, and the cultivation of cognitive skills. Conversely, wisdom is a more elusive quality, deeply intertwined with one's character and ethical orientation. It requires a holistic approach to life, where the ego gives way to a broader sense of unity, empathy, and altruism. Living a full and meaningful life goes beyond focusing solely on personal concerns, such as one's own happiness, health, net worth, and future. While these aspects are important, true vitality involves a greater sense of connection to others and the world at large. Wisdom demands that individuals transcend mere self-interest and embrace a more expansive view that includes the well-being of others. This includes the cultivation of unity, charity, and self-actualization, qualities that emphasize the importance of contributing positively to the lives of others and recognizing one's role in the larger community. To be genuinely wise, one must embody not only intelligence, but also strength of character and selflessness. Wisdom requires integrating one's intellectual capabilities with a deep sense of compassion, integrity, and a commitment to the common good. It is about making decisions that reflect a balanced consideration of both personal and collective needs, and acting in ways that promote the welfare of others while remaining true to one's own values. This state of wisdom is not attainable through material wealth, fame, or even the highest levels of knowledge alone. These external markers do not guarantee wisdom. Rather, wisdom emerges from the way one interacts with and serves others. It is a non-guaranteed residual effect of how one gives and contributes to the well-being of those around them, rather than a product of the benefits one receives. Wisdom cannot be bought or acquired through superficial means. It is earned through genuine acts of service, respect, and kindness towards others. The true measure of wisdom lies in the ability to offer support, compassion, and understanding without expecting anything in return. It is the result of a deep and authentic engagement with the world, where one's actions are motivated by a sincere desire to make a positive impact on others' lives. Therefore, the pursuit of wisdom involves a transformative journey that goes beyond intellectual achievement. It requires a profound commitment to living a life of integrity, empathy, and altruism. Wisdom is an intrinsic quality that reflects one's capacity to navigate the complexities of human experience with grace and insight, and it is attained through the ongoing practice of selflessness and service to others. Wisdom is a remarkably rare and valuable quality, distinguished by two fundamental principles that make it such a profound and elusive attribute to attain. These principles underscore why wisdom is not only difficult to acquire, but also why it holds such immense value in the realm of human experience. The first principle is that wisdom fundamentally shifts the focus from self-centeredness to selflessness. It is not about positioning the world to cater to one's personal desires or needs. Instead, wisdom involves placing oneself in a position where one can best contribute to and serve the world around them. This perspective requires a transformative shift in how one engages with life. Rather than approaching life with the mindset of what can be gained or how the world can be made to serve personal interests, Wisdom entails an orientation towards giving and contributing to the greater good. It is about asking not what life can offer you, but what you can offer to life. This selfless approach emphasizes the importance of acting with integrity, compassion, and a genuine desire to positively impact others. Being wise means recognizing that the essence of a fulfilling life lies in one's ability to make meaningful contributions rather than seeking personal advantage. This involves a deep understanding of the interconnectedness of human existence and a commitment to enhancing the well-being of others. It requires individuals to transcend their own ego-driven pursuits and instead focus on how their actions, decisions, and efforts can benefit the broader community. This shift from self-interest to altruism is a hallmark of wisdom, as it reflects an awareness of the larger fabric of life and a dedication to contributing to its enrichment. The second rule that defines wisdom is the profound realization that it's possible in no way really to be higher than or superior to every other person without falling into myth. The depth of true wisdom lies in a deep, unwavering acknowledgement that the comparisons of superiority are essentially incorrect and misleading. True knowledge realizes that there is a type of equality and worth to all human beings. The know-how that any feeling of superiority over others is, in the long run, a shape of self-deception. In other words, understanding means an awareness that everybody is equal in their dignity and worth as humans, and stands adamantly against hierarchic comparison. It obviously creates an attitude of humility and respect toward others, instead of preferring the ego's attachment to fame and reputation. This concern necessitates one to surmount and stand above the ego's passion, to be recognized and attain distinctions, essentially accepting a more humanitarian and considerate approach. It means embracing the realization that the striving for superiority over others is not only wrong but also futile, as true perception resides in the identification and appreciation of a common humanity that joins everybody. Collectively, these values demonstrate why information is one of those rare and high quality. It is through questing for knowledge that one follows this journey to self-overhaul, from an inward orientation to private benefit, and through the commitment to unselfish service, from an orientation to superiority, to equality and humility of mentality. Knowledge is gained in this way not only through comprehension with the mind, but through integrity and wholehearted attunement with these fundamental truths about life and human relations. This transformative adventure makes knowledge one of the most loved and esteemed features someone can domesticate. The idea of Superman, when it acts beyond myth, offers a truly deep experience of the quality of supremacy. This altogether gives birth to a new understanding of the idea of advancement. The Superman never considers supremacy as a hierarchical order that places one above others. Supremacy lies in uplifting others and making them feel valuable and esteemed through one's presence and gestures. This attitude builds on the belief that true greatness lies not in the continuation of trying to show people personal superiority and domination, but in a cavalier attitude about being heroic enough to inspire people around you. Superman represents the characteristics of someone people look up to and emulate, through which a person feels empowered and truly appreciated in the presence of this kind of individual. This approach reveals a deep and altruistic style of leadership, sense of humor, and influence, where the emphasis lies in elevating and motivating other people rather than running after oneself for personal recognition or public accolades. Empowerment of those around them. If and when the human does so, the Superman acts in ways that promote an atmosphere of mutual respect and appreciation, from which individuals feel affirmed and encouraged through their dealings with such a person. This process embodies a truly heroic orientation, one in which his highest ideal is one that puts others' welfare and dignity ahead of self-centered achievement. Wisdom, in judgment, requires an extraordinary level of kindness and compassion toward others, as well as toward oneself. It calls for a heart that's open, understanding, and genuinely caring, reflecting a real devotion to the well-being of all. Wisdom involves an attitude that is fundamentally oriented to do right by others, to think and act with integrity and love. A wise man knows that the quest for knowledge is not a subject of personal control or ambition. Quite the contrary, it transcends the bounds of man or woman's effort, worldly influence, or even the confines of one's own mind. A truly wise individual understands that knowledge cannot be directly acquired or controlled. It is not merely a measure of personal achievement or accumulation of achievement, but an intrinsic quality that emerges from a sincere and humble approach to life challenges. Expertise, in this sense, is not something that can be forced or manufactured through willpower or external means. Rather, it naturally arises from living a life of righteousness, compassion, and integrity. Thus, the bottom line of know-how is very much doing unto others, treating people and situations with compassion, justice, and respect. It is a commitment to moral behavior and a true concern for the welfare of fellow human beings. When you commit to those standards toward the practices and are extraordinary in your endeavors to do well for those in your sphere, are operating within the basic realms of know-how. This approach shows a profound knowledge that true wisdom is not about personal awards or fulfillments, but about the positive impact one makes on the world. In the end, wisdom is the path that leads to an orientation of uplifting others, one that embodies kindness and compassion, to the realization that in the pursuit of knowledge, one is not a matter of private manipulate, but a herbal final results of living a life of genius. You align yourself with the very stuff of knowledge and bring into being a better world of compassion and reverence upon embracing such ideals. Being kind. Kindness is not the sign that someone has not faced enough demons and darkness, but the proof that the person has tamed all his demons and became the light in their own darkness. Kindness is by far the most difficult state of mind, the highest state of emotional well-being and of spiritual excellency combined. Kindness is an extremely potent and transforming force within our human universe. Kindness breathes an influence that is deeply pivotal and mammoth, but kindness is a task of remarkably complex and challenging scope. This is a lofty position of emotional, mental, and spiritual maturity, one of the most difficult to achieve and sustain. The appreciation of kindness as the highest of human virtues must be realized as going further than simple acts of charity to shallow gestures. Kindness, at the core, entails deep and consistent devotion to the care of other people, most times with the investment of personal sacrifice and selflessness. It is a real concern for the well-being of other persons, grounded upon the deep feeling of sympathy. This obligation is not limited to episodic acts of kindness, but to a consistent and sustainable mode of relating to the sector. The undertaking of staying kind is in its demand for continued emotional management and hardihood. To always behave with acts of kindness, one must juggle the intricacies of human emotions, manage personal stressors, and handle conflicts, all while being honest, equitable, and understanding. It involves a high level of emotional intelligence, whereby your zeal is tempered with an adequate regard for others' desires and experiences. The ability to remain kind in the face of adversity, rejection, reprimand, or personal challenge is one of those qualities that require a level of human resilience that will never be easy to sustain. In terms of psychological facets, kindness requires a developed and matured mental approach that accepts the nuances of human behavior and the uncertainties of life. It involves openness to knowledge and acceptance of others in their imperfection, limitations, and struggles, all the while maintaining a non-judgmental and supportive stance. This cognitive framework needs not only significant self-attention, but also ongoing effort to have the thoughts and attitudes attuned to the concepts of respect. The mental territory needed to be constantly applied in kind, especially difficult circumstances, is draining and requires a constant and conscious effort on an ongoing basis. And even the greatest of heroes and existential being are not immune to the burden of maintaining kindness, for a single bad day can transform the kindest of beings into the greatest evil. In spiritual terms, kindness is a state of competence and ability that embodies a deep relationship with your values and a sense of purpose beyond the limit of existence itself. It becomes an alignment with higher notions of love, compassion, and justice. To acknowledge and navigate this level of spiritual development, it is necessary to cultivate a profound knowledge of the interconnection of all beings and a healthy aspiration to act positively in the world. Full spiritual growth in kindness often means trying to transcend the limitations of our personal healing and act within a wider, more common framework that recognizes the intrinsic value of everyone. 7.2. The Art of Integrity and the Curing Process. Integrity, though often looked upon in terms of moral and ethical rectitude, assumes a much more deep meaning when seen against the backdrop of cosmic principles. Integrity does not simply imply truthfulness or conduct which is oriented toward social mores. It means personal solidity with the universal verities and qualities that rule all existence. It is the harmonious blending of mind, body, and spirit into the cosmic flow, a state of being more than ordinary, touching into the essence and happiness of the universe. With that light, the art of integrity will not be that of practice. It will be a deep attunement of both head and body under the cosmic order for true healing and wholeness in a state of obedience to higher power. Most people look for happiness and fulfillment in solutions they buy outside: wealth, success, relationships. But most of the time, your basic suffering will not let these work. The real medicine is interior, in the cure of integrity. For when we hold true to the cosmic order, we reach beyond the smallness of ego limitation and the petty seeking that keeps us disconnected. This reorienting is, therefore, not in compliance with rules or sharing of values, but the very embodiment of those principles upon which life is based. This deeper understanding of integrity shows it to be a way for true happiness and mental well-being, much broader than overcoming material success. When power is entrusted to individuals who lack integrity, the consequences seep into every layer of the body of society, undermining the enrichment of our collective sense of health and destabilizing our pursuit of inner peace over time. Integrity, far from being a mere moral or ethical standard, maintained when no one is watching, is the healthy fusion of thought, emotion, and spiritual action in harmony, providing the foundation for peace, stability, and healing desperately needed in every aspect of life. Without integrity at the helm, this harmony is disrupted, leaving individuals and communities vulnerable to disconnection and depression. Consider a corporate leader who prioritizes profit over the well-being of their employees. Such leadership often results in toxic work environments where individuals feel undervalued and overexploited. Employees in these environments frequently experience burnout, anxiety, and depression, not merely because of the workload, but because of the lack of alignment between their direct human values and the organization's actions. This misalignment creates a sense of disconnection from reality in early childhood and a lack of purpose in life later on. Imagine a child looking up to a leader, athlete or artist, perhaps seeing them as a protector, role model, a beacon of hope, or a symbol of justice. That child's world is shaped by this belief in goodness. Yet when they discover that the same leader has committed acts of harm or deceit, it's not just disappointment, it's a collapse. The pillars holding up their sense of self and rightness crumble, leaving confusion and self-hatred in their place. The mind, especially an immature one, struggles to cope with this betrayal from leadership. It often retreats into trust issues, recklessness, a weaker mindset, and abuse, not just of people, but of life itself. And for those in adulthood, the betrayal cuts differently, but no less deeply. Many turn to leaders for reassurance in uncertain times, seeking guidance and focus through chaos. When these leaders abuse their power and come out of the closet as fraud, hoarding wealth, twisting laws for personal gain, or exploiting resources and people as if tomorrow doesn't exist, it instills a bitter helplessness. This disillusionment doesn't just stop at frustration. It seeps into the mental fabric of the individual identity, bringing up feelings of futility, inadequacy, and existential unease. If those entrusted to lead care so little about life and all its meaning, what chance does the ordinary person have to find fairness or stability? When power is misused or guided by selfish motives, it amplifies values rooted in materialism and exploitation, reinforcing systems that insidiously alienate individuals from their authentic selves. Depressive disorder thrives in these conditions, not because individuals are inherently broken, but because they are caught in a world that fails to honor and promote true worth and sanity. Take, for instance, a government official who manipulates public trust for personal gain. Such actions not only erode collective faith in the structures meant to serve, provide guidance, structure, and protection, but also harm individuals subconsciously. The resulting societal disillusionment instill a climate of fear, envy, and hopelessness, feeding the cycle of mental distress. Integrity, however, offers an underrated antidote. It is the direct bridge between disconnection and wholeness, between hurting and healing. A leader who embodies integrity faithfully, whether in a workplace, community, or nation, creates an inspiring environment where trust and accountability prosper the best. For example, Jacinda Ardern, the former Prime Minister of New Zealand, was widely recognized for her empathetic leadership during crises. Her transparent decision-making and commitment to collective well-being provided not just solutions to immediate challenges, but a sense of belonging and hope for those she led. Such leadership restores faith in the collective, alleviating the feelings of alienation and shallowness that often underpin mental health struggles. The path to integrity, however, is not without staggering challenges as we know it. In a world that often celebrates external success over internal successful development, living with integrity demands courage and boldness. Yet, the rewards are profound and last long after you are gone. Leaders and individuals who embody integrity mentally inspire those around them to seek authenticity and genuineness with higher principles, furthering environments of trust, purpose, and fulfillment. This is not merely an abstract or impossible concept, but a practical, proven remedy to the alienation and dissatisfaction that fuel mental health crises. For example, organizations that prioritize transparency and employee well-being often report not only higher productivity, but also lower rates of burnout, crash-out, and mental health issues. The most tragic consequence of all is the theft of hope. Leaders hold an unspoken role to inspire us individually, to offer a vision that keeps us together internally. When they abuse this role, they not only shatter trust, but also rob people of their belief in what could be. The loss of this shared hope weighs heavily on the heart and mind, leaving an emptiness that is difficult to fill. This emptiness can be exploited by the ego, leading us further astray and closer to the point of no return. The demand for leaders who exemplify integrity is more crucial than ever, not only for the betterment of society, but also for the overall health of our collective mindset. Power must be entrusted to individuals who appreciate its significance and utilize it as a means for positive advancement rather than as a source of personal gratification. It's important to recognize that mental health often relies on empowering the right individuals, both within ourselves and in our communities. By ensuring that those in positions of influence are attuned to our needs, we can nurture a more supportive and understanding environment for everyone's well-being. Verily, there is no mental health without assigning power to the right people, both internally and externally. Ultimately, the integrity of those in power sets a two-way street tone for societal and individual well-being, involving the mind's overall state of health, both knowingly and unknowingly. Misplaced power in consciousness terms means perpetuating cycles of disconnection, mental illness, low vibration, and insanity that contribute to suppressing the integrity of the world that is there to realign us with the cosmic universal order effortlessly. By living in harmony with these principles, we create spaces where mental health can flourish, and where individuals can rediscover their place and identity in the larger whole over time. This is not simply a matter of individual journeying, but a collective imperative starting with the right people in a position of power, guiding humanity toward a state of ethical empowerment and ultimately greater evolution. Quiet sacrifice. Integrity doesn't require grand gestures or flashy public displays. The most meaningful transformations arise from authentic, quiet, and private efforts, where the emphasis is placed on collective peace rather than personal gain or recognition. As the long-awaited real-life heroes emerge, their influence will unmistakably restructure the collective consciousness of the world. Integrity achieves its greatest effectiveness when the connection between leaders and those they serve is robust and unwavering, which eventually leads to lasting cosmic mental order. Serve those you lead. Don't lead those you serve. When the right people occupy positions of power, the effects reverberate far beyond the policies they enact or the decisions they make. These individuals, guided by integrity, empathy, and a sense of higher purpose, offer not only tangible benefits to society, but also a profound impact on the human psyche. For those who look up to them, such leaders become symbols of possibility, breakthrough, newfound grounding mental resilience, and beacon of hope in the face of uncertainty. The presence of ethical, selfless leaders brings rest, clarity, and stability to the mind. In a world often marked by chaos and self-interest, knowing that those in power are superhuman and prioritize the greater good provides a sense of security and reassurance. This stability calms the underlying fears of exploitation, desolation, or neglect that often plague the mind, allowing people to focus on their own lives and inner growth rather than living in a constant state of nervousness and anxiety. Trust in leadership is not just a societal luxury. It is a mental necessity, creating a foundation of reassurance upon which individuals can build their futures. Moreover, observing and following leaders who practice quiet sacrifice develop a deeper understanding of the values that truly matter. These are not leaders who seek the limelight or applause, but those who work tirelessly and silently behind the scenes, ensuring the prosperity of the value that they serve. Their example teaches that true power lies not in selfish dominance, but in selfless service, inspiring others to act with the same selflessness and integrity to unlock their power. In this way, such leaders create a steady culture of humility, unity, modesty, and cooperation, which are essential for survival starting from within. On a psychological level, when individuals see those in power living with integrity, putting the needs of others before their own, leading by example, and making sacrifices for the greater good, whether or not it brings them good fortune. It validates the possibility of a world guided by values and compassion. This validation can reignite a sense of purpose and belonging, especially in times of depression. The mind is naturally drawn to powerful role models that individuals wouldn't seek under more convenient circumstances. Any knowledgeable expert in healing would agree that healing involves more than simply surrounding yourself with positive energies when it suits you. Healing requires acknowledging and supporting the leadership that empowers and inspires you internally. Leaders who demonstrate ethical behavior provide an excellent moral compass for navigating life's challenges, including those related to mental health. The influence of such leadership extends beyond entire communities to individual. Leaders who practice quiet sacrifice demonstrate that the measure of mental health and strength is not in what is taken, but in what is given, creating an environment where sanity, empathy, and justice flourish. This collective alignment facilitates prosperity and ensure that resources are used wisely and systems function to uplift everyone with dignity, not just a privileged few. Ultimately, looking up to leaders who practice quiet sacrifice is not just beneficial. It is essential for mental well-being and collective survival. These individuals provide more than guidance. They offer hope, stability, and a vision of what humanity can achieve when guided by integrity. Their example teaches that true prosperity is not measured in wealth or power, but in the strength of the values that bind us together. In their quiet acts of service, they illuminate a path toward a world where survival and prosperity are not fleeting ambitions, but enduring realities. The quiet sacrifice of Ahed Tamimi's family. Ahed Tamimi and her family in Palestine is a profound example of quiet sacrifice in leadership, resilience, and hope. Living under constant occupation in the West Bank, the Tamimi family has faced daily struggles, from land confiscations to the imprisonment of loved ones. Yet they have steadfastly resisted through nonviolent protest and unwavering commitment to their community. Ahed's parents, Bassem and Nariman Tamimi, have quietly led their village of Nabi Saleh in weekly protests against the illegal confiscation of their land and water by settlers. Despite enduring repeated arrests, injuries, and harassment from authorities, they remain committed to a message of dignity and resistance. Their leadership does not come with titles or recognition, but with the daily sacrifices they make for their people and the values they uphold. Their home has been raided countless times, and members of their family have been arrested, including Ahed, who became a symbol of Palestinian resistance after confronting soldiers at just 16 years old. Even in the face of such oppression, the family continues to emphasize the importance of education, justice, and peaceful resistance. They do not seek power or fame, but focus on uplifting their community, giving others the courage to stand firm in the face of adversity. The mental toll on families like the Tamimis is immense, as they navigate constant fear and loss, while striving to maintain hope. Yet, their genuineness inspires countless others, reminding the world itself of the strength of integrity, courage, and resilience. The quiet sacrifice of Dr. Izzeldin Abuelaish. Dr. Izzeldin Abuelaish, often called the Gaza Doctor, exemplifies quiet sacrifice through his unyielding commitment to peace and humanity despite unimaginable personal loss. A Palestinian physician who grew up in the Jabalia refugee camp, Dr. Abuelaish dedicated his life to providing medical care to both Palestinians and Israelis, refusing to let the political conflict dictate his compassion. In 2009, during the Gaza war, tragedy struck when an Israeli tank shell hit his home, killing 3 of his daughters and a niece. The pain of this loss could have driven anyone into depression or anger, but Dr. Abuelaish chose a different path. Instead of succumbing to hatred, He transformed his grief into a mission for peace, advocating for dialogue, understanding, and reconciliation between Palestinians and Israelis. Dr. Abuelish's quiet sacrifice lies in his refusal to allow his personal tragedy to define him or his work. Despite the emotional toll, he continues to speak out, sharing his story to inspire others to choose hope over hatred. He founded Daughters for Life, a foundation that provides education and leadership opportunities to girls and young women in the Middle East to ensure that his daughter's legacy lives on in the empowerment of others. His unwavering integrity and commitment to peace have inspired countless people around the world. By using his platform to bridge divides rather than deepen them, Dr. Abuelish demonstrates the profound power of quiet sacrifice in leadership. His story reminds us that even in the face of unbearable loss, the choice to lead with compassion and integrity can bring light to the darkest of circumstances, offering hope for survival and the possibility of a more peaceful future. The quiet sacrifice of Emmanuel Umpula. In the Democratic Republic of Congo, DRC, where children are often forced into mining and war, individuals like Emmanuel Umpula stand as examples of quiet sacrifice. Umpula, a human rights activist and founder of the organization AfriWatch, Africa Resources Watch, has dedicated his life to protecting children exploited in the mining industry and advocating for ethical resource extraction. In the mineral-rich regions of Congo, children as young as 6 are forced to mine cobalt and other precious materials under hazardous conditions, often to fuel global tech industries. Umpula's work involves exposing these injustices, holding corporations accountable, and pushing for reforms that prioritize the welfare of vulnerable communities. Despite facing threats from powerful interests benefiting from this exploitation, Umpula continues his work quietly, tirelessly fighting to protect these children from lives of labor, abuse, and hopelessness. His sacrifices are immense. By challenging corrupt systems and speaking against warlords and mining corporations, Umpula puts himself and his family at constant risk. He works long hours in dangerous environments, often away from his loved ones, to document abuses and advocate for change. Yet, his determination remains unwavering, driven by the belief that every child deserves freedom, safety, and the chance to dream beyond survival. Through his efforts, Umpula has not only brought global attention to the plight of Congolese children, but has also inspired local communities to resist exploitation and demand accountability. His quiet sacrifice reminds the world that true leadership doesn't always make headlines. It's found in the unyielding efforts of individuals who, against all odds, fight for justice and dignity for the voiceless. By embodying integrity and selflessness, Emmanuel Umpula's work underscores the importance of having the right people in positions of influence. His commitment to shielding children from exploitation is not just about protecting lives today, but about ensuring a better, more humane future for generations to come. The quiet sacrifice of Jesus the Christ. One of the most profound examples of quiet sacrifice in leadership is found in the life of Jesus Christ. His leadership was not marked by displays of wealth, dominance, or worldly power, but by humility, service, and unconditional love. Jesus lived among the people, teaching, healing, and uplifting the most vulnerable without seeking recognition or reward. His quiet sacrifice was woven into every act of compassion and every lesson of hope. One of the most striking examples of his quiet sacrifice was washing the feet of his disciples. This act, traditionally performed by a servant, demonstrated his commitment to servant leadership, a model that prioritizes humility and the needs of others over personal status. By doing this, Jesus taught that true greatness lies in serving others selflessly, a lesson that has resonated through centuries and continues to inspire leaders who value integrity over power. Jesus' ultimate sacrifice, his crucifixion, was a profound act of love and leadership. He willingly endured suffering and death, not for his own benefit, but to offer redemption and eternal life to humanity. This sacrifice was not loud or boastful. It was quiet, timeless, and deeply purposeful. Even in his final moments, Jesus chose forgiveness over condemnation, praying for those who persecuted him. "Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do." The end.